Chapter 301, What Do I Have to Fear? Chapter 301, What Do I Have to Fear? Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The eyes of the Fire Spirit Academy Dean turned red. He used his full strength to repel the blow, but he still couldn't withstand the full force of Wang Baoli's attack. With the fall of the blade, a thunderous explosion resounded in the air. The resultant force of the attack surged outward in waves. The students crowded outside the hotel reeled back in shock, and many spat blood out from their mouths. Everyone started to step back hastily. Even the teachers from the Fire Spirit Academy shuddered violently as they threw up mouthfuls of blood. Like kites cut from their strings, they stumbled and staggered backwards. The dean of the Fire Spirit Academy had blood spilling from his lips as well. The hair stuck to his scalp disintegrated and turned to dust. His body trembled violently. The flat side of the saber's blade smacked firmly on his chest. He curled in and was flung out across the street, landing right in his school campus. Wang Baoli had shown him mercy. At the last moment, he had twisted his blade such that the blunt and flat surface hit the dean. Else, the dean of the Fire Spirit Academy would have been beheaded with that single sweep of his blade. In the mystic lunar realm, Wang Baoli wouldn't have been able to accomplish this attack. He had only reached the Foundation Establishment realm and hadn't known any Foundation Establishment realm grade mystic techniques. Since he had returned to Earth though, he had begun practicing the Lightning Dao, first volume. It might appear that he had only mastered the first tier and acquired a lightning tattoo on his right leg, but that wasn't true. Practicing the mystic technique also helped to refine his spirit chi. It had become more distilled, growing purer and stronger. During this period, his physique was also being nourished and maintained at peak condition. His meld with the Green Lotus had allowed his physical body to flourish and strengthen like never before. As a result, he was able to display a fighting prowess that surpassed his performance in the mystic lunar realm. After having sent the dean flying with a single smack from his saber, and instilling shock and awe in the other teachers, Wang Baoli turned around suddenly. His breathing was slightly uneven as he stared at Li Wuchen. Li Wuchen's face was deathly pale. His eyes revealed his disbelief and incredulity. He had known all along that Wang Baoli was very strong, but he never expected him to be that powerful. He never expected Wang Baoli to be such a freak of nature. Wang Baoli, I dare you not to use your dharmic armaments. Do you have the guts to do that? Li Wuchen shouted as he retreated hastily. He was unwilling to admit defeat. If you hit my students, then I'll come after you with my dharmic armaments. Wang Baoli glared and retorted immediately. He dashed out, and with a sudden burst of speed, he caught up immediately. He raised his saber and sent it slashing. I didn't. Li Wuchen froze when he heard Wang Baoli's words. He was about to explain himself when his pupils contracted suddenly, and he hurriedly blocked the attack. His eyes were focused on the blade above him descending on his head, so he didn't see the flicker in Wang Baoli's eyes and the lightning-fast kick from his right leg. His reflexes quickly caught up. As alarm flashed across his face, he lowered his left hand to block the kick. There was a loud sound of a collision. The bone in his left hand fractured instantly, and the sharp pain sent cold sweat dripping from his forehead. At least he'd managed to block the sudden kick from Wang Baoli. You've got quite a strong physical body. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. He hadn't used his full strength. They had been from the same college, after all, and weren't archenemies or anything like that. This was simply a petty dispute, and he only intended to teach the other a lesson. Seeing how his kick had been intercepted, Wang Baoli snorted. The lightning resting within his right leg erupted. A lightning bolt snaked out unexpectedly from Wang Baoli's right leg with a thundering roar and slipped around Li Wuchen's injured left hand. Li Wuchen watched in shock and horror as it landed a direct hit on his crotch. An agonizing scream rang out as Li Wuchen's body was flung outwards like a limp ragdoll. Compared to Wang Baoli, who had survived countless life and death battles and grown stronger for it, Li Wuchen was clearly lacking in cultivation, fighting capabilities, and experience. Li Wuchen might have been able to hold his own against Wang Baoli when they had both been at the True Breath realm. Now though, they were clearly no longer in the same league. The surrounding students, having witnessed the scene before them, were all stunned speechless. The students from the Fire Spirit Academy started trembling. When they looked at Wang Baoli, it was with fear in their eyes. Especially the few who had spoken brashly earlier, they were terrified. They felt an inexplicable sharp pain between their legs. Wang Baoli's earlier slash of his saber that had driven the dean off hadn't made as deep an impression on the students. They had found him fearsome and almost invincible, but they had remained quite unaffected by the attack. However, his subsequent kick to the crotch that had been followed with a lightning bolt attack sent every single student from the Fire Spirit Academy reeling in alarm. They felt a sudden chill come over them. He actually kicked him in the crotch. That kick would have smashed everything between the legs. That was such a low blow. It wasn't enough to just kick him. He followed up with a lightning strike. Anything left unsmashed would have been toasted. This Dean Wang from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy must have an intense dislike of people's crotches. Does he have some secret disease or something? As the pale-faced Fire Spirit Academy students retreated hastily, the students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, including Jin Duoji, experienced a sudden surge of emotions. They looked at Wang Baoli, with bruised faces and swollen eyes, in a completely different light. They had thought him an ordinary member of the school's upper management, but when they looked at Wang Baoli now, it was with eyes filled with adoration and respect. They were overwhelmed with excitement. They were overcome by an inexplicable feeling of Wang Baoli standing up for them. Even though Li Wuchen wasn't the person who had beat them up, the students from the Fire Spirit Academy were the ones who had done that. They knew Dean Wang couldn't possibly have known that. Under such circumstances, he had stood up for them and kicked the asses of the other academy's teachers and deans. They couldn't be more moved. Especially having witnessed how powerful Wang Baoli was. He had sent the dean flying with a sweep of his saber, kicked the vice dean, and sent the remaining 7 to 8 teachers flying as well. Everything sent their young hearts beating rapidly, and they began to feel a sense of respect for Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli noticed the expressions on Jin Duoji and his students' faces. He blinked, then immediately puffed his chest out. Raising his saber and pointing it at Li Wuchen, he said calmly, "That's what you get for hitting my students. Remember, only I get to bully my students. No one else gets to do that." Wang Baoli said proudly. In the distance, Li Wuchen started cursing in his heart. He clearly had some means of protecting himself. After receiving the lightning-powered kick from Wang Baoli, and spitting blood out from his mouth, his body became enveloped in a dazzling purple light. The speed of his recovery was superhuman, and he managed to struggle to his feet. Wang Baoli's words made him realize the former hadn't changed his shameless ways. He hadn't laid a single hand on the students. Furious, he opened his mouth and was about to protest. As soon as he opened his mouth, and before he had a chance to say a single word, Wang Baoli sneered. "You're absolutely right. I, Wang Baoli, am biased towards my own students." Li Wuchen was at a loss for words. He didn't mention anything about Wang Baoli's bias. He didn't even get to say anything in the first place. "I know you have a sister. This has nothing to do with what happened today. Li Xiao has already told me he wants to introduce his elder sister to me. I have no interest in your sister. Today, I'm going to make one thing clear to everyone. As long as it's my student, as long as he or she calls me Dean, accords me full respect, and obeys me, I'll never allow anyone to bully them. Not you, Li Wuchen, not your teachers from the Fire Spirit Academy, not your Dean. Not even the Federation President himself." Wang Baoli proclaimed arrogantly. He was quietly pleased. When had he ever lost at bragging? As soon as he said those words, the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students were all overcome with emotions. They trembled with excitement and agitation, moved beyond words. They were still too young. They saw how Wang Baoli had stood up for them and how strong he had been in battle, and they heard the rousing speech he had made, and their eyes turned teary. "Dean. From now on, Dean, we'll listen to everything you say. Anything you want us to do, we'll get it done. All hail our mighty Dean. Dean, are you looking for a godson? From now on, I, Jin Duoji, will treat you as my godfather." Li Wuchen, the Fire Spirit Academy dean who had rushed back limping, and the other teachers, stared in shock at the agitated proclamations coming from the students. They looked at their own students and saw a considerable number staring at Wang Baoli with respect and adoration in their eyes. These students were looking at Jindwaji and the other Dao Mountain Mist Academy students with envy. This caused alarm bells to sound loudly in their heads. The situation wasn't looking good. Li Wuchen was equally alarmed and shouted hurriedly. Wang Baoli, even though we're both cultivators, we are also vice deans of our respective academies. What good does a personal victory do? Do you dare to hold a tournament 3 months later on Martian Day and let our students fight it out then? Let's have a proper friendly exchange. Let's see whose students are the strongest. The loser will become the grandson. He'll have to bow whenever he sees the winner and address the winner as his granddad. Wang Baoli raised his eyebrow. What Li Wuchen had just said was simply too well put. He narrowed his eyes, waved his saber aside, and said coolly. Sure, what do I have to fear? A breeze stirred his hair. The warm glow of the setting sun lit Wang Baoli's profile. It made him look slightly slimmer than usual and created an indescribable aura around him. At that moment, in the crowd, a few female students from both the Fire Spirit Academy and the Dao Mountain Mist Academy stared at Wang Baoli with even greater adoration. Someone even whispered softly. Dean Wang is so cool. Chapter 302, Lin Qianhao's Transformation. Chapter 302, Lin Qianhao's Transformation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. With the evening's glow shining on him, Wang Baoli's sharp ears caught the soft words of someone praising him amongst the crowds. Instantly, he felt delighted that the students had such a keen eye for talent. He slightly turned his body, changing his posture, and continued to bask under the glow of the evening sun with pride. Seeing how Wang Baoli was posing, Li Wuchen gritted his teeth. He cursed under his breath as he snarled before he turned to leave. Very quickly, under the instructions of the other teachers, the students from Fire Spirit Academy who were outside Battleaxe Hotel left one after another. However, some of them were clearly swayed by Wang Baoli. They turned their heads to look at Wang Baoli while leaving, their eyes carrying a look of admiration. The students from Dao Mountain Mist Academy, on the other hand, were extremely exhilarated as they crowded around Wang Baoli. They didn't hide the passion in their eyes. As to them, Wang Baoli was a superior figure after what he had been through. Fire Spirit Academy has mentioned that they want to engage us in a sparring match. Tell me. Are all of you confident? Wang Baoli spoke calmly, putting away his dharmic armament as he swept his gaze across the students who revered him. The replies from these tens of students were energetic, passionate, and loud. Yes. Great. Since all of you are confident, I will teach you my top-secret tactic. Wang Baoli waved his hands, and took out his cruiser before leaving the Battleaxe Hotel with the cheers and anticipation of the students in the background. However, just before he left, Wang Baoli met the person in charge of the hotel, Xu Zhenjing, and sent out an order. Make me 100 axes with their edges all directed towards Fire Spirit College. Having witnessed Wang Baoli's astonishing combat capabilities with his own eyes, Xu Zhenjing was also extremely shocked. Now, listening to Wang Baoli's words, he hurriedly abided. He knew that this new employer of his was an enemy of Fire Spirit College. That was indeed the truth. Wang Baoli wasn't the least bit happy with Li Wuchen, and the feeling was mutual. It wouldn't have mattered as much if there were no conflict between them. However, since they fought again at the Battleaxe Hotel, coupled with the fact that they were of the same rank, Wang Baoli was determined to let Li Wuchen know how impressive he was by showcasing his skills at the sparring match that Li Wuchen initiated. You will not defeat me, and your students will not defeat mine. Wang Baoli sneered. He had only intended to stay for a year with Dao Mountain Mist Academy, but now that someone had provoked him, Wang Baoli felt that he had a duty to let Li Wuchen know who the boss was. 3 days passed just like that. 100 axes were laid densely outside the hotel in a frightening and imposing manner. Fire Spirit Academy seemed crestfallen, and not only was Li Wuchen scared by it, but the teachers and the dean reacted in the same way as well. What a bully! We must win the sparring battle in 3 months. All the teachers of Fire Spirit Academy were determined. That was especially so for Li Wuchen, who began preparing for the sparring match with passion in his eyes. The battle that was to be held outside the Battleaxe Hotel, that, as well as what Wang Baoli said back then, spread throughout the entire Dao Mountain Mist Academy from the mouths of the tens of students involved. Fire Spirit Academy was extremely despicable to bring over 100 people to gang up on us. Thankfully, Dean Wang stood up for us, beating all their teachers viciously and protecting us from the front. Dean Wang mentioned that no one could bully his students, not even the Federation president. All of you have missed out on how imposing Dean Wang appeared with the glow of the evening sun on him. He was like a dragon, his spear cutting across the clouds as it charged directly towards the Dean of Fire Spirit Academy. After that incident, all the students from the Fire Spirit Academy became so respectful towards Dean Wang. The Dean is so suave. I will never forget how cool Dean Wang looked when he attacked with his kick. These tens of students who admired Wang Baoli, especially Jin Duiji and company, were already quite influential within the academy. Relating their personal experience and passionately advertising the issue, especially when they described in detail how Wang Baoli landed a thunderous kick on his opponent's crotch, caused the news to spread like wildfire amongst the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students. When they heard the stories, they all grew excited. If they were adults, they might not have been so head over heels, believing everything that others had told them. However, these students were still rather innocent. Looking at how excited Jin Duiji and company were with the bruises they carried proudly, they grew exhilarated as well. The Fire Spirit Academy has made a bet with Dean Wang. We must definitely win the sparring match in 3 months. Yes. I want to take part in kicking Fire Spirit Academy's ass as well. In a blink of an eye, the entire Dao Mountain Mist Academy was overflowing with order and zeal coursing through their blood. The reasons behind their emotions made the teachers from Dao Mountain Mist Academy surprised after they understood the situation. They all felt that the newly appointed Vice Dean Wang Baoli was a character not to be belittled. Seeing how the mood in the entire Dao Mountain Mist Academy had been swayed, Wang Baoli was satisfied. However, even though he had great ambitions, he found that reality was cruel when he put in the effort to understand the caliber of the students from Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Even though Dao Mountain Mist Academy and Fire Spirit Academy were both elite academies, Dao Mountain Mist Academy's dean was someone who went according to the rules. Perhaps it was his age that made him less willing to improve. Therefore, all these years, regardless of whether it was in terms of the credentials of the teachers, or the students' combat capabilities, they had all fallen behind that of Fire Spirit Academy. After all, the Dean of Fire Spirit Academy was an ambitious person, putting in hard work to transform the college while gaining the support of numerous factions of Mars. Therefore, if they didn't put in the effort to change, Fire Spirit Academy would definitely surpass Dao Mountain Mist Academy in the sparring match. This was a headache for Wang Baoli. He had confidence in transforming the college, but 3 months wasn't enough. It wasn't possible unless there was a significant amount of funds and resources. However, even though Dao Mountain Mist Academy seemed to be thriving now, it was merely an empty shell without many resources that Wang Baoli could mobilize. Even if he were to apply for resources and funds from the Mars government, the approval would take some time. After making some brief calculations, Wang Baoli realized that time was running short, and this made him even more troubled. I hadn't put in the effort here previously and didn't understand the situation. If I had known that the college was in this state earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to the match so readily. Li Wuchen is so sly. Wang Baoli was troubled. He approached Dao Mountain Mist Academy's dean to discuss the matter, but the dean merely offered a smile, giving the green light for Wang Baoli to do anything he desired since he felt that he was about to retire anyway. However, the dean offered no ideas at all. Wang Baoli sighed, knowing that it was at least not a bad thing being under the leadership of a person like the dean, whom at the very least wasn't a hot-headed, capable person. He was agreeable to everything, but it was also because of this that the challenge before him had become something that he needed to tackle on his own. After thinking about the different possibilities, Wang Baoli finally thought of Lin Qianhao. When we were at odds during our times in Ethereal Dao College, he seemed to have a flair for spreading rumors. He isn't stupid, but simply unlucky to have met me. With that thought, Wang Baoli immediately summoned Lin Qianhao, throwing the tough question to him. Qianhao, this matter would affect Dao Mountain Mist Academy's future and reputation. I will hand it to you. If you succeed, I will definitely convey good words about you to the dean. Wang Baoli cleared his throat as he patted Lin Qianhao's shoulder while conveying his confidence in Lin Qianhao through his eyes. Lin Qianhao was taken aback after listening to Wang Baoli. he looked perplexed at Wang Baoli and was himself troubled and battling with a new headache. He felt that Wang Baoli was too shameless. Wang Baoli was the one who accepted the invitation for the sparring battle, and now that it seemed too challenging, he threw the problem towards him. Lin Qianhao didn't trust Wang Baoli's promise that he would sing praises of him before the dean. However, he had no other choice. Regardless of whether it was his role or his position, he was surpassed by Wang Baoli, who was also his direct superior. Such an order could indeed pressure him to his limits. Why am I so unlucky to not only be bullied by him in the Dao College, but even now when I've graduated? Lin Qianhao was sad and angry. However, it wasn't time for him to air his unhappiness. Therefore, he quickly thought of more important matters. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth, stepping forward before speaking softly. Dean, if it's just resources. I have an idea. Oh. Wang Baoli was about to raise his teacup, but he quickly glanced at Lin Qianhao after hearing his words. Dean, I know that you actually already have an idea. You're just trying to test me, right? What I'm saying now should be similar to what you have thought of. Our troubles could be solved easily, in my opinion. The parents of these students are no ordinary people. Even though they are no match for you, they are still considered influential and powerful people on Mars. I feel that they would definitely solve our troubles for us with delight and initiative. After all, the sparring will take place on Martian Day. By slightly manipulating the situation and expanding the area, we could invite the parents of the students to be spectators. This way, the Fire Spirit Academy would have to mirror us or lose out in terms of imposing manner. However, if that ends up being the case, it means that the parents of students from both colleges would show up to watch the match. This would be a spectacular event for the Martian colony, and it's likely that even the City Lord would come personally to watch the match. This is akin to having the opportunity to showcase their children before the City Lord. No parent would want to see their child lose, especially in front of the City Lord. Lin Qianhao spoke with gusto and had unconsciously curried the favor of Wang Baoli, exhausting all his energy in order to not be in the hot seat. Chapter 303, Heaven-Devouring Skill. Chapter 303, Heaven-Devouring Skill. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As Wang Baoli listened, his eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. Lin Qianhao's idea was in an entirely different direction from what he had imagined, which broadened his perspective. I should have thought of it earlier. What a waste of what I've learned from the high officials' autobiographies. Wang Baoli's eyes glowed. As to him, the likelihood of the method of ordering others to carry out tasks in the name of a superior succeeding was almost 100%. Wang Baoli now viewed Lin Qianhao differently. Vaguely, there was a sense of suspicion, as he pondered about whether Lin Qianhao had also read the high officials' autobiographies. However, when he recalled that Lin Qianhao's father was a secondary rank 2 high official, he realized that Lin Qianhao didn't need to read any autobiographies at all, for he could learn from the everyday actions of this father. Therefore, Wang Baoli laughed, patting Lin Qianhao's shoulders firmly. Qianhao, this is indeed a task for you, and you have indeed not disappointed me. It is worth it for me to sing praises of you before the dean. What you have mentioned just now was exactly what I was thinking of, Wang Baoli said with a smile. Lin Qianhao felt disgusted but didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he flattered Wang Baoli with what he said next. This is the result of learning under a superior like you all these years. As he spoke those words, Lin Qianhao felt his face turn red with embarrassment. He cursed under his breath, thinking about how Wang Baoli was really a jinx to him. He was a bully in the Dao College, and even more so on Mars, resulting in him no longer having the desire to rebel. Instead, his attitude was to go with the flow of things. Listening to Lin Qianhao's attempt at currying his favor, which were clearly not as impressive as that of Liu Daobin's and which obviously showed that he wasn't accustomed to such practices, left Wang Baoli satisfied. He continued to speak with a smile after leading Lin Qianhao to have a seat on the sofa. Qianhao, it seems like you have already understood the purpose of the college. Your father is a secondary rank 2 noble who intentionally arranged for you to be here. I had planned to remind you of that if you were still not performing up to standard after a period of time. Wang Baoli smiled while he spoke, purposely revealing a profound look in his eyes. In reality, he had also just understood that this so-called elite academy wasn't as useless as he had originally thought. It was extremely beneficial to him, on an unimaginable level. With the college under his control, as well as having gained the admiration and respect of the students, it would mean that he had already gained access to a significant portion of the human resources within Mars. These human resources would be extremely useful in times of need. That wasn't the most important part. After the students grew up, the gains that he could obtain in the future in terms of fame as their dean would be astonishing. When he understood all of that, Wang Baoli was bursting with emotions and excitement internally, even though he appeared indifferent on the surface. He no longer felt that his position was disadvantaged. Instead, he now thought of it as a steal. No wonder Senator Lin wanted his son to come here. Wang Baoli came to a realization but didn't show it on his face as he smiled while looking at Lin Qianhao. Lin Qianhao hesitated for a brief moment, suddenly confused about whether Wang Baoli had known the purpose of the college long before, or had just responded to the new realization. However, after considering that their relationship had become more friendly now, he chose not to hide anything and instead spoke truthfully. "Dean, I was very unwilling to come when my father sent me here initially. That was until he told me not to belittle Mars's elite academies. The students here have parents who are either rich or influential and are prominent, dignified individuals working on Mars with deep connections to others. Becoming the teacher of their children is akin to gaining control of the core. Naturally, this means access to the deep interpersonal connections that they hold. Furthermore, in the future, as the students grow, a teacher who once taught and cultivated them would be on a different level in terms of identity and status. My father mentioned that I should come here to hone my skills while laying the foundation to access these valuable human resources." Wang Baoli was surprised, as he felt that Lin Qianhao's father, Senator Lin, was worthy as a city lord with the rank of a secondary rank too noble. These thoughts appeared simple but showed how wide his world view was. He was living in the now but planning for the future. Wang Baoli continued conversing with Lin Qianhao, concluding some details regarding the rumors and the workflow for the task. He then passed the entire assignment under the control of Lin Qianhao before raising his teacup. Lin Qianhao stood up hurriedly, leaving after exchanging greetings. As he watched Lin Qianhao leave into the distance, Wang Baoli put down the teacup. His breathing quickened, and his eyes shone brightly. He stood up and walked several rounds around his office, exhilarated. "I must emerge victorious in the sparring match in 3 months." Holding on to the strong desire to win, Wang Baoli began to complete and perfect his plans. He thought about the students, who were now on the first level of the ancient martial realm. If they were to further advance in ancient martial realm, they would need a strong physique. It was only through this method that they would have sufficient blood qi to advance to the ancient martial realm physical seal, as well as the pulse enrichment stage. Physique is one issue, while the other would be a trump card. While making the training plans, Wang Baoli first thought about his past self. He felt that he was formidable while he was in the ancient martial realm. If he could nurture tens or even hundreds of people like his younger self, then the victor of this sparring match would be clear. Therefore, the trump card is extremely important as well. After thinking about it, Wang Baoli decided to impart his grappling skill to the students. However, there wasn't really a need to impart this skill, as anyone who had witnessed it in action would be able to do it. All they needed to do was to familiarize themselves with the skill. However, no matter how familiar they were with it, they would never be as good as Wang Baoli. That was because Wang Baoli had the devouring seed, which was the reason why the grappling skill was so impressive when he exhibited it. The great void qi devouring art is my foundation, and I cannot impart that skill. Little Missy wouldn't allow me to do that anyways. With that thought, Wang Baoli felt a little troubled. After pondering about it for a while, he decided to enter the hallucination realm to seek Little Missy's advice. The hallucination realm was still covered with snow and ice. However, Wang Baoli didn't see Little Missy this time. When he took out the black mask in the hallucination realm and relayed his question, the black mask shone slightly, before words appeared on it. Wang Baoli hurriedly took a look, and his eyes lit up instantly as he read the words. "This is possible?" Wang Baoli took a deep breath. The black mask suggested a cultivation technique that was different, but still somewhat similar to that of the great void qi devouring art. It could be said to be a simplified version of it. Learning the simplified version wouldn't result in the formation of a devouring seed, but could form a suction force to a certain extent. That would satisfy the requirements necessary for one to master the grappling skill. That was secondary. More importantly, the words on the mask clearly relayed to Wang Baoli that everyone who trained in this simplified cultivation technique would be controlled by the devouring seed. It was unpredictable yet brought about advantages. Furthermore, to ancient martial realm cultivators, being trained in this cultivation technique would be extremely beneficial, and could quicken the rate of increasing one's level of cultivation. To a certain extent, it could be said that unless they became Wang Baoli's enemy in the future, they wouldn't be put in a disadvantage. Instead, they would stand to gain significantly. Wang Baoli thought about the simplified version of the chi-devouring art and made a decision. After leaving the hallucination realm, he began implementing his training plan. 500 people were included in the first batch. In the 3 months to follow, 100 people would be chosen out of this 500 to take part in the sparring match. The sparring match on Mars wasn't carried out on an arena. Instead, 100 people would form a group that went against another group of 100. Not only did this test one's combat capabilities, but it also assessed the team's cooperation and coordination. That made it challenging, but also in line with the spirit of the Federation. The Federation needed a hero, but had a greater need for overall greatness. Just like that, Dao Mountain Mist Academy's dean gave Wang Baoli, the vice dean, full rights and authority. 3 days later, on a specially demarcated area within Dao Mountain Mist Academy that was designated for cultivation, Wang Baoli stood with his arms crossed behind his back, while Lin Qianhao was beside him, looking extremely stern. There were also tens of teachers who were standing around sternly. Right in front of Wang Baoli was a public square where 500 students stood in an orderly manner. There was an equal number of male and female students who were all exhilarated and agitated as they looked at Wang Baoli. From their eyes, a look of respect and admiration was obvious. That was especially so for a portion of students, such as Jin Duoji, whose eyes were filled not just with respect but also passion when they saw Wang Baoli. With his hands behind his back, Wang Baoli felt satisfaction in response to the students' attitude. He swept his gaze at the crowd before speaking calmly. Today, I will impart you with a peerless cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is extremely formidable and could be used for the rest of your life. It is also what made me so impressive. I want all of you to remember that without my permission, you aren't allowed to teach it to others. This technique is known as Baoli Heaven Devouring Skill. Chapter 304, 500 Fatties. Chapter 304, 500 Fatties. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's voice reverberated throughout the entire public square, making all the students there extremely surprised. That was especially so after hearing that Wang Baoli was imparting such a peerless skill, which made them even more excited. What surprised them most was the name of that peerless skill, Baoli Heaven Devouring Skill. The name made many people widen their eyes. They were confused, and some of them even began talking in a hushed manner. This name is a little weird. Maybe this cultivation technique is known as the Heaven Devouring Skill. The term Baoli could be added by Dean Wang Baoli himself? It sounds a little dumb. As the students discussed amongst themselves, Jin Duoji from the Trilunarist Corporation, as well as the students who had been through the incident at the Battle Axe Hotel, all turned their heads and looked angrily at the students who were engaged in the discussion. Shut up, none of you have a clue about how impressive that skill is. Our dear Dean is so selfless in imparting his secret skill, and yet all of you still gossip behind his back. Just listening to its name, this Baoli Heaven Devouring Skill already sounds formidable, several times more impressive than what has been passed down in my family. These people stared angrily at the crowd, with Jin Duoji fuming with rage and his voice the loudest amongst them. What's wrong in naming the cultivation technique after himself, since he rightly created it? This is extremely logical and reasonable, and at the same time shows how confident the Dean is in his skill. Furthermore, the term Heaven Devouring implies that the Dean is extremely formidable, and is a highly regarded individual. This is to encourage us to learn earnestly and practice diligently. He also wants to tell us that cultivators of our generation shouldn't see the sky as the limit. One day, we will be able to break that boundary and make a name for ourselves through devouring the heavens. It gives us hope, and at the same time, he willingly sacrificed himself so that we could succeed. The simple name of the cultivation technique represents the hopes that the Dean has for us, his fearlessness towards the heavenly Tao, as well as his wish for us to step into the great Tao in order to fulfill our dreams. Why don't any of you understand his efforts? Jin Duoji sounded extremely pained, as if he had managed to understand something so profound and precious which the others disregarded. As he spoke, the students around him all felt a torrent of emotions. When they looked towards Wang Baoli, their eyes carried a look of excitement and agitation. Jin Duoji's explanation pumped up the spirits of those young students. Images of themselves stepping onto the clouds and devouring the heavens and earth appeared in their minds. Soon, even those who initially questioned Wang Baoli or were confused repented, and they were also filled with excitement. They all looked at Wang Baoli with passion as they waited for him to impart his knowledge. Jin Duoji pumped up his chest proudly, bowing deeply at Wang Baoli with cupped fists. When he raised his head, he announced loudly, "Thank you for sharing your knowledge, Dean." When he spoke, the students around him followed suit immediately. Instantly, voices spread in all directions and formed quite an astonishing sight. Even Wang Baoli was surprised. He had come up with the name without much thought and had never thought that it would be interpreted that way by Jin Duoji. Wang Baoli wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Lin Qianhao, who was standing beside him, subconsciously made the decision to distance himself from Wang Baoli after hearing the name of the cultivation technique. The teachers standing around were also confused initially, but now, after hearing Jin Duoji's explanation, many of them hesitated. Jin Duoji's explanation had somehow made sense. Wang Baoli blinked his eyes and looked at Jin Duoji, touched. He thought about what a talent he was, before clearing his throat and waving his hand. "Since all of you have understood where I'm coming from, you should practice hard in the days to come. 400 of you will be eliminated, and the 100 of you that remain can be considered my disciples in the Federation in the future." Wang Baoli spoke proudly, and as his voice reverberated, the 500 students grew even more agitated. A passionate fire was burning in the eyes of the majority of students, though not everyone. Basking in the emotional atmosphere, Wang Baoli was satisfied. When the area had been cordoned off completely, and when Lin Qianhao and company had left, Wang Baoli began to impart the heaven-devouring skill to the students. Even though the heaven-devouring skill, being a simplified version of the Great Void Qi-devouring art, wouldn't lead to the formation of a devouring seed, it was still impressive in terms of suction force. That was especially so as it was easy to master without any significant difficulties. This made the 500 students all focus hard in order to remember the skill. They then began practicing. The effect of the heaven-devouring skill was astonishing, far exceeding that of the Qi-fostering art. Anyone who managed to master it would immediately sense that the suction force that emerged from their bodies made the surrounding spirit Qi charge towards them at several times the original speed. Gosh! This Baoli heaven-devouring skill is so amazing. It is so fast. At least 5 times that of what I was at previously. Jin Duoji was right. This is the reason why the Dean could make a name for himself and become so formidable. This cultivation technique is unbeatable. After experiencing the prowess of the skill, the students were all agitated. There were tens of them who were already of excellent caliber. After practicing the skill, they felt the effects even more significantly. Even their blood Qi became more concentrated. Instantly, this encouraged others to speed up in their practice, excited at receiving a precious skill. Just like that, several days passed. Each of the 500 students managed to master the heaven-devouring skill. After experiencing its astonishing effects personally, a never-before-seen wave of agitation emerged from them. On one hand, they were competing against each other, while on the other, the effectiveness of the heaven-devouring skill gave them a sense of indescribable thrill as they continued practicing. Therefore, every single one of them was determined and practiced diligently. This was a behavior rarely seen from people like them. After all, they were from rich families and were all lazy to a certain extent. When they had the opportunity to relax, they would never think about practicing. However, right now, there were several different factors, all acting together to culminate into a sense of motivation and drive. After making a comparison, their progress was shocking. Not only were the teachers from Dow Mountain Mist Academy surprised, but even the students' parents noticed the growth of their children and were impressed. Some parents who were worried even checked out the cultivation technique themselves. Even though their children didn't tell them about it, they still managed to ask and gain an answer somehow. After researching it on their own, they found that there was no harm in the cultivation technique at all. Practicing it would raise the speed in which one levels up in their cultivation. They immediately approved their children to practice the skill, and their curiosity and gratitude towards Wang Baoli grew. It must be a top cultivation technique that Wang Baoli came up with based on his own life experiences. Everyone tries to keep a skill a secret after they have mastered it, but Wang Baoli actually imparted it to my child. I definitely owe him one. This cultivation technique is well suited for ancient martial realm cultivators. However, since it was personally taught by Wang Baoli, we shouldn't leak it out. Otherwise, it would be too unjust and unreasonable. The parents of the students all reached a consensus. They also gained an understanding of the sparring match that was to take place 3 months later. With their encouragement, their children grew even more passionate and became even more diligent in their practice. At the same time, Wang Baoli gave each student a list of resources to be brought to their parents. After looking and thinking it through, since the resources would be used on their children, the parents all willingly donated them to the college. Just like that, half a month passed by at a hurried pace. The students were all astonishingly determined, and their blood qi became more concentrated as the days passed. However, there was an unavoidable side effect of the heaven-devouring skill, which eventually became more apparent. That was obesity. In this half a month, as the 500 students maniacally practiced, the spirit qi that they had absorbed was turned into spirit fat. It was obvious that, regardless of whether they were male or female, their weight was increasing by the day, and they were all slowly turning into fatties. Half a month ago, all of them were slim and slender. However, right now, the 500 individuals on the public square had turned into 500 fatties. They were all rotund and looked very adorable. At the same time, the blood qi in their bodies was at least twice as strong as half a month ago. Some talented performers like Jin Duoji, who was Wang Baoli's firm believer, had grown so fat that he had become even more obese than Wang Baoli. The boost in his cultivation was also the most astonishing, boosted close to the limits of the blood qi realm and stepping into the physical seal realm, as the blood qi grew to 6 times that of the original. Even so, the weight gain and the fact that they had become fatties made some students shocked. That was especially so for the female students, who were dumbfounded. They cared a lot about their appearances and were considering dropping out. It was not just them, but also Lin Qianhao, the college teachers, and even the students' parents, who were delighted yet upset at the same time. The 500 students looked so much like mini Wang Baoles. Wang Baoli had long anticipated that this would happen. After noticing that his students had all become fatties, he initiated a meeting on the public square, where he munched on his snacks while speaking to everyone. There is nothing to fear. Relax, everyone, as everything has been considered in my plan. The weight gain is only the first step in the foundation. Thereafter, I will lead all of you in losing weight, while further boosting your cultivation. This is because I will impart all of you with a skill that is even more valuable than the heaven-devouring skill. That is the weight loss cultivation art. Chapter 305, capable of wiping out the future tribe. Chapter 305, capable of wiping out the future tribe. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The first move of the weight loss cultivation, running. With Wang Baoli's command, the 500 students all began running, not just on the public square, but around the entire college. They practically sprinted. Just like he was back then, the students didn't experience any fatigue from running. They were overflowing with energy, and the thick layer of spirit fat was being absorbed as they ran. Gradually, everyone felt that their capabilities were boosted significantly. The running lasted for 3 days. Seeing how their figure was swiftly being restored, the students were relieved. They also found out about an issue, and that was, the fatter someone was before, the quicker their cultivation was leveled up after the weight loss cultivation. For example, Jin Duoji had immediately broken through the blood qi stage and entered the physical seal realm. There were also many who perfected the blood qi stage, and these students were without a doubt the fattest of the lot. I told all of you previously to believe in the Dean. Furthermore, what's the issue with being fat? The fatter I am, the more powerful I am. Jinduji spoke with pride, arrogant about how obese he was. That made many students surprised, and at the same time, they also slowly began to realize how reasonable it sounded. Therefore, they continued running and training while practicing the heaven-devouring skill even more diligently. Wang Baoli was encouraged, and through this process, the students looked different from day to day. Their figures recovered but soon ballooned up again. This time, there were no more concerns from anyone, regardless of whether it was the teachers from the school or the students' parents. After all, they had all seen the transformation that had taken place in their children with their own eyes, and felt the speed of growth in their cultivation, as well their passion towards cultivation, in this short period of time of less than a month. The former was hard to come by, and the latter was even rarer. In addition, Wang Baoli didn't disregard the students' weight gain. When he saw that most of the students were growing fatter, he imparted the second move of the weight loss cultivation art. That was weightlifting. Wang Baoli still remembered that he had achieved a breakthrough previously through weightlifting. Therefore, he put a lot of emphasis on weightlifting, and this prompted the students to lift weights on the public square with all their efforts, grunting while they did so. There were male and female students in the group. Not just the male students, but also the female students, were putting in all their effort. The dumbbells that the female students used were heavier than many of their male schoolmates. They grunted in such a masculine manner that it surprised the male students. Wang Baoli was very satisfied with this outcome. He weaved within the crowd of students, encouraging them. Right now, outside the public square, several teachers stood dumbfounded looking at the students who were carrying weights like maniacs. One of the teachers mumbled while looking at a female student, who was in the midst of competing with Jin Duoji. I remember that Ju Mai was a dainty lady just a month ago. At this moment, the once dainty lady had become obese. Her strength erupted, and her muscular physique could be seen clearly. Similarly, she achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation, advancing from the blood qi stage to the physical seal stage, riding on the heels of Jin Duoji. Ju Mai wasn't an exception. Though it wasn't the case for everyone, almost half of the 500 students improved significantly in terms of physique after the past month of training and weight loss. It could be visibly seen that every single one of them were extremely strong physically, each of them inspired to work hard as they grew confident in themselves. However, before long, some of the students who had advanced the greatest in terms of cultivation seemed to have reached a plateau physically. It was difficult for them to dissolve the spirit fat, regardless of whether it was through running or weightlifting. In response to this issue, Wang Baoli, who had experienced the same thing himself, simply smiled and spoke. Which of your parents can construct a big smelting furnace using the blueprint that I have here? The moment he said that, many students responded immediately. In the end, Jin Duoji, using his cultivation that far exceeded that of the other students, managed to kick the other students away in order to grab onto the opportunity to make a loud promise. Rest assured, Dean, I will send a voice transmission to my grandfather right away. If it isn't completed in the next 2 days, I will break off all ties with him. Jin Duoji looked at the other indignant schoolmates around him arrogantly. He was filled with delight as he thought about how he would never conceive the opportunity to suck up to the Dean to his schoolmates. Wang Baoli patted Jin Duoji's thick shoulders encouragingly, deeply heartened. He even further advised Jin Duoji. Express your gratitude to your grandfather sincerely. Don't break off ties with him so willy-nilly, as this is filial piety. Jin Duoji obeyed Wang Baoli's instructions immediately, and hurriedly nodded his head. On that very night, a large number of people from the Trilunaris Corporation arrived and began construction. Several Foundation establishment cultivators also participated, all unhappy but left without a choice but to work. Within 2 days, an impressive smelting furnace was indeed built. Even though it still fell short compared to the one from Ethereal Tao College, it was already largely similar to a certain extent. Most importantly, it was completed within 2 days, which meant that it was a financially costly construction. With the completion of the smelting furnace, Wang Baoli could finally put into practice the third trick of his weight loss cultivation plans. The first batch of students who entered the smelting furnace seemed to have been revived, recovering in terms of their figures, while their cultivation was also significantly raised. This made the other students even more motivated. At the same time, his cultivation plan was considered completed after the successful construction of the smelting furnace. His plan was centered around the heaven-devouring skill to increase the speed in which the student's cultivation leveled up. He leveraged on the suction force to absorb large amounts of spirit fat that would otherwise be impossible naturally. After which, he moved through the pipeline first with running, then with weightlifting, and finally the construction of a smelting furnace. Through these 3 steps, which allowed the absorption and dissolving of spirit fat, the students were able to regain their figures, and at the same time receive a boost in terms of individual cultivation levels. All these were just the first part of his plans. He would only move forward to the second part if the first part were successful. At the same time, the elimination process also began. After all, not everyone could bear with the weight gain for the sake of skill improvement. The first batch of people who were eliminated were the people who didn't have this sort of determination. As the dean, Wang Baoli felt responsible for this group of students. Everyone who was to leave was able to recover their original figures which had been transformed after his monstrous training regime. After they left after being eliminated, Wang Baoli sternly announced to everyone that those who couldn't persevere shouldn't continue practicing the heaven-devouring skill. If they really wanted to practice the skill, they would need to be able to control themselves. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to recover to their original figures if their body weight increased exponentially, but were unable to persist in physical cultivation. Just like that, as time passed, there were less than 40 days left to the sparring match. Only half of the 500 students remained without being eliminated. That group of students chose to remain after understanding the situation. They decided to continue cultivation without any qualms even after their figures had been restored after going through the smelting furnace. They were all even more determined to master the heaven-devouring skill, and as a result, in just a few days, they grew fat again. However, after a few times, the smelting furnace also began to lose its effectiveness, which slowed their cultivation progress down. They all sought solutions from Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli seemed to see a figure of his former self looking at those students. He felt emotional and waved his hands while sipping on ice spirit water. Rest assured. I have long made preparations and purchased weight loss pills from Earth. It should arrive by tomorrow. Wang Baoli looked encouragingly at the students. Amidst the anticipation of the students, the large batch of death pills that Wang Baoli had ordered from Sir Haiyang of Earth's Ethereal Tao College arrived the next morning. The death pills were distributed, and in the days that followed, painful cries filled the entire college. Even passers-by who heard the sounds emerging from within the college were frightened, as they wondered about what had happened. The effect of the death pills was astounding. However, there were still some students who were unable to withstand it and were eliminated. In the end, less than 150 people remained, and after using the death pills, all of them had far surpassed their peers in terms of cultivation and physique. That was especially so for Jin Duoji and 30-odd other people. They were already equipped with a good foundation, coupled with the special training regime led by Wang Baoli. They had advanced exponentially, directly stepping into the pulse enrichment realm after breaking through the physical seal stage. Even though their foundation played some part in the rate of their advancement, it still shocked the college and their parents. At the same time, it motivated the other students, who despite not breaking through the blood chi stage, weren't far behind as they had reached the peak of blood chi. Their physique was also strengthened after the rounds of cultivation. Wang Baoli also felt the meaning of creating benefits for each other, as mentioned by Little Missy, for the first time. In reality, following the cultivation of his students, Wang Baoli could feel that his devouring seed seemed to have advanced significantly, and that was also the case for his cultivation. This made him very surprised. However, Wang Baoli, knowing that weight loss wasn't an easy journey, sternly ordered everyone to restrict their practice of the heaven-devouring skill from now on. As soon as they discovered that the effect of the death pills was tapering down, they were to stop practicing the heaven-devouring skill immediately. Otherwise, even though they could continue to improve their capabilities, it would become more difficult for them to lose weight. Even though you wouldn't die, and will still be able to lose weight, you will have to consider everything carefully. Next, I will impart another trump card of mine to all of you, and that is Baoli's formidable skill. This skill is unbeatable. When I unleashed the first move of the skill, someone knelt down and cried for mercy while addressing me as Daddy. When I unleashed the second skill, someone lost consciousness and died. As for the third move, it is so powerful that it cannot be used as one desires. This is because, once it is used in the present, it could wipe out an entire future generation. Chapter 306, A Crazy Thought. Chapter 306, A Crazy Thought. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The grappling skill was a trump card Wang Baoli learned when he was at the ancient martial realm. He earned quite a name for himself through the ancient martial arts, regardless of whether it was when he pried the hands of a beast or when he kicked and came up empty-handed. Even now, with him reaching Foundation Establishment realm, those three trump cards were still effective to a certain extent. Wang Baoli hadn't met anyone who was able to escape from his grasp if he were to unleash the three trump cards, unless there was a great difference in their cultivation levels. Jin Duiji, and the other students who witnessed Wang Baoli's kick outside the Battle Axe Hotel back then were amongst the most excited about being imparted with the grappling skill. Therefore, they illustrated the grappling skill to the other students, which made them extremely enthusiastic about it. It was to the extent that they forgot about resting and eating, and they picked up the speed of their practice. In order to help them in their practice, Wang Baoli equipped every single student with a puppet. This way, it would be more exhilarating for the students while they trained. In the days that followed, the teachers and the other students noticed that the 100-odd students were constantly battling against their own puppets on the public square of the college. They either twisted the puppet's fingers or their wrist, and the most vicious of them were female students like Ju Mai, who seemed extremely interested in the three moves. They often used a powerful kick that was so vicious that it gripped everyone with fear when they saw it. Every student and teacher who witnessed the scene were shocked as a chill was sent down their spines. Even students like Jin Duiji were taken aback seeing the female students unleashing their skills. They all felt that there was no need to participate in the sparring match in 1 month. All they needed to do was to get the students from Fire Spirit Academy to watch them, and they would concede defeat without asking. This is simply ruthless. Why do I have the feeling that the Dean's trump card was specially created for females? Jin Duiji and the other students were surprised, and gradually realized that the female students had a better understanding and grasp of the trump card than them. They were indignant, and that caused them to intensify their practice. The grappling skill seemed to have transformed their lives to a certain extent, opening a door that would never have been opened previously. As a result, after the students gained an understanding of the fundamentals of the skill, they were able to extend it, creating other new trump cards such as pulling other people's hair. In the end, almost all the teachers from Dao Mountain Mist Academy were flabbergasted, as they couldn't believe the transformation that had occurred in the students. When they attacked, it was even more shocking. At the same time, even though most of the students heeded Wang Baoli's advice to exercise restraint when practicing the heaven-devouring skill to prevent an overt change to their body shape, there were still a few students who either thought too highly of themselves, placed no regard on body weight, or due to some other reasons, didn't stop their practice of the heaven-devouring skill. Their combat powers far exceeded that of others, advancing significantly by the day just like their body weight. These people included Jin Duiji, Ju Mai, as well as the others who were outside the Battle Axe Hotel then. There was also a portion of students, less than 40 of them, who joined in as well, and their bodies all grew visibly fatter. Eventually, every single one of them were astoundingly strong and fat. They were especially prominent when they walked around the public square, looking like miniature Wang Baoles. Therefore, the students were quickly segregated into 3 groups. The first group consisted of the fatties, while the second group was slightly lagging behind in terms of skill, but had managed to maintain their figures. Despite that, they were still far more advanced than their peers, reaching the physical seal stage. The third group was the largest group. Even though they had persevered until now, they hadn't managed to break through the blood chi realm in terms of cultivation. However, regardless of the groupings, there had been transformations in terms of their self-confidence, cultivation, appearance, and personality, after going through the special training regime under Wang Baoli's lead for the past 2 months. As a role model, Wang Baoli's fame, cultivation, and combat skills were the envy of these students. They all began to admire him blindly. As a result, the habit of snacking was picked up unconsciously by the students. Following their cultivation of the grappling skill, these students slowly became sly, and they learned to be thick-skinned while getting used to the bizarre looks cast on them by others. When he noticed those changes, Wang Baoli was immensely heartened. He felt that his students had begun to embody his good qualities. He couldn't control himself and took out a mirror to look at himself while gushing. It must be because I am too handsome. Wang Baoli shook his head, sighing in a delighted mood as he left the public square. After he left, Jin Duoji, who was looking at him with adoration all the time, noticed the mirror, and his eyes instantly lit up. The next day, a luxurious mirror formed from concentrating spirit stones appeared in Jin Duoji's storage bag. He took it out from time to time, looking at the reflection of his plump self in an intoxicated manner, praising himself for how handsome he looked. In this way, the mirror slowly became the must-have item amongst the students. Some of them took it out often, while some of them did it less. However, regardless of the frequency, everyone was intoxicated with themselves once they took it out. Perhaps it was this narcissism that managed to hypnotize the students. Gradually, Jin Duoji and many others grew accustomed to their rotund body shapes and really began to think of themselves as being extremely handsome. When they looked at Wang Baoli, they also found him shockingly handsome. Wang Baoli came to know about this correct sense of beauty held by his students and decided to not correct it. There was even an incredulous thought that surfaced in his mind. What if the entire federation was filled with fatties and viewed obesity as a form of beauty? Then, there would be no more need for me to lose weight, right? With that thought, Wang Baoli was gripped by this noble dream of his. Even though he logically classified the matter as a passing thought, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about it. If he ever became the Federation president one day and promoted the heaven-devouring skill with all his efforts, it would definitely improve the overall capabilities of the entire Federation. At the same time, he could fulfill this new dream that had surfaced in his mind. With that thought, Wang Baoli's breathing quickened. He felt that it wasn't an impossible task. That was especially so as during this period, with the imparting of the heaven-devouring skill, even the dean came by to inquire about it, using the excuse of wanting to understand it. He actually passed Wang Baoli a jade slip to record the heaven-devouring skill. If this really comes through, there would definitely be little misses that are slender and pretty in my eyes, but extremely ugly in the eyes of others. With an encouraging gaze, it would be possible to attract her, or even make her stomp in regret that she wasn't a good match for my handsome looks. With that thought, Wang Baoli quickly slapped himself on the head, forcefully stopping himself from thinking further about this evil thought. I cannot continue to think about this. Wang Baoli took a deep breath, burying the thought deep in his head, and began cultivation himself. Even though he was training the students all that while, he didn't disregard his own cultivation. With the heaven-devouring skill becoming increasingly common, the students appeared to be nearing the early stage of foundation establishment at an even faster rate. The only issue was that he was still unable to sense the dark art. He was overcome with indescribable pain every time he forcefully practiced it, and his body would even grow stiff. That made him extremely frustrated. He wanted to ask little Missy about it, but felt somewhat embarrassed. Therefore, he grew even more determined. I don't believe this. I will definitely succeed in mastering the dark art. Just like that, days passed as Wang Baoli practiced and trained the students. The annual Martian Day also neared gradually. This so-called Martian Day commemorated the day the Mars city was built and was meant to give recognition to the brave warriors of the Federation, hence the name. At the same time, Lin Qianhao's plan of spreading rumors grew more apparent with the constant preparation made during the 3 months, and as the sparring match neared. He even put in good money to rent the most prominent spirit screen in each zone of Mars. He promoted the sparring match, and also created invitation cards to invite all parents of Dao Mountain Mist Academy students to spectate the sparring match on Martian Day. That wasn't all, he even contacted the Fire Spirit Academy through some means and managed to convince them to pay half of the cost willingly, and also to invite the participation of the parents of their students. Furthermore, in order to invite the governor as a spectator, Lin Qianhao found the alumni records and looked through all the students who had graduated. Even though not everyone could attend, many still agreed to come as it was an invitation from their alma mater. Almost half of the powerful people on Mars will participate. This way, it strengthens the foundation for me to invite the governor to participate as well. After making all the preparations, Lin Qianhao was extremely confident as he reported the matter to Wang Baoli. Right now, he had already gotten used to working under Wang Baoli. He understood that inviting the governor wasn't something he should get involved in. Instead, the correct way would be to get Wang Baoli to handle it. Chapter 307, I am but a ray of candlelight. Chapter 307, I am but a ray of candlelight. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli placed great import on the upcoming friendly match. At first, he had simply accepted Li Wuchen's proposal out of sheer arrogance. He had fought Li Wuchen and won, clearly establishing his authority and strength. The match had arisen from a petty dispute. However, after he realized the true value of an elite's academy, the gears in his head started spinning furiously. He had a feeling that this could be his chance. This was his chance to weaken the giant tree's power over him so that he need not fear him as much in the future. What I need to do is to establish myself on Mars. Make myself well known amongst the Martian public. If I manage to achieve that, even if the giant tree wants to harm me, he'll find many obstacles in his way. Simply put, the more attention I attract on Mars, the more famous I am, the safer I will be. In fact, if I can get to know the governor and gain her favor, I'll have nothing to fear from the giant tree. Wang Baoli had organized his thoughts during the 3-month-long intensive cultivation for the students and come to this eventual understanding. That was why he was so fixated on a clean, clear victory. He didn't want to simply win the friendly match, he wanted to win by a large margin. He wanted his students to prove themselves before their parents, the governor, and the entire Martian city. This was how he would firmly establish himself and make his mark on Mars. With this victory, he would gain sufficient recognition. A halo would be placed upon his crown, and he would be known as the famous educator. To achieve his goals, Wang Baoli included himself in the advertisements promoting the friendly match. The advertisements were shown on the spirit screens across the entire Martian colony, which had been rented by Lin Qianhao. The advertisements listed Wang Baoli's past achievements and accolades, with the aim of spreading one message. Wang Baoli wasn't only an exemplary figure, he was an educator as well. His disciples were as excellent as he was. It was as the idiom said, an excellent teacher begets excellent students. After Lin Qianhao made all the necessary preparations, Wang Baoli immediately sought out the dean. He tactfully presented his request and got a nod of approval from the smiling dean. He agreed to Wang Baoli's proposal. They penned the invitation together and sent it to the Martian colony governor's residence. Wang Baoli had sought the dean out instead of acting unilaterally. This was because, despite Wang Baoli's authority over the entire academy, the dean was still the main person in charge in name. Wang Baoli had risen through the ranks of the ethereal Tao College, from an ordinary student to a deputy pavilion head. He knew how such matters were handled. His approach gave the dean great comfort, and the latter allowed him greater free rein in the management of the academy. As everything fell into place, Martian Day finally arrived. The entire Martian city bustled with life that day. It was rowdier than the past Martian days, because every Tao Mountain Mist Academy student had beseeched their parents to support and view the friendly match. That was the mission that Wang Baoli had tasked them with, and they had to do everything in their power to get it done. Wang Baoli's current status and reputation in the Tao Mountain Mist Academy ensured that the students followed his every command. The Fire Spirit Academy had also done the same, with students from said academy also requesting their parents' presence at the match. On Martian Day, countless cruisers could be seen speeding through the air across all 30-odd city zones. They were all headed for the Zone 12 arena, crowding the skies with their sheer numbers. There were also plenty who journeyed to the arena on foot. Some parents still had work despite it being a public holiday, but they still tried their best to accede to their children's request. During the festive period, the spirit screens that Lin Qianhao had rented throughout the entire Martian colony city continuously broadcasted about the friendly match. The public's interest was stirred as well. There were also some families who mutually disliked each other to the extent of disallowing their children from attending the same academy. They were the most enthusiastic of the lot, eagerly hoping for their children's school to emerge victorious in the match. The most passionate were the parents of the student participants. They were the earliest to arrive at the stadium, with almost all parents of all the participants being present. Those with grandparents also saw their grandparents being dragged to watch the match. The venue of the friendly match, a stadium in Zone 12 that could sit 100,000 spectators, was rapidly filled with people and soon packed to the brim. The rowdy voices of spectators filled the air. They were all familiar faces who gathered there, and sounds of discussions and laughter rose in the air. The stadium bustled with life. "Old Jong, you're here too. What a rare sight. That rascal of mine dragged me here. Fine, let's see how well they perform in a fight as a whole." As the stadium grew more packed with spectators, the student participants from the Dow Mountain Mist Academy gathered and boarded the cruiser. They headed towards the Zone 12 stadium. This was an important match for the academy, so the dean and all teachers were present and on board the cruiser. As the cruiser flew ahead, Wang Baoli inspected the students inside the cruiser happily. There were students snacking, or drinking ice spirit water, or gazing into the mirrors, all of them little chubby fatties. These students shall be the future pillars of the Federation. Wang Baoli sighed inwardly. He was about to make a rousing speech when one of the more sharp-eyed students saw, outside the cruiser, a gigantic spirit screen erected in Zone 12. His eyes flashed, and he hurriedly pointed at the screen. "Quick, look over there. It's the dean." The people in the cruiser looked over as his voice rang out. They immediately saw an enormous spirit screen that spanned hundreds of yards wide. Wang Baoli appeared on the screen. He was dressed in formal attire and had a stern expression on his face and a resolute look in his bright eyes. His right palm was placed on his chest, his head raised towards the sky. A deep voice emerged from his lips. "I'm not an educator. I'm but a ray of candlelight, who will happily exhaust this flame of life so that I may shine a light on the students of Mars and light the way towards the future. I hereby swear that I will devote myself to the Martian education field. I will fulfill my duties to teach and educate. I will groom and cultivate our students. I will transform them into the future pillars of the Spirit Inception era. They will have dreams, ideals, morals, the spirit to strive, and compassion. They will give their all for the development and prosperity of Mars. They will fight for Mars' honor and glory. I, Wang Baoli, submit the above declaration." His voice swelled with emotion, but his gaze remained serious and resolute. In his eyes burned a passionate and fervent light. It seemed to reflect his hopes towards and resolution for the future and his students. Due to the angling of the camera, he even seemed slimmer than usual. He appeared almost handsome, and exuded a unique charm that spoke of great determination and passion. He didn't mention the Federation and only spoke of Mars. This resonated deeply with the native Martians. The upper levels of the Martian administration were slightly stirred when they saw this broadcast. As everyone stood stunned and affected by the broadcast, dramatic music started blasting from the spirit screen and resounded in the air. This was not isolated to Zone 12. At present, every zone in the city was screening Wang Baoli's rousing declaration and broadcasting his image. It was a rousing moment for everyone who saw it. Not only were the common pedestrians stunned, but parents heading for the stadium were equally taken aback. Though, their reactions couldn't compare to the reactions of the students on board the cruiser with Wang Baoli. They adored Wang Baoli to the degree of fanaticism. When they saw the spirit screen broadcast and heard what Wang Baoli said, they became immensely agitated. The fanatical passion in their eyes intensified. Even the teachers from the Dow Mountain Mist Academy turned and stared at Wang Baoli with shock in their eyes. Lin Qianhao was the exception, instead, sighing secretly. Wang Baoli had proposed filming and adding that part into the video. It hadn't been broadcast earlier. This was the first time it was being shown on the screens. He hadn't thought much of it when they had been filming. In fact, he had found it quite melodramatic. Now, having witnessed everyone's reaction to it, he couldn't help but be convinced of how brilliant the move had been. As long as he wins the match, Wang Baoli will not only establish a strong presence on Mars, he'll make a mark on the planet. The definition of result and accomplishment might overlap, but they held vastly different weight and meant completely different things. That was the true reason for Lin Qianhao's sighing. Happiness blossomed in Wang Baoli's heart as he observed the expressions on everyone's faces. He coughed. He thought that he shouldn't say anything at the moment. He placed his hands behind his back and gazed ahead, a stern expression on his face and a deep, unfathomable look in his eyes. The Zone 12 arena soon appeared before Wang Baoli. They could hear the roaring commotion from the stadium even before the cruiser drew near. From afar, the stadium appeared like a bird in mid-flight, its two outstretched wings filled to the brim with spectators. The main body was the central public square, which was where the two academies would have their friendly match. On the two sides of the central square were the parking bays for large cruisers, and they were slightly sunken in. Students alighted from the cruisers, hidden from public view. There were pathways specially built that led to the central public square. "We're here." Anticipation flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes. The cruiser landed in the parking bay left of the central square, amidst the students' excitement. They could no longer see what was outside. As they got out, Wang Baoli turned and looked at the students who would be participating in the match. "Your parents are all watching outside. Let's have a quick battle. Let's show them what we from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy are made of. And don't forget the special present we've prepared for our opponents. Victory!" Jin Duiji and the others shouted, battle lust and fervor coursing in their blood. Chapter 308, Stay Away. Chapter 308, Stay Away. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. More and more people streamed into the stadium. They had seen the cruiser from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy arriving. Many of them, especially those who had come on foot, had also seen Wang Baoli's dramatic and stunning declaration on the spirit screens. This sparked the inevitable discussion on how the friendly match had come about. The proposal for a friendly match between Li Wuchen and Wang Baoli was no secret. As news about the friendly match spread, most people became aware of the matter. This had something to do with the famed reputation of the two academies, but it also had something to do with Wang Baoli and Li Wuchen themselves. The Martians saw them both as impressive personalities who weren't to be underestimated. Li Wuchen was the disciple of the ethereal Dao College's Grand Supreme Elder. He would draw attention anywhere he went. This was the same for Wang Baoli. He might not have the same impressive background as Li Wuchen, but he was still a striking personality with an impressive list of achievements in battle. He had especially made a name for himself for his performance in the mystic lunar realm. Every political force had their eyes on Wang Baoli after the mystic lunar realm incident. They couldn't ignore his existence, as too many Foundation establishment realm cultivators had died by his hand. His talents in refining dharmic armaments were also what had caught the attention of many. The Federation had deliberately tried to keep his creation of the mystic trace beads under wraps, however, the various political forces had been able to dig up some information on it. They understood how great an impact the mystic trace beads would make on the moon. The deployment of these two people to Mars had received great attention from many. They had been appointed the same rank, coincidentally, and their mutual competition had resulted in the friendly school match. The growing debate and advertisement, as well as the horde of spectators watching the match, culminated in the news of the friendly match being spread like wildfire across the entire planet before its official commencement. The Federation media had caught wind of it as well and rushed down with an intention for a live broadcast, but the local Martian broadcasting agency exercised their local privileges. They contacted Lin Qianhao, paid an endorsement fee, and acquired the best deal for a live broadcast. This gave Wang Baoli an idea. He passed down his instructions to Lin Qianhao, and while Lin Qianhao was initially reluctant, he grit his teeth and began to seek endorsements and sponsorships. Advertisement banners and posters were hung everywhere in the stadium, the vibrant colors adding to the overall lively atmosphere. More than half of the famous and important personalities in the Martian city made an appearance, all of them from political forces. The military was also activated, and they assisted with stadium security. The scale of the friendly match had grown too big, both in terms of turnout as well as the level of participation from the Martian political sphere. That wasn't the end of it. Just before the match commenced, a crimson-red cruiser, accompanied by 7 to 8 black cruisers, appeared in the distant skyline and rushed towards the stadium. The crowd cheered. The red cruiser was clearly made from a special material. Even from afar, it exuded an intense heat. As it drew near, the heat grew scorching and more intense, like a fire that would burn everything in its path. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The governor. The governor has made a personal appearance. Everyone in the stadium rose to their feet when they saw the red cruiser, saluting the incoming cruiser. It hovered in mid-air above the stadium, and two figures dashed out, one after another. Everyone started shouting out their greetings. It was as if a thunderous roar had risen to the skies to greet them. Greetings to the governor. Greetings to the deputy governor. The new arrivals were a man and a woman. The woman was middle-aged, but she looked young for her age. She had beautiful features and a sharp gaze that made her seem stern. She seemed to possess an unfathomable cultivation, and her crimson robes exuded an intense heat. She was the Martian colony governor. Following close behind her was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes. He was the Martian colony deputy governor, the giant tree disguised as a man. A faint smile appeared on their stern faces when they landed in the stadium. The giant tree deliberately fell one step behind, bowing slightly and gesturing for the governor to walk ahead. The crimson-robed governor simply smiled. She nodded and took her seat on the main platform. The giant tree followed behind and sat next to her, causing the Martian officials around them to all perk up. Those whose children were contesting in the match immediately sent a transmission to their children, instructing them to present their best side in the match. After all, it was a rare opportunity to showcase one's talents before the governor. The atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak with the arrival of the governor and the deputy governor. The friendly match officially kicked off. Lin Qianhao displayed his talents at event management and stirring public interest. After consulting the Fire Spirit Academy, he had engaged 2 commentators for the friendly match. The 2 commentators were well known on Mars. The male and female commentators stood in the center of the public square, and started conversing merrily under the eyes of the 100,000 spectators. Their laughter rose in the air. All right, let's stop the unnecessary chatting. If you will look to my right, the contesting students from the Fire Spirit Academy will be making their appearance now. As soon as the male commentator said that, the eyes of everyone in the stadium turned towards the corridor on the right. They soon saw Li Wuchen, dressed in Dao robes, exuding an unearthly aura and a calm composure, walk out from the corridor. Behind him were 100 students. They all wore the same uniform, and every one of them looked impressive. The team leader from the Fire Spirit Academy is the Academy's vice dean, Li Wuchen. All of you should be familiar with his name. His master is the former president of the Federation. Fellow Daoist Li reached the Foundation establishment realm at a very young age, and he exudes an extraordinary aura. His students have inherited this quality of his as well. Just look at them, they're all tall and beautiful. Outsiders have said how the people of Mars are gifted with good looks. I didn't notice that before. Come to think of it now, that's actually true. As the commentators continued chatting happily, the spectators started smiling. Both the Martian Broadcasting Agency, as well as the Federation media, had their cameras zoomed in on Li Wuchen and his students. The parents of the Fire Spirit Academy students started laughing. They were very pleased and approved of the students. The parents of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students, on the other hand, all felt a slight pulsing pain in their heads. They didn't say a word. The governor eyed the group of students before her and nodded, smiling. She turned and exchanged a few quiet words with the giant tree next to her. This moment wasn't only witnessed by the entire Martian colony, but by the numerous people tuning in within the Federation. That included people in the ethereal Dao College. Liu Daobin had made the necessary arrangements, and a great many people were tuning into the match via the Spirit intranet. All right. Now let's look to my left. The Dao Mountain Mist Academy makes their appearance. The female commentator was extremely pretty. She had a smile on her face and radiated beauty and charm. As soon as she said those words, a series of thunderous roars rumbled from the left corridor. Victory! Victory! The shouts were deafening and overflowed with intense battle lust, booming like thunder. It would have been fine if it had only been the students, but amongst the numerous student voices was also Wang Baoli's. The resultant roar was a deafening thunder that shook the heavens and the earth and drowned out the female commentator's voice. She froze, then spoke hastily in a louder voice. The team leader of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy is, she shouted. Before she could finish speaking, though, the ground suddenly trembled. The next moment, under her shocked stare and the stunned looks from many of the spectators, a group of chubby fatties surged out from the left corridor. Leading the team was Jin Duoji and Zhu Mai. They weren't only fat but muscular. An immense and fearsome aura exploded from their bodies as they ran. They looked ferocious and overpowering, exuding an air of arrogance that shocked everyone in the stadium. Following behind them were 90-odd students. Not everyone was as chubby and muscular, however, they were still considerably larger than the students from the Fire Spirit Academy. The circumference of their arms was wider than that of the Fire Spirit Academy students' waists. They ran and arrived at the central public square. Both commentators gasped, and a commotion stirred amongst the spectating audience. What's going on? My God, are these fatty students from the Dow Mountain Mist Academy? Is that old Jin's kid? Dear Lord, he didn't look like that when I saw him 6 months ago. How are they going to continue with the match? What have the fatties been eating? They are built like war horses. An uproar spread throughout the entire stadium, and even the governor was taken aback. The giant tree stared unblinkingly at the sight before him. The Federation public, who were watching the live stream, were equally shocked by what they were seeing. Truthfully, everything would have been fine if there wasn't a basis for comparison. With the two groups of students placed next to each other, it was clear who was the weaker group and who the stronger group. Next to the Dow Mountain Mist Academy students, the students from the Fire Spirit Academy looked like fragile twigs that couldn't withstand a gentle breeze. Many from the Fire Spirit Academy even grew alarmed as the Dow Mountain Mist Academy students charged towards them. They instinctively fell back, shouting hastily, "Stay away! Stop, the fight hasn't started yet. My God, how did they grow so big? How do we fight them? One of them can fight 100 of us." Chaos momentarily overtook the arena and the surrounding spectators' area. Chapter 309, A Sudden Transformation. Chapter 309, A Sudden Transformation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Li Wuchen was stunned at the sight of the group of fatties as well. Confusion fell over him. He had seen how Wang Baoli looked when they had both been in college. He stared at the fatties before him and suddenly thought he might be hallucinating. He thought he saw 100 Wang Baoles charging at him. His breathing grew uneven, but he quickly recovered from his initial shock. His face darkened, and he clenched his teeth in anxiety. He saw how some of his students had retreated, alarmed by the opponent's forceful presence. Some of them even gasped in terror, causing the expression on his face to grow darker. He glared at them immediately, which finally stopped the terrified students from stepping back. They stopped their exclamations of shock and fear. They couldn't control the uncertainty in their hearts, though. They stared at Jindwaji and the other Dow Mountain Mist Academy students, at their strong, muscular builds, and started trembling inside. The two commentators were confounded by the sudden group of fatties that had charged out towards them. It was as if they had overcompensated on their diet of vitamins and herbal supplements. They were sturdy like farm horses. Never in their wildest imagination could the two commentators have expected the Dow Mountain Mist Academy to appear in such a manner. Every one of those fatties held their chins high arrogantly and with great pride, exuding an air of superiority and invincibility. The two commentators were completely lost for words. Finally, the female commentator took a deep breath and struggled to say a few words. The students from the Dow Mountain Mist Academy have a strong, forceful presence. Their sturdy and robust physiques are astonishing. They look confident. They seem assured of their victory today. As she spoke, she saw Wang Baoli walking out from the corridors from the Dow Mountain Mist Academy's side. His appearance was like a savior descending from the heavens, something else to talk about. She hurriedly spoke again. The team leader of the Dow Mountain Mist Academy is also their vice dean. I believe his name is familiar to everyone. He is Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli puffed his chest out and strolled out calmly. As he appeared, Jindwaji and the other students started cheering loudly. All hail our mighty dean. Our dean is invincible. Li Wuchen will lose. The cheers drowned out the commentator's voice once more. Both commentators looked embarrassed as they tried to continue talking, but they didn't expect Wang Baoli to pull out a large megaphone suddenly. He stood there and started speaking into the megaphone. His voice, augmented by the instrument, was many times louder than the commentators' voices, and it rang out across the entire stadium. Let's stop with the useless talk and begin the fight. Dow Mountain Mist Academy, show me what you've got. For this battle, we will stop at nothing but victory. The 100 students, including Jinduoji, roared at the top of their lungs. Their veins bulged on their foreheads, and the energy within their bodies suddenly erupted at the same moment. Only 5 student contestants from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy had reached the Pulse Enrichment Stag, those that reached the Physical Seal stage numbered 31, and the remaining students were at the Blood Chi stage. At that moment, when they let out a thunderous roar, the remaining students' cultivation suddenly received a boost from their loud cheer. Their cultivation broke through in that instant and advanced straight into the Physical Seal stage. It sent the entire stadium into an uproar. A breakthrough at the same time. More than 50 people at one go, all these students are already very impressive. Their peak Blood Chi stage cultivation had clearly surpassed that of a typical cultivator. Now that they have had a breakthrough in cultivation, they will be even more powerful. This Wang Baoli's really something. The spectators were all gasping in shock and wonder. The student contestants' parents, especially, having witnessed their children attain a breakthrough in cultivation in public before 100,000 people, were feeling extremely good about it. In reality, under Wang Baoli's intensive cultivation, this group of people had already been on the verge of a breakthrough a few days ago. They had been held back by Wang Baoli. He had wanted to give the Fire Spirit Academy, as well as the Martian administration, a surprise. A battle between ancient martial realm cultivators might seem like child's play to them. Even if they had arrived with the intention of watching the match, their interest wouldn't be held for long. It would be difficult to make this a memorable event for them. However, if more than half of the team achieved a breakthrough in cultivation simultaneously before a crowd of 100,000, that would create a publicity stunt and draw enough attention. It would be like bestowing despair upon the Fire Spirit Academy right before the battle started. It would crush their opponents' spirits and secure their own chances of victory. This was also a great opportunity for the students themselves. They had, after all, achieved a breakthrough in cultivation before the governor herself. The event carried a different weight and meaning as compared to them achieving a breakthrough in private and alone. To achieve victory in the friendly match immediately after that would help tremendously in building their self-confidence. That was why the simultaneous, mass breakthrough in cultivation had been staged. The effect was indeed spectacular. Following the sudden spike in energy, the eruption, the thunderous roars, and the simultaneous advances in cultivation, the vitality and energy on the public square intensified more than tenfold. It sent everyone reeling back in shock, and the contestants from the Fire Spirit Academy were terrified out of their skins. The 2 commentators were shocked speechless. Their eyes popped out of their heads, and their jaws dropped. The expression on Li Wuchen's face was so dark that it couldn't get any blacker. He looked at the student contestants from Fire Spirit Academy. They were all pale in the face, and their breathing had become uneven. They had lost all hope of winning even before the match began. 100 fatties was nothing to be afraid of, but if every one of those fatties was at the Physical Seal stage, with vitality and energy that clearly surpassed that of an ordinary Physical Seal stage cultivator, then that was truly something to be terrified of. They were overwhelmed by terror and alarm. There was no time for them to react. The rules of the match didn't allow them to leave before they admitted defeat. Most importantly, the 100 students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy had experienced 3 months of painful and tedious cultivation, and suffered 3 months of madness. They could barely control themselves and wanted desperately to unleash themselves and to release their pent-up emotions. As soon as Wang Baoli gave the command, as soon as they broke through their current cultivation level and advanced to the next stage, they immediately charged at the Fire Spirit Academy students. The commentators hadn't even left the arena. A chaotic battle erupted in the middle of the public square. Battle cries, shouts of rage, screams of pain, howls of agony, a cacophony of noises resonated in the air. The students from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy were like apex predators charging into the fray. They lunged madly like starving tigers at their prey. Their ferocious attacks rendered the Fire Spirit Academy students powerless as they struggled to stand their ground and kept retreating. The spectators looked on, barely blinking. Every perspective and angle showed the Fire Spirit Academy was the weaker of the 2 teams. Standing behind, Li Wuchen started panicking. He shouted suddenly, "Execute Plan C! Form an array formation!" As Li Wuchen's voice rang out, the students from the Fire Spirit Academy scrambled amidst their terror to form an array formation. They had practiced this during their cultivation. The people from the various political forces started nodding their heads approvingly when they saw that. They approved of Li Wuchen's strategy. Using array formations to suppress the overpowering attacks of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy was the right thing to do. It did have an effect. Part of it was because of the array formations, another part of it was because the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students lacked experience in such forms of battle. They were clearly inexperienced in coordinating their attacks for optimal impact. Wang Baoli frowned at the sudden turn of events. He was clearly not happy as he raised his megaphone and shouted angrily into it. "Did you guys miss lunch? I give you 1 minute. After 1 minute, if there's still a single person standing on the other side, I'll no longer recognize you as one of my disciples. The time starts now." The 100 contestants from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy started breathing heavily when they heard what Wang Baoli had said. Their eyes reddened instantly, Jin Duiji, especially. He panicked as soon as he imagined being expelled as Wang Baoli's disciple. He howled and then charged ahead, a mountain of hard muscle, and started bending fingers. The rest did the same. They panicked and went mad. It was as if the god of war had suddenly possessed their bodies. They relied on their large, sturdy builds and higher cultivation level, and propelled themselves like missiles straight into their opponent's array formation. They were wild and ferocious and without reason. They moved blindly like a hurricane through clouds and swiftly like wind stirring fallen leaves. They bent fingers and wrists. They were like wolves set loose in a flock of sheep. Screams of pain, shouts, and crying resounded in the air across the entire stadium. The spectators watched, wide-eyed and with shock, at the scene unfolding before their eyes. They heard a loud buzzing in their heads. The Fire Spirit Academy students were all going mad. Many of them had started crying. "Shameless! All of you have no shame. Let go of my finger, it hurts. I'm sorry, I'm not fighting anymore. Save me, Daddy!" All manners of screams and cries for help rose and rang in the air. Jin Duiji swiftly caught the finger of his archenemy. The latter had beat him up then, outside the Battle Axe Hotel. He bent the finger up sharply and shouted. "Calling Daddy won't help you now." The Martian administration, including both the governor as well as the giant tree, watched the chaotic battle on the public square with an odd expression on their faces. An even more shocking scene soon appeared that made their eyes pop out from their heads. Ju Mai led the horde of muscular female students charging ferociously into the fray. Besides bending fingers and wrists, they were armed with another tactic. Kicking the crotch. Ju Mai's target was a student who had bullied her countless times. He had even blackmailed her. His father was a member of the colony disciplinary order. Ju Mai had been soft-spoken and a little meek in the past, which was why she hadn't dared to speak to anyone about these encounters. She was now a changed person, and she dashed out and saw her chance, flinging her leg out in a kick that landed a perfect hit. "Let's see if you dare bully me again." The face of the student who had just been kicked in the crotch by Ju Mai immediately turned pale as he clutched at his crotch and fell to the ground. A shrill scream many times louder than all the screams that had been heard in the arena pierced the air and rang out across the entire public square. Many from the Martian administration were utterly lost when they witnessed that scene. Ju Mai's mother sat at the viewing platform. Seated next to her was a cultivator who was a good friend of hers, and he couldn't help but ask, "Is that Maya?" Chapter 310, for your conferment, please. Esteemed Governor. Chapter 310, for your conferment, please. Esteemed Governor. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Martian administration looked on with shock as the chaotic battle unfolded on the public square before them. There had been too many surprises this day. First was the sturdy, muscular builds of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students and their overflowing vitality. Then came the simultaneous breakthrough in the cultivation of more than 50 students as they stepped into the physical seal stage. After that was the sudden madness that had taken over the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students, after Wang Baoli's single command when they were faced with the Fire Spirit Academy's array formation. When they charged towards the Fire Spirit Academy students, it was with a hint of murderous intent. It was a mere faint whiff, but it immediately caught the attention of the spectating crowd. Nearly all of them had experienced battle and deaths on the battlefield. They were extremely attuned towards such intentions of murder. These students were all children in their eyes, but after Wang Baoli's intensive cultivation, they seemed to have shed their original skins in a short time. They might still retain some childlike qualities, but their eruption of murderous intent and their fearsome aura were qualities that made them fit more in this era. This was what had stirred the crowd. It was what had troubled them in the past, something that they had exasperated over. The better the family background, and the safer the environment, the more their children would differ from them. They would lack the harsh cultivation and the experience of war. They would become like flowers in a greenhouse, safe and fragile. They wouldn't be able to compare with the disciples of the 4 Tao colleges. The disciples from the colleges had to fight for everything they earned. They couldn't even compare with the disciples from the minor sects and minor political forces. They might win a friendly match, but when it came to a battle to the death, they would be the ones who were eventually killed. This was what was happening with the Tao Mountain Mist Academy and the Fire Spirit Academy. It was the strongest case being made. The Fire Spirit Academy students were weeping on the public square, every one of them screaming. They had lost all fight in them and were shuddering with fear, their array formation was in shambles, and they fought to escape from their opponents. Every one of them couldn't run faster. The students from the Tao Mountain Mist Academy, on the other hand, stood mighty and tall and were ferocious. All 100 of them charged forward and tore into the Fire Spirit Academy students. They sent the latter scattering in chaos. There were even cases of one person charging after a dozen fleeing opponents. At this juncture, the friendly match had progressed to a point where the spectators were looking at one team overwhelmingly overpowering the other, aggressively and without mercy. The difference separating wolves and sheep stared them in the face. The startling difference was being exposed before the upper management of the Martian administration. Everyone fell silent. It mattered not if their children were the ones beating others up, or if their children were the ones being beaten up, or if their children weren't even participating in the friendly match, no one spoke. The comparison was too stark. The real-life battle scenario showed at one glance who was the weaker party and who the stronger. It didn't matter if the Tao Mountain Mist Academy students were bending fingers and wrists and kicking their opponents in the crotch. These might seem like underhanded attacks that were unpresentable, but to the Martian administration, no one would care about such things during an actual battle to the death. During such battles, a moment could decide one's survival or death, and a single mistake could result in the destruction of both their spirit and flesh. The more battle-worn a person was, the more he or she would approve of such tactics. The parents of the Tao Mountain Mist Academy students felt the same. They had seen the changes in their children's appearance, as well as the changes in their fighting spirit, their confidence level, the aura they exuded as well as the level of their cultivation. That was why they approved of Wang Baoli's cultivation and the growth their children had shown. They approved of how they had turned out and believed they would become the future pillars of society. The parents were roused with excitement, and they started looking at Wang Baoli in a different light. Mai's doing very well. Seated amongst the spectators, Ju Mai's mother smiled, a flicker of comfort flashing across her eyes. In her opinion, physical appearance might be important, but it could be remedied with time. One's mental resilience and spirit though weren't something that could be cultivated within a day. She knew the fearsome appearance and fighting spirit the Tao Mountain Mist Academy students had put up before the match had all been a pretense. It had been a weak and false front, but after Wang Baoli had thundered at them, they had bit the bullet and unleashed their fighting prowess. That had been what had overwhelmed the Fire Spirit Academy, and that had been when they had truly established their fighting spirit. Everything that happened before, be it the overpowering vitality or the sudden breakthrough in cultivation, had all been a building up to the final moment. It was also that they could erupt with such a ferocious battle spirit. This Wang Baoli not only possesses impressive personal qualities, but he is also talented in the grooming of others. The spectators had a short-lived discussion after their prolonged silence. The giant tree, who was sitting on the main viewing platform, frowned slightly and gave Wang Baoli a meaningful look. He didn't wish for Wang Baoli to attract too much attention on Mars, as it would affect his plans. However, he couldn't openly make life difficult for Wang Baoli and had only done so secretly. He hadn't expected Wang Baoli to use the friendly match to his advantage and turn the tides. At that thought, the giant tree sneaked a look at the governor beside him. The governor, dressed in red robes, had a blank expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. As long as she remained silent, the rest only dared to conduct their discussions in hushed tones. Chaos persisted on the public square. The Fire Spirit Academy students continued to be pursued relentlessly by the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students. Jindwaji and Jumai, especially, had become the leaders leading the chase. Explosions, cries, and howls continued to resound in the air. "There's still one last step," the Martian governor in red, who was witnessing everything, murmured. As soon as she said that, Wang Baoli, who was standing on the public square, frowned. He glared and yelled at Jindwaji, who was chasing after the Fire Spirit Academy students excitedly. "Jindwaji, are you done fooling around?" Wang Baoli's voice was like a sudden boom of thunder. Jindwaji, who had been fearless his entire life and hadn't even feared his own father, shuddered. He hastily shoved aside the excitement rising in his heart and remembered what Wang Baoli had instructed them before the match. He stopped in his tracks and yelled at the sobbing Fire Spirit Academy students. "Fire Spirit Academy, do you admit defeat?" All the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students started shouting as well. "Do you admit defeat?" The thundering roars of 100 people were an impressive sight indeed. It became an unreckonable force, and the students from the Fire Spirit Academy cried out in terror and shouted their defeat. Their admission of defeat was like oil splattered across a raging fire, causing the student contestants from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy started cheering loudly. They were excited and overwhelmed with emotions. They had won. Victory didn't belong to any single person, it belonged to all of them. At that moment, their pride at their teamwork and their self-confidence erupted. They were bursting at the seams with pride and joy. Something that had barely formed within them blossomed from their excitement and happiness. Inside each of them was a young sapling that had spread its roots deep in their hearts, and its presence would stay with them their entire lives. They might encounter obstacles in the future, but as long as the young sapling remained in their hearts, they would hold their heads high regardless of the challenges they met. They wouldn't yield to destiny so easily. Their bond, forged in battle, would run deeper than their friendships with other classmates. The spectating Martian administration witnessed the scene and were comforted by it. The parents of the victorious students were overwhelmed with excitement, and intense gratitude towards Wang Baoli surged in their hearts. Wang Baoli was equally pleased as he watched the excited looks on his students' faces. He felt as if something was still missing though if they simply ended it that way. He remembered what he had read from the high officials' autobiographies, and his eyes flashed. He inhaled a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and shouted, "Assemble!" As soon as he shouted the command, the Dao Mountain Mist Academy students, who had been cheering excitedly a moment earlier, immediately raced towards Wang Baoli and lined up in neat rows behind him. Wang Baoli didn't look at the students behind him but raised his head and looked directly at the Martian governor, who was seated on the elevated viewing platform in the distance. He cupped his fists in a salute and said loudly, "Esteemed Governor, your humble servant wishes to groom a platoon of cultivators for Mars, who will fight and go to war, who will never yield to the forces of evil and who will remain fearless in the face of adversity. They have won their first victory today, but they remain without a name. If you will forgive my insolence, I hereby request the Governor to confer our platoon of Dao Mountain Mist Academy students with a platoon name." His words immediately shocked the Martian administration watching from the viewing platforms. Many had a strange glimmer in their eyes and looked at Wang Baoli with shock. The eyes of the grateful parents also flashed. They not only found the proposal a fantastic idea, but they also began to realize Wang Baoli's importance. To be able to think of such an idea, this kid is really something. He's not only a strong warrior, but he also has an extensive social network and is extremely quick on his feet. He's also adept at seizing opportunities when they present themselves. Wang Baoli's future in the Federation will undoubtedly be bright. He will do great things. Chapter 311, The Soaring Cloud Student Platoon. Chapter 311, The Soaring Cloud Student Platoon. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The expression on the faces of everyone on the viewing platforms underwent a series of changes. What Wang Baoli had said had been brilliant. What he had done had been just right, without too much exaggeration or too little justification. He hadn't brought himself to the forefront but instead placed the students in the limelight. His request for a name for the student platoon had achieved a similar effect, accentuating his own value. What was most important was that with the Martian governor's conferment, the Dow Mountain Mist Academy would no longer be one of two elites academies on Mars, but the only one. The encouragement and inspiration that the students would receive from this christening would be unprecedented. It would elevate their gratitude for and loyalty towards the governor to an extreme. This strategy of Wang Baoli not only resolved the potential problem of him overshadowing the students' glory due to their fanatic devotion to him, but it also served as a devious way to suck up to the governor. Once the platoon was conferred a title, Wang Baoli's own reputation would accompany the birth of the name and go down in Martian history. As long as the platoon and its name remained, the mark Wang Baoli left on Mars would never be erased. Such a string of simple words could have been uttered by anyone. However, the meaning and significance hidden within were multi-layered. After all, whether one could think of saying something like that, and whether one dared to say something like that in front of such a large audience, and whether one even had the opportunity to say something like that, all these factors culminated in Wang Baoli impressing everyone in the stadium. The Dow Mountain Mist Academy dean was shaking with excitement and agitation at present. He thought of the glory and honor that he would receive if the governor did confer the student platoon. It wouldn't rival that of Wang Baoli, but as the dean of the academy, his contributions would also not be easily forgotten. It meant that once he left his current role and returned to Earth, his new position wouldn't be as lowly as the one originally planned for him. The thought moved him, and he felt immense gratitude towards Wang Baoli. To the Fire Spirit Academy, though, Wang Baoli's request was a complete nightmare. The faces of the dean and teachers immediately went pale. They looked as if they were on the verge of tears. They were powerless, though. They stared at Li Wuchen with anger, regret, and sorrow. Why did you have to offend him? Li Wuchen was equally pale. He felt bitter and couldn't speak a single word. Since the moment the Dow Mountain Mist Academy students' fighting spirit had erupted, he had known that he had lost. It had been a complete and utter defeat. He had not only lost to Wang Baoli in a one-to-one fight, but he couldn't even compete against Wang Baoli when it came to grooming students. He was unwilling to admit defeat, however. He thought of his family background and his future. He thought about many, many things. His body shook violently when he heard Wang Baoli asking for a christening of the student platoon. He raised his head and stared at Wang Baoli, a myriad of emotions and thoughts stirring inside him. Intense envy, a feeling he had never experienced in his entire life, suddenly surged within him. There were people who were delighted, people who had mixed feelings, people who were excited, and people who fell into despair. The stadium gradually descended into silence. The Fire Spirit Academy students hung their heads in defeat, while the Dow Mountain Mist Academy students' breathing grew uneven from their excitement and anxiety, their eyes shining with anticipation and nervousness. The two teams played out a stark contrast on the public square. The Martian governor, dressed in her red robes, looked at the excitement in their eyes, and a smile slowly unfurled on her face. What she had meant by one last step earlier had referred to the admission of defeat. It didn't matter if they had decimated the Fire Spirit Academy team. This might have given them confidence, but it wouldn't have instilled the idea of team honor and glory in their minds. That could only be achieved by driving fear into their enemies' hearts and forcing a complete surrender. This meant that the Fire Spirit Academy wasn't admitting defeat to a single person, but to the entire team. After she heard Wang Baoli's request, she gave him a deep and meaningful look. Her gaze shifted and swept across the excited students, and she pondered for a while. Then, with encouragement in her eyes, she rose from her seat. Those with great ambitions will travel the skies and reach for the stars. Their achievements will soar through the clouds and be sung throughout the lands. I name you, the Soaring Cloud Student Platoon. As soon as the governor spoke, cheers exploded in the entire stadium. Members of the Martian administration who were present were all visibly affected. What the governor had said meant the world to the students. The atmosphere in the stadium reached its climax following the governor's proclamation. Everyone from the Dow Mountain Mist Academy was overwhelmed with excitement and happiness, and the students started cheering uncontrollably. The dean and the teachers from the Fire Spirit Academy, on the other hand, hung their heads in bitter defeat. Wang Baoli witnessed the scene before him and was immeasurably pleased. He extended a deep bow towards the governor. My utmost gratitude to the governor. The Martian governor gave Wang Baoli another deep, meaningful look before turning away, leaving the arena in the company of the giant tree. The Dow Mountain Mist Academy students on the public square saw the governor and her people leave and unleashed the full extent of their joy. Their booming cheers rose to the sky as they let loose their youthful joy and excitement without restraint. Excitement and chaos took over the entire stadium. The departing Martian governor heard the deafening ruckus behind her and smiled faintly. Wang Baoli, he's an interesting fellow. The Soaring Cloud student platoon became famous after the friendly match between the two academies. The name spread across the entire Mars, and the Federation's live stream of the match resulted in their rising fame in the Federation as well. Wang Baoli's name once again became a household name in the Federation. He had also firmly established himself on Mars. After the friendly match ended, he gathered all the student contestants and got them to thank their parents for their support. They started chatting happily. Before long, quite a few students from the Fire Spirit Academy submitted their transfer requests to the Dow Mountain Mist Academy. With Wang Baoli's earlier instructions to Lin Qianhao to broadcast his declaration on the rented spirit screens, the overwhelming victory and recognition from the governor resulted in Wang Baoli gaining 2 new titles. He wasn't only a famed educator, but he was also the founder of the Soaring Cloud student platoon. This was a platoon that he had groomed and trained personally. As the Dow Mountain Mist Academy grew stronger, the platoon would increase in numbers as well. Wang Baoli looked forward to that with great anticipation. He knew that with his current status, it would be difficult for the giant tree to stir trouble for him. In terms of self-defense abilities, I'm already many times stronger than I was before. Wang Baoli thought proudly. The danger he had felt due to the giant tree's presence still remained, however, he no longer felt as stressed about it. If he tried to order me to do something forcibly in the past, I wouldn't have been able to fight against his orders. Now, with my 2 sparkling halos, I might not be able to fight him head-on yet, but at least I have the power to not do exactly as he orders. Wang Baoli was immensely pleased with himself. He felt he had finally established a firm footing on Mars. With the Fire Spirit Academy's defeat, Wang Baoli naturally won the bet with Li Wuchen. From now on, whenever Li Wuchen saw him, he would have to address Wang Baoli as his grandpa. Just as Wang Baoli was looking forward eagerly to being addressed as grandpa, he found out that Li Wuchen had gone into seclusion. This made Wang Baoli really unhappy. Is he trying to sneak his way out of a bet? It's just a simple form of address. What's he got to be such a sore loser for? Wang Baoli felt that Li Wuchen was really a petty loser. He pulled out his voice transmission ring and sent a transmission to Xu Junjing of the Battle Axe Hotel, instructing the latter to build another 500 battle axes. They were all to be placed outside the hotel and facing the Fire Spirit Academy. The 500 battle axes with their malicious aura terrified the wits out of the Fire Spirit Academy dean. He was of the mind to seek Li Wuchen out for a chat and persuade the latter to give in to Wang Baoli. That would easily resolve the matter. He knew that they were college mates and could tell that this was merely a petty dispute between 2 people who happened to dislike one another. Li Wuchen immediately refused. He was mad with jealousy at the moment, and there was no way he would give in to Wang Baoli. He comforted himself by telling himself that one shouldn't be superstitious. They were only 500 battle axes. They were nothing to be frightened of. However, there might really be something to the superstition surrounding the Battle Axe Hotel. News about the governor's displeasure with the Fire Spirit Academy soon started spreading. She had some comments about their education methodology and especially their performance during the friendly match. The news made Li Wuchen's heart shudder. He couldn't help but recall the stories relating to the Fire Spirit Academy and the Battle Axe Hotel. He hadn't yet decided whether to give in to Wang Baoli when his transfer orders arrived. It was the direct orders from the Martian administration. He was to be transferred out from Mars and back to the Federation on Earth. This had been Li Wuchen's oversight. The defeat during the friendly match had earned the unhappiness and displeasure of more than 100 parents who wielded power and authority on Mars. Regardless of what kind of family background Li Wuchen came from, he stood no chance against their unified stand. This was a complete and utter failure where Li Wuchen was concerned, and he quietly left the planet. All of a sudden, Battle Axe Hotel's popularity spiked. Following Li Wuchen's departure, the next vice dean of the Fire Spirit Academy arrived days later, making an impressive and dramatic appearance on Mars. Chapter 3:12, The New Vice Dean of Fire Spirit Academy. Chapter 3:12, The New Vice Dean of Fire Spirit Academy. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A loud explosion thundered inside the Martian colony city port that day. It came from the skies and resounded across the entire city. Wild winds howled fiercely in the heavens as a startling and overwhelming presence spread across the sky. The loud explosion and the overpowering presence sent the skyport staff reeling back in shock and alarm. They raised their heads skyward as a cruiser, the likes of which they had never before seen in their entire lives, descended gradually from the skies. Perhaps it could no longer be called a cruiser. It was 10,000 feet long, with the appearance of a stronghold, and from afar, it dazzled glaringly. Anyone who had their eyes on it would soon find their eyes tearing from the blinding glare. It was like a small sun. The eyes of the skyport staff, the residents of the Martian colony city, as well as many pedestrians, were immediately drawn to the sight of the sun's stronghold as soon as it appeared. My God, what is that? It looks like a star, but the size seems weird. In Zone 12, within the Dow Mountain Mist Academy, on the public square, Wang Baoli was supervising Jin Duiji and the other students in their cultivation. He froze as well when he saw the dazzling light in the sky. A bomb? Wang Baoli tensed immediately. Jin Duiji lifted his head hastily. He took a look and seemed uncertain, so he took another, closer look. Then he spoke sullenly. Dean, that's not a bomb. The awful jerk Jin Duoming is here. He loves to show off, so he's arrived in his stronghold. Humph! Of course, it's not a bomb. Wang Baoli glared, but he released a sigh of relief secretly. Then, he asked curiously. Is Jin Duoming your brother? Dean, do I look that old to you? Jin Duoming's my uncle, we're completely different people. He's an idiot with too much money to spare, while I'm so much smarter than him, never spending my money needlessly. Jin Duiji sighed, then suddenly seemed so proud of himself. Wang Baoli gave Jin Duiji a strange look but coughed and remained silent. He was curious about Jin Duoming's arrival. They had crossed paths on the moon when the youth had made an exchange with his dharmic armament. He had indirectly been an invaluable help to Wang Baoli when they had been in the mystic lunar realm. It's getting crowded on Mars. Since Jin Duoming's here, I should find a chance and pay him a visit, Wang Baoli thought. Beside him, Jin Duiji stared at the stronghold in the distant sky and snorted. My uncle has many interests. He's especially obsessed with pretty women. I'm guessing that he has his eye on some girl on Mars, otherwise, with his personality, coming to Mars is like being cast into hell. Wang Baoli heard that, and he remembered Jin Duoming's procession on the moon. He sighed, feeling almost envious. He thought about asking his father when he returned home if they had any relatives they hadn't been keeping in contact with. There might just be a filthy rich relative they hadn't heard of. His grandfather, especially. Where exactly was he? He remembered asking that question when he was a young boy. His father had remained silent then. Wang Baoli suddenly found that really peculiar. Something wasn't right. It caused him to grow excited all of a sudden. Maybe I do have a mysterious, filthy rich grandfather. As Wang Baoli immersed himself happily in his strange imagination, a commotion stirred amongst a great portion of the Martian colony city public. Numerous cruisers dashed from the various city zones in the Martian city towards the skyport. They were all of uniform appearance, silver and with a smooth, fluid form. They looked to be from the same political force, as well as looking very expensive. Hundreds of such cruisers sped towards the skyport. They seemed to hold certain privileged access that allowed them to disregard the port defenses and array formation. They passed through both without a hitch and landed on the largest public square in the skyport, and then, more than 1,000 cultivators alighted. The cultivators were dressed in the same attire. They immediately spread out and redirected other cruisers out of the area and cleared out a wide perimeter, then lined up in neat rows. After that, they lowered their heads and waited. The sight shocked everyone in the port as they recognized the silver cruisers and the uniforms. They stared at the vast stronghold in the sky, which was making a slow descent into the port, and gasped. The Trilunaris Corporation. The guys from the Trilunarist Corporation actually came to receive whoever's in the stronghold. Whoever's inside must be some important figure in the Trilunarist Corporation. The sky stronghold gradually approached amidst everyone's shock. Its appearance became more distinct, and everyone soon saw that it was built out of a custom-made diamond. The diamond was extraordinarily hard, even harder than mystic silver. It conducted spirit chi extremely well and hence was an essential ingredient in the crafting of dharmic armaments. The novelty of dharmic armaments meant that any of its ingredients were also extremely costly. To use such a costly material to build an entire stronghold of such enormous proportions, the cost of its production must be unimaginable. It was beyond extravagant. The stronghold approached as everyone's breathing grew uneven, dazzling with its blinding light. Everyone had to focus their spirit chi in their eyes in order to protect their eyes against the blinding glare of such a massive entity. The outer shell of the stronghold was covered in countless inscriptions. Between the lines of inscriptions were cannons built out of special spirit stones. The stronghold wasn't only striking and overwhelming in its sheer size and appearance, but its battle capabilities were equally impressive. There was no doubt it would send the earth shaking should it release its full power. As the crowd stood in awe, a deafening thunder resounded in the air. The enormous stronghold finally landed. The doors to the stronghold opened, and a dozen large men in black walked out. Every one of them possessed impressive cultivation. Behind them followed a dozen beautiful female servants of all races and ethnicities. At the tail of the long procession was Jin Duoming. He wasn't dressed in his floral pants. Jin Duoming had on a pair of black aviator sunglasses and a formal suit, and his near-shoulder-length hair swayed lightly in the breeze as he walked out. He had a lazy smile on his face, and 3 puppets trailing behind him. 1 male puppet, 1 female puppet, and 1 monster puppet. Each puppet was dressed in armor. The waves of spirit energy exuding from the armor were clear proof that the armor was more powerful than the puppets themselves. Greetings, young master. As soon as Jin Duoming stepped out from the stronghold, the 1,000-odd cultivators lined up in the square cupped their fists and bowed deeply towards him. Their booming voices were like thunder, resonating in the air. Jin Duoming seemed accustomed to such treatment wherever he went. He didn't say anything as he stepped onto another cruiser under the escort of the 1,000-odd men. The hundreds of cruisers soon lifted into the air and clustered protectively around the cruiser where Jin Duoming sat, speeding towards Zone 12. Everyone who caught sight of the procession of cruisers was stunned by the elaborate scene. It was simply too striking a sight. The cruisers looked like countless spirit stones dashing across the sky. "It's so nice to be rich," envious mutters could be heard in the crowd that watched the cruisers fly away. On the way to Zone 12, Jin Duoming sat in his cruiser, his head on the laps of 2 beautiful female cultivators. He nibbled at the fruit slices prepared by another female cultivator while taking his sunglasses off. He looked at the stern, middle-aged man reporting before him. "Young master, this year, the Trilunarist Corporation has made a profit of the following in the Martian colony city. Old Lee, just report this to my dad. You know I don't care about this." Jin Duoming yawned and interrupted the man's speech. The middle-aged man grimaced and shook his head. He lifted his head and looked at Jin Duoming. He realized that the young master's cultivation was now at the Foundation Establishment realm, and his Foundation Establishment core was clearly not formed from fragments but from a fully intact artifact. He eyed the 3 puppets standing beside Jin Duoming, sighed, and spoke again quietly. "Young master, the political situation on Mars is chaotic and somewhat sensitive, perhaps we should keep a low profile." He was obviously talking about the stronghold. Jin Duoming laughed when he heard that. He sat up and said softly, "My dad keeps a low enough profile for the both of us. If I do that as well, our Trilunarist Corporation will be in serious trouble. Let's not talk about that. Old Lee, I asked you to prepare a dossier on Li Yi, is it ready?" The man had been deep in thought because of the first half of what Jin Duoming had said, and he smiled wryly when he heard the second half. He pulled out a jade slip with an odd look on his face and handed it to Jin Duoming. Jin Duoming's eyes shone. He grabbed the jade slip and started reading, his eyes flashing with excitement after reading. He smacked his thigh. "Li Yi is quite something. That's the girl that I, Jin Duoming, have my eyes on. She's actually the assistant to the deputy governor. She's got a bright future ahead of her. At the thought of Li Yi, the flames of passion became ignited inside Jin Duoming. When he had first seen Li Yi in the mystic lunar realm, he had immediately been drawn to her well-endowed figure. He had felt himself falling for her. Even though he had experienced that feeling for more than 200 times in his life, this didn't lessen his excitement and passion each time. He had come to Mars in order to court Li Yi, but since he was going to be here, he might as well get an official appointment. Coincidentally, the position of the Fire Spirit Academy Vice-Dean was currently vacant. As a result, he was now the new Vice-Dean of Fire Spirit Academy. Chapter 313, Little Missy's Animosity. Chapter 313, Little Missy's Animosity. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Jin Duoming was well aware of the stories surrounding the Battleaxe Hotel and the Fire Spirit Academy. He had been quite proud of them once upon a time. The Battleaxe Hotel might not be a Trilunaris Corporation asset, but it did, to some degree, belong to their family. Jin Duoming wasn't concerned that the hotel was currently under Wang Baoli's ownership. He wasn't someone so easily cowed by rumors. He arrived at the Fire Spirit Academy with his vast fleet and was personally received by the Dean and other Academy staff. He saw the 500 battleaxes outside the hotel, just across the road. Despite his firm belief in his great fortune and that he had nothing to fear about the rumors, the sight of 500 battleaxes still sent Jin Duoming gasping privately. He deliberated for a while before deciding to resolve the matter himself instead of seeking Wang Baoli out. The first thing he did when he came into office at the Fire Spirit Academy was to instruct someone to build an enormous shield, and erect it outside the Fire Spirit Academy to shield against the malicious intent directed from the battleaxes. The shield was enormous. Its production was swiftly completed, and the news of it quickly spread throughout the city and was known by the public. Wang Baoli naturally found out as well. He might have raised an eyebrow and questioned the move if it had been someone else who had done it, but Jin Duoming was the one who had done it, and Wang Baoli liked the guy. He sent a message to Xu Jinjing at the Battleaxe Hotel and got all the battleaxes removed. Of course, the original battleaxe, the one that had given the hotel its name, remained. Though, Wang Baoli instructed for it to be shifted so that its blade faced another direction. The competition with the Fire Spirit Academy had, in reality, ended with the friendly match and the governor's personal conferment of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy student platoon. The Fire Spirit Academy's reputation was dragged down after the entire fiasco, and the Dao Mountain Mist Academy had become the only elites academy in the entire Martian colony. The academy basked in their elevated status and fame. There was no reason for Wang Baoli to continue his fight with the other academy. Even with Jin Duoming's new appointment, Wang Baoli felt that they could just stay in their own lanes and mind their own business. That was why he had initiated the removal of the battleaxes, as a show of goodwill. As the entire fiasco with the Fire Spirit Academy came to an end, Wang Baoli turned his attention towards his own cultivation. Despite having spent some time cultivating the students and preparing for the friendly match the past 3 months, Wang Baoli hadn't paused his own cultivation. The mystic lunar realm incident had left a lasting impression on Wang Baoli. He knew that the foundation on which he established his strength and reputation was built on his cultivation and his battle strength. That was why he had been diligently practicing the Lightning Dao, first volume. Even though Wang Baoli hadn't made any significant headway in the powerful Dark Corp's face art, his diligence practicing the Lightning Dao, first volume had brought him close to mastering the first tier of the mystic technique. Once I hit the second level of the Lightning Dao, first volume, I'll be able to break through to the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. I'll be able to create the second lightning tattoo and condense a heavenly thunder. It's a pity that the Dark Corp's face art is so difficult to master. Wang Baoli was happy and frustrated at the same time. His joy stemmed from his cultivation nearing his peak early-stage cultivation level. His frustration stemmed from his inability to sense the negative spirit body mentioned in the Dark Corp's face art. If he couldn't even sense it, how could he form dark fire? He had tried casting aside his sense of shame and making a visit to the hallucination realm. He had consulted Little Missy, but she had a look on her face that clearly expressed her belief in how easy the mystic art was. The look on her face had also expressed her disbelief at his failure to master the mystic art considering how simple it was. It had been a severe blow to Wang Baoli's pride. After he had left the hallucination realm, Wang Baoli bit the bullet and attempted countless tries. Every attempt had sent freezing chills and spasms shuddering through his body and left him in extreme agony. He had almost despaired about ever learning the mystic art. Fortunately, just as he was in the depths of his despair, he reached a breakthrough in his refinement of artifacts which boosted his self-confidence. He had already been crafting fourth-grade numinous treasures since he had arrived on Mars, and he felt he would soon be capable of crafting fifth-grade numinous treasures. What's stopping me from succeeding is not my technique but my cultivation. Wang Baoli pondered as anticipation flashed across his eyes. He was confident that when his cultivation reached the mid-stage foundation establishment realm, he would have the capacity to refine fifth-grade numinous treasures. Time passed steadily. 7 days soon flew by. During this period, Wang Baoli handed all administrative matters of the academy to Lin Qianhao while he went into seclusion. He soon reached the peak of the first level of the Lightning Dao, first volume, stepping into the perfected early-stage foundation establishment realm. He was but one step away from his breakthrough. I'll definitely reach a breakthrough within a month. Wang Baoli assessed his current cultivation and concluded. He was satisfied with his current rate of progress. During his cultivation, as the devouring seed continued inhaling and exhaling spirit qi, his green lotus had gained an increasing liveliness. It had strengthened visibly alongside his physical body. Just as Wang Baoli intended to work tirelessly towards the mid-stage foundation establishment realm without rest, he received a message from Li Yi. Wang Baoli frowned upon reading Li Yi's transmission. He had half a mind to ignore it until Li Yi informed him hurriedly that she had brought along almost every brand and type of snack available on Mars. Wang Baoli gasped when he heard that. He realized Li Yi must want something really important from him very badly. Any other reasonable person would not have done what she had done. Even though I am an immensely charming man, so attractive that she'd fall head over heels for me, I'm not so charming that she'd go to this extent. Wang Baoli frowned. A cold glint flashed in his eyes before he immediately sent a message to Lin Qianhao, and got the latter to quickly verify Li Yi's appointment on Mars. Lin Qianhao dared not keep Wang Baoli waiting. He hurriedly sought the help of people he knew and soon got back to Wang Baoli. When Wang Baoli found out that Li Yi was serving as an assistant to the giant tree, alarm bells started ringing, and his wariness of her spiked. He narrowed his eyes and considered his options. After a long while, he decided to decline meeting Li Yi. Just as Wang Baoli was about to turn Li Yi down, little Missy's voice rang clearly in her head. There was a hint of hostility in her cool voice as she spoke. Let's go meet this vampish woman. I want to find out what exactly she is plotting. Wang Baoli immediately sensed the clear enmity in little Missy's words. He blinked, then coughed. He was secretly pleased. After thinking a while longer, he replied Li Yi and agreed to meet her for lunch at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy canteen. Li Yi was presently sitting in the deputy governor's office building, and her eyes flashed when she read Wang Baoli's reply. She smirked, pleased. This horrible fatty looks exactly like a pervert. I don't believe he can resist my charms. Li Yi had full confidence in herself. In reality, she had been both pleased and troubled during this period. She had been troubled by Trilunaris Corporation's Jin Duoming and his relentless attempts at courtship. She barely felt anything for him, not even dislike. However, his behavior was affecting her practice of the heartless willow art. This displeased her greatly. On the other hand, she was also pleased. Jin Duoming had been a boost to her self-confidence in her own appeal. Men are all pigs. Li Yi pulled out her mirror and started gazing at her reflection. She sighed and lamented at how beautiful she was. Then, she made herself even more presentable, rose to her feet, and trotted over to the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Li Yi soon arrived at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy canteen, her voluptuous figure once again drawing the attention of all students. Her confidence grew as she felt the scorching stares directed at her. When she sat down, her back made the perfect silhouette of an exquisite hourglass. Many students dining in the canteen were swallowing their saliva and staring at Wang Baoli, who was sitting opposite Li Yi, with envy. Li Yi smiled demurely and with coyish eyes, pulled out a storage bracelet and placed it before Wang Baoli. Baoli, these are the snacks I bought you. Wang Baoli stared at the snacks, then at Li Yi, his eyes lingering on her shapely curves. Little Missy snorted coldly in his head, and the sudden ringing almost deafened Wang Baoli. That's quite interesting. It hadn't been so obvious the last time, but it's a lot stronger this time. This little witch is practicing the heartless willow art, and she intends to use you to master it. Little Missy's voice rang out clearly in Wang Baoli's head. Wang Baoli froze when he heard what she had said. Little Missy then started to explain what that particular mystic art entailed. After hearing the requirements for mastering the mystic art, Wang Baoli's eyes widened. He stared at Li Yi with incredulity and disbelief. Li Yi clearly misunderstood his stare. Her pretty face blushed, and she seemed to recall something and hastily lifted her head. She leaned towards Wang Baoli and whispered. Baoli, besides delivering snacks to you, I also have some news for you. Zhou Yixian's been deployed to Mars as well, he'll be here in a few days. He's been appointed to the colony disciplinary order. There's also Kong Dao, do you still remember him? He's the president's godson. He's actually been deployed to the Martian military a while back. The two of them are holding actual political power, especially Zhou Yixian. I know they're not exactly friendly with you. I was afraid you didn't know about them and would be trapped in an unfavorable situation. That's why I've come here to inform you. Chapter 314, a 9th grade Dharmic armament. Chapter 314, a 9th grade Dharmic armament. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli watched as Li Yi pretended to be concerned as she shared the information with him and felt put off by her pretense. He started sulking as he wondered if he really was a true son of Earth. That was why his luck had taken a turn for the worse ever since he had left Earth. That had been the case when he had been on the Moon, and now that he was on Mars, the same thing was happening again. First had been his unfortunate meeting with a formidable foe, the giant tree, next had been his encounter with Li Wuchen. After having finally settled down and gotten himself on firm ground, he still hadn't yet resolved the problem that was the giant tree. To make things worse, Li Yi had started eyeing him and had also brought him news of worse things to come. Why have all my enemies come to Mars? This is just. Frustration simmered inside Wang Baoli. He felt as if all his enemies had suddenly come together while his friends had not. He felt alone in his fight. Fortunately, I've made an ally out of my former enemy Lin Qianhao, else, things would just be a disaster. There must be some conspiracy going on. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He stared at Li Yi, then suddenly asked, who approved their transfer orders? Li Yi gave Wang Baoli a deep, meaningful look when she heard his question. She was deep in thought for some time, then she leaned into him further. Wang Baoli could smell the perfume wafting from her body. She had sprayed it before she came to the academy as she had heard that it could ignite a man's desires. The deputy governor. Wang Baoli smiled as he breathed in the perfume from Li Yi's body and listened to her words. His heart rose to his throat. He finally understood now. The giant tree wasn't able to make life difficult for him too openly, so he had transferred all of Wang Baoli's former enemies over to Mars to help him do the deed. This didn't seem like a simple matter of getting others to gang up on him. The giant tree might be plotting something. However, despite his diligent reading of the high officials' autobiographies, he had no idea what the giant tree was planning. This is so troublesome. Wang Baoli sighed. He threw a glance at Li Yi. You must really like me to share this information with me. You bought me so many snacks too. Fine, let's go to my room. You can help me with my bath. Wang Baoli got to his feet. He had a look of exasperation on his face when he stared at Li Yi. Li Yi sucked in a breath. If she weren't so concerned about destroying this mood that she had so carefully built with so much effort, she would flip the table on him right now. She struggled to calm down and forced a smile on her face. Baoli, it's not a good time for me today. I have to go now, Li Yi said hastily and prepared to leave. Wang Baoli's eyes glimmered. He smiled and walked her part of the way out. He watched as Li Yi stepped out from the school gates. Then, he turned, the smile he had on his face vanishing without a trace. So what if I'm surrounded by enemies? Wang Baoli snorted inwardly. If it had only been the giant tree alone, he might have considered leaving Mars. However, he had settled in comfortably and made a name for himself on the planet. Now that so many people he couldn't get along with were all gathered here, he decided against leaving after all. What do I have to be afraid of? They weren't my match when they were on Earth, and they couldn't beat me when we were on the Moon. Now that we're on Mars, I can still hold my own and overpower them. At that thought, Wang Baoli suddenly felt full of aspiration and ambition. He raced towards his residence and went right back into seclusion. He had made up his mind to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation as soon as possible. After all, cultivation was the foundation for everything. Wang Baoli was aware that if he were at the core formation realm now, the threat posed by the people he disliked would be superficial at best. Even Li Yi, who had intended to use him to master her mystic art. So what? He'd make her pay twice the price for her decision. After he was done with her, she would be left with nothing but the shirt on her back. As Wang Baoli returned to his residence and resumed his seclusion, as Li Yi walked out from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy and left in her cruiser, Jin Duoming sat inside Fire Spirit Academy, gnashing his teeth as he watched what was showing on the spirit screen before him. The spirit screen showed a clear audiovisual recording of Li Yi and Wang Baoli in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy canteen. Their heads were lowered as they sat close to and murmured softly to each other. A smile had blossomed on Li Yi's face in the recording, and she had a coquettish look in her eyes. Wang Baoli was smiling as well. His eyes were narrowed as if he was enjoying her presence as well as the perfume wafting off her body. After Jin Duoming had found out that Li Yi had been headed for the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, he had pulled some strings and paid a student of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy to film the recording. Since he had arrived on Mars a few days ago, he hadn't gone to the extent of visiting Li Yi every day, but he had sent multiple messages proclaiming his love for her. Li Yi had ignored his attention, which sparked a greater interest in her. To improve his chances, he had arranged for someone to keep tabs on Li Yi. That way, he would know her every move. That was what had resulted in the current situation. He hadn't wanted to make a big show of it. There were people who knew, but they weren't many. He had only arrived on Mars just a while ago, after all. But more would find out that he was courting Li Yi after another week or so. The news of his courtship would definitely spread like wildfire then. Li Yi, Wang Baoli. Jin Duoming stared at the two figures on the screen and gnashed his teeth. He was torn inside. He knew about what had happened to Wang Baoli in the mystic lunar realm, and he thought they could be friends. He didn't wish to make an enemy of him unless it was the last resort. But it's just not right to go after a friend's love interest. Jin Duoming took a deep breath. He was torn about the entire matter. At the same time, based on what he knew and had found out, he simply could not believe that Wang Baoli and Li Yi would become a couple. He turned towards the female cultivator beside him and asked. Duo, say a man and a woman are always hostile to each other whenever they meet. They get into fights with each other countless times. Is there a possibility for them to fall in love with each other and become a couple? The female cultivator by the name of Duo smiled as she sliced the fruits up. She spoke. Young master, the possibility of such things happening is high. You don't understand women. From how I see it, Li Yi has a strong interest in Wang Baoli. This is what we call a bickering couple. When Jin Duoming heard what Duo called them, he smacked his forehead. Hidden behind his palm, his eyes revealed a deep considering look. When he removed his hand from his eyes, the look disappeared, replacing it was a look of agitation and fury. He pulled out a purple jade slip and pressed it hard. The enormous stronghold that had been parked in the Martian sky port shuddered immediately. Under the stunned gazes of everyone in the port, the pilotless stronghold rose into the air and sped at top speed towards Zone 12, where the Fire Spirit Academy stood. On its way, it caught the eyes of many people. The stronghold soon reached the Fire Spirit Academy. Jin Duoming entered the stronghold, and it once again roared to life and charged towards the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Everything happened within half an hour. Wang Baoli was just about to begin his meditation when the stronghold appeared in the skies above the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Its appearance shocked the academy's teachers and students, and a commotion stirred in the school. What the hell is that? My God, look at the inscriptions on that thing. It's too much. Is this the legendary space stronghold? As the students and teachers stood stunned, Jin Duoming's voice rang out from inside the stronghold. Wang Baoli, your friend is here. Won't you join me for a chat? Jin Duoming's voice rang out. A balcony appeared on the outer shell of the stronghold, and Jin Duoming stood on the balcony and gazed at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy below. His visit didn't mean that he believed that Wang Baoli and Li Yi were dating. He simply felt Wang Baoli a threat and wanted to impress and intimidate. That was the reason for his particular choice of entrance. Wang Baoli walked out of his residence as Jin Duoming's voice rang out into the air. He raised his head and saw the majestic stronghold before him and gasped. He had only managed to catch a glance of the stronghold from afar a few days ago and hadn't gotten a clear look at it. Now that it was hovering right before his eyes in mid-air, he finally got a close look at it. It's just too lavish. Wang Baoli realized what the stronghold was made of and became even more shocked. He felt the aura of extravagance that belonged only to the filthy rich exploding from the stronghold. It seemed to be able to overwhelm everything. Compared to this, what the senator's children had been showing off during the ethereal fruit feast had been peanuts, what they had then paled in comparison. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes at Jin Duoming's invitation. He considered how Li Yi had just left and here Jin Duoming was, mere steps behind her. He wondered if there was something to it. He was confident in his own abilities, though. Besides, this was his turf. He wasn't going to be cowed by Jin Duoming's impressive entrance. He raced towards the stronghold in the sky and, in an instant, landed on the balcony. He stood before Jin Duoming and turned towards the latter. Fellow Daoist Jin, you've made quite a grand entrance. What's the reason for it? Jin Duoming stared at Wang Baoli. He had always been a straightforward guy and had no intentions to beat around the bush. He said very openly. Wang Baoli, I'm interested in Li Yi. Can you not compete with me for her affections? We're good friends, after all. I'll let you have anything else you want. Wang Baoli froze. He didn't expect Jin Duoming to make such a dramatic entrance just for this. His heart rate sped up, and his eyes started shining brightly. Jin Duoming was practically signing him a blank check. He stared at Jin Duoming, blinked and tried his luck. A 9th grade dharmic armament? Jin Duoming fell silent when he heard what Wang Baoli had asked for. A moment longer, he spoke in a weak voice. Do you have a 9th grade dharmic armament? How about I give up on Li Yi if you give me one? Chapter 315, A Deal. Chapter 315, A Deal. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli burst out into laughter when he heard what Jin Duoming had said. What he had asked for was an impossible thing. He hadn't really believed that Jin Duoming would give him an actual 9th grade dharmic armament. Can't you be serious about this, Wang Baoli? I'm very serious. Jin Duoming sighed. He had made a grand entrance with his stronghold and his opening speech. Everything had pointed to his immense wealth. The atmosphere he had created, though, had been partially dispelled with Wang Baoli's simple question. Fine, I'll be more serious. Daoist Jin, how about an 8th grade dharmic armament? I, Wang Baoli, swear I'll give up on Li Yi. No matter how crazily in love Li Yi is with me, I'll turn her down, without mercy. I'm even willing to go to the extent of beating her up just so that she'll give up completely on me. Wang Baoli thumped his chest. When he made his proclamation, he also stared at Jin Duoming with anticipation in his eyes. He seemed prepared to offer a whole range of after-sales and value-added services if they sealed the deal. Jin Duoming could feel a headache coming. He hadn't expected Wang Baoli's reaction. He sensed that Wang Baoli seemed to be very excited at the prospect of negotiating with him. Logically speaking, shouldn't he first feel pressured at his own forcefulness? This would allow Jin Duoming to soften his stance after and let them come to a compromise in the end. Wang Baoli, are you interested in continuing this talk at all? Do you really intend to fight me for Li Yi? Jin Duoming inhaled a deep breath and asked solemnly. Daoist Jin, you're being a miser. Li Yi's such a great girl. She's got a great face, great figure. Even if she's not worth a 9th grade dharmic armament, shouldn't she at least be worth an 8th grade dharmic armament? All right, All right. How about a 7th grade dharmic armament? That should be okay, right? Wang Baoli sighed. He looked as if he was on the losing end of a deal. Wang Baoli, are you taking me for a fool? A 7th grade dharmic armament? If I give her a 7th grade dharmic armament right now, do you not believe that she'll immediately agree to be my girlfriend? Jin Duoming raised his eyebrow. He gave Wang Baoli a look of displeasure as frustration simmered inside him. It was true that he was courting Li Yi, but even he didn't believe she was worth a 7th grade dharmic armament. This was, after all, completely different from when he had been in the mystic lunar realm. Then, he had made a bet with someone and had been missing a single fragment. That one step away from his goal and his bet had resulted in the eventual trade. That and his current courtship were two completely different matters. No one knew how he had established his yardstick. However, it was clear that he simply felt that he was the one on the losing end of the deal if he made an exchange with a 7th grade dharmic armament. Wang Baoli thought for a bit after hearing what Jin Duoming had said. He seemed to agree with him and started feeling slightly bad for even suggesting it in the first place. He sighed. What you said makes sense. It's not worth it. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you, but I'd like a promotion. Can you do that for me? Jin Duoming released a sigh of relief. If Wang Baoli had insisted on a dharmic armament, he would have given up on Li Yi himself. He smiled confidently. The dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy is getting old. He should retire and return to Earth. The dean sacrificed the prime of his years for the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. During his appointment, he groomed numerous talents that became the pillars of Mars and of the Federation. Wang Baoli immediately added as a reminder to Jin Duoming. Jin Duoming stared at Wang Baoli, surprised. What he had meant earlier was that he would transfer the Dao Mountain Mist Academy dean through his family's connections. After which, he would get Wang Baoli promoted to the position of the school dean. He hadn't considered what would happen to the original dean. After discerning Wang Baoli's intentions, though, he pondered for a few moments, then nodded. The old dean is still physically fit and mentally nimble in his old age, and he contributed greatly to the school. After he's been transferred back to Earth, there will definitely be another important office waiting for him to take over. Wang Baoli was pleased. Jin Duoming was pleased as well. They stared at each other and smiled, the tension between them vanishing. They even chatted leisurely for a while. Jin Duoming instructed someone to bring them wine, and both of them sat down and started conversing like old friends. Before Wang Baoli left, he thumped his chest. Old Jin, don't worry. Wang Baoli, am so good looking. Why would I settle for Li Yi and make you unhappy? Am I that sort of guy? I admit, Li Yi is interested in me, but for my friend, I'm willing to sacrifice anything. You have nothing to worry about. All right, I'll send her a message right now. Wang Baoli thumped his chest and pulled out his voice transmission ring. He sent Li Yi a message right in front of Jin Duoming. Li Yi, things won't work out between us. I hope you will treasure the person who's been by your side all along. Let us both find our happiness elsewhere. Wang Baoli ended the transmission without waiting for Li Yi's reply. He lifted his eyes from the transmission ring and looked at Jin Duoming. Jin Duoming was overcome with emotion. The more he looked at Wang Baoli, the more he realized what a true friend Wang Baoli was. Baoli, I've been too rash. If you really like her, I'll give up on her. Old Jin, don't say that. Wang Baoli, will do anything for a friend. Wang Baoli had a fright. He thought about how he had just managed to push Li Yi away and gotten some positive returns out of it with great difficulty. If Jin Duoming decided not to go ahead with it after all, wouldn't he have gone to all that trouble for nothing? He smacked his chest again righteously, then turned and left. Jin Duoming stood on the stronghold and watched Wang Baoli leave. He looked clearly moved and overcome with emotion. He sighed. That's what I call a good friend, he said, then steered the stronghold away from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy and towards the Fire Spirit Academy. As soon as he walked back into the stronghold, the emotions on his face vanished. They were instead replaced by a look of contemplation. This Wang Baoli is extremely sly. He's the sort who seems all smiles and friendliness, but will immediately stab you in the face without mercy once he decides you're an enemy instead of a friend. He's a dangerous character. Why would the old man ask me to befriend him if he's so dangerous? Why would he instruct me to help him where I can? Could it be that this is related to the reason I've come to Mars? Jin Duoming fell into deep thought. It might seem that he had come to Mars for the sole reason of courting Li Yi, but in reality, there was something even more important that he had to do. At the same moment, after Jin Duoming's departure, Wang Baoli stepped into his residences. The smile on his face had long vanished, and he narrowed his eyes and started thinking. This Jin Duoming's put on quite an act. He's not an idiot. I don't believe he didn't see through the entire lie, but he still made it seem like he bought the whole thing. In the end, I got myself a promotion. Wang Baoli thought for a bit, then laughed. He set the matter aside and was about to continue his seclusion, but then, he recalled Jin Duoming's stronghold. Since Wang Baoli's arrival on Mars, Jin Duoming's stronghold was the thing that had impressed him the most. It wasn't only lavish in appearance but equipped with powerful battle capabilities. He hadn't truly gone into the stronghold earlier, but he could still sense its powerful aura. It likely was capable of displaying battle capabilities rivaling a core formation realm cultivator. The stronghold was effectively an enhanced version of a Dharma artifact. If I have something like that, I won't be as helpless as I am now when I face the giant tree. I'll at least stand a fighting chance. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. He thought about how he was from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. He had been refining artifacts since he had entered the Ethereal Tao College. With a bit more thought and effort, building a stronghold shouldn't be an impossible feat for him. It's just that it would require too many resources. Wang Baoli sighed. When he had been at the Lower Academy Island, outsiders had always said that Dharmic armament cultivators were all walking spirit stones, that they were all rich. Now that he had reached the Foundation establishment realm and was able to refine 4th grade and 5th grade Dharmic armaments, he was keenly aware of what it meant to be poor. The resources required for refining artifacts were too much. Despite how fast he was able to refine spirit stones, he still couldn't keep pace with the rate he was using up materials. Even though it's not possible to build a stronghold anytime soon, I should still start my preparations now. That way, once I have enough resources, I can immediately start production. Wang Baoli thought. He had made up his mind. He would create a stronghold that was invincible and impenetrable. He even thought up a name for it. We'll call it the Eternal Fortress. Wang Baoli's eyes shone brightly. After some assessment, he realized that even if he had the blueprint and materials ready, it would still not be possible for him to build such a stronghold single-handedly. He was troubled for a moment before he remembered his puppets. If I lack manpower, then I should first study how to create puppets that can serve as construction workers. They should be able to provide some basic support and carry out simple construction work. Wang Baoli thought. During his seclusion, besides practicing the Lightning Tao, first volume and edging closer towards a breakthrough in cultivation, Wang Baoli also spent time studying how to refine construction puppets and running through the blueprints for his stronghold. Time crept by. Soon, more than a month had passed. Come noon one day, Wang Baoli was sitting in meditation when his eyes suddenly opened. A rumbling roar erupted within his body, and bolts of lightning erupted from his right leg. They snaked around him in the air, thundering. The entire chamber was flooded with electricity in that instant. It appeared to transform into a pool of lightning. Sitting cross-legged within the pool was Wang Baoli. The cultivation within his body erupted at that moment, breaking through the early stage and stepping right into the mid-stage Foundation establishment realm. Chapter 316, The Colony Disciplinary Order Arrives. Chapter 316, The Colony Disciplinary Order Arrives. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After Wang Baoli attained his breakthrough in cultivation, he seemed to experience a sudden turn in fortune on Mars. Within 3 days of his breakthrough, the Dean of the Tao Mountain Mist Academy received his transfer orders from the Federation. The Dean would be returning to Earth. He would be promoted from secondary rank for noble to primary rank for noble. Besides the promotion, he would also be stationed in his hometown. It was not only a comfortable retirement but also an establishment of his authority in his hometown. The arrangement showed the Trilunaris Corporation's generous treatment towards their own people as well as Jin Duoming's capabilities. He had managed to achieve his end of the deal within 2 weeks after reaching an agreement with Wang Baoli. Orders for Wang Baoli's new appointment also reached Mars around the same time. The Martian colony city had the right to overwrite such direct orders from the Federation. It was, after all, to a certain degree, an autonomous city. However, Mars wouldn't easily use its powers, especially when the order was a promotion for Wang Baoli, from a primary rank 5 noble to a secondary rank 4 noble. As a result, Wang Baoli received his promotion to secondary rank 4 noble without a hitch. He became the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. The fact that everything went smoothly spoke greatly of the authority and political clout the Trilunaris Corporation wielded. It also said something about Wang Baoli's own achievements. The match between the two elitist academies not only secured Wang Baoli's fame as an educator, but it also gifted him with a wider social network. The reputation of the Soaring Cloud student platoon served as an amulet for him as well. That was why his new appointment had gone so smoothly, without any obstacle. Despite not being the youngest person ever to become a secondary rank 4 noble, he was still a rare sight in the Federation. He had surpassed most of his peers. His promotion to his latest noble also signaled the step he had taken from the lower ranks of the Federation administration to its mid-ranks. This step might not seem like much, but to many people, it was a step that might take them 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime to take. Wang Baoli was keenly aware of what the promotion meant. That was why he was overjoyed when he received the orders. He happily accepted the congratulatory messages from the teachers and students of the academy, and he didn't forget to reward the hard work of the deserving. He immediately submitted a request to the Martian administration to appoint Lin Qianhao as the vice dean. Wang Baoli had informed Lin Qianhao of his request prior to its submission. Lin Qianhao was naturally overcome with excitement and happiness. He had only been on Mars for less than 6 months before receiving a promotion in both office and ranking. He was beyond excited. Concerned that someone might stir trouble for him, he hurriedly contacted his father. Lin Yu was constantly keeping himself abreast of the situation on Mars. As soon as he heard from Lin Qianhao, his eyes brightened. He made preparations immediately, and Lin Qianhao's appointment was finalized. From his current secondary rank 5, he was promoted to a primary rank 5 noble. He also became the vice dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Lin Qianhao was extremely grateful towards Wang Baoli for his efforts in promoting him and helping him rise up the ranks. He realized how wrong and immature he had been during his ethereal Dao College days. He became keenly aware of how right his father had been. He had already acknowledged Wang Baoli's abilities earlier, and now, he had absolutely nothing to complain about him. This is nothing, Qianhao. Keep tagging along, and you may soon see me become a secondary rank 4 noble within half a year. Then, I'll get you a secondary rank 4 noble as well. Wang Baoli laughed. He patted Lin Qianhao's shoulder and looked at Lin Qianhao, pleased. The latter had just poured him a cup of tea and had only sat half-perched on the sofa. Wang Baoli conversed a while more with Lin Qianhao and instructed the latter to focus on the educational aspect of the academy. He left Lin Qianhao with most of his work, while he made full use of whatever time he had to familiarize himself with the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. He also poured a great deal of his energy into studying the stronghold as well as construction puppets. Time passed. 2 months after Wang Baoli's and Lin Qianhao's new appointments, winter descended upon Mars. Snow appeared as the temperatures plunged. The lands outside the city became deserted and barren. The combat cultivators and hunting cultivators who were regularly deployed outside the city returned in batches. The temperature within the city fell as well. Even though there was still air circulating, one would see puffs of white clouds when they breathed. Nothing major happened in those 2 months. Where the academy was concerned, Lin Qianhao revealed his talents at administration and supervision. He had watched his father growing up, after all. After he had become the vice dean, backed with Wang Baoli's approval and support, Lin Qianhao was able to carry out the plans Wang Baoli had wanted to make fearlessly. The entire academy began learning the Baoli heaven-devouring skill as a core skill. A great deal of effort was also spent on developing the students' fighting capabilities. The numbers of the Soaring Cloud student platoon grew, and their reputation stabilized with frequent and regular exposure. There was no longer a danger of them being forgotten by the public after the end of the friendly match. As Lin Qianhao busied himself with the school, Wang Baoli kept himself occupied as well. His work on the stronghold blueprints and his research into construction puppets progressed swiftly. As his ideas gained clarity, he tried to craft his first batch of construction puppets. He was now at the stage of testing them out. Wang Baoli knew that he was still a long way from success. There were still many problems with the construction puppets and his stronghold blueprints. He still had a long way to go before they could be fully functional and ready for use. He still needed to continue to make improvements before the final product was ready and could be mass-produced. Wang Baoli wasn't anxious about the time required. As he continued his research, Lin Qianhao's regular reports, and the private reports from other teachers ensured that he maintained a full grasp of everything happening within the academy. Wang Baoli had brought glory and renewal to the school. In the past few months, students who had heard of the school's reputation had requested transfer to the academy. Their student population spiked, and his presence had become irreplaceable. He had become a mental and spiritual pillar supporting the academy. However, as the number of students grew, the existing teaching staff was no longer sufficient to support the growing student population. They recruited many new teachers. Wang Baoli's office alone had 3 department heads. Besides the young married woman with coyish eyes, there were now 2 more beautiful staff members. Wang Baoli was extremely satisfied. He thought the 2 new staff members also looked at him with hooks in their eyes as if trying to reel him in. At present, inside Wang Baoli's office, the 2 new staff members brought Wang Baoli tea and smiled at him. Wang Baoli coughed. Just as he was about to ask them to take a seat and inquire about how they had been coping with work, Lin Qianhao arrived. "Dean, our current state won't do. We don't have enough teachers, we need more teachers. I'm thinking of arranging a friendly match for the Soaring Cloud student platoon with the 4 Dao College's lower academies in the Federation. This is the only way to maintain the platoon's current popularity and reputation." Lin Qianhao immediately started reporting on his current work as soon as he arrived. Wang Baoli was immensely pleased with Lin Qianhao's enthusiasm and passion for his work. He agreed to the friendly match and also began thinking about recruiting more teachers. They had too many students and not enough teachers. The newly recruited teachers had to go through a round of background checks to verify their background and identity. This was an elite's academy, after all. It wouldn't do for there to be any security-related incidents. As the 2 discussed the matter, the shrill sounds of alarms suddenly rang outside. It was deafening. Through the windows, they could see a dozen black cruisers in the distant sky, headed for the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. The appearance of the cruisers immediately sent all Spirit Stone-related devices in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy into a temporary malfunction. They ceased working suddenly as energy suddenly erupted from the cruisers, creating a translucent shield that enveloped a teacher's residential pavilion in the academy. The colony disciplinary order. Alarm flashed across Lin Qianhao's face. He rose to his feet hurriedly. Wang Baoli frowned and stood as well, going over to his window and watching as the dozen specially crafted colony disciplinary order cruisers sped towards them, and sealed the teacher's residential pavilion. A dozen or so people dressed in black uniform rushed out from the cruisers and dashed into the pavilion. Behind the black uniforms walked out 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman was clearly the higher ranked of the 2. Her cultivation was at the perfected foundation establishment realm, and she exuded the aura of a volcano on the verge of an eruption as she stood in the open. Her presence was overpowering. She wore a uniform, but her voluptuous figure made the uniform appear a few sizes smaller than it actually was. She had a well-endowed body, a head of long, flowing red hair, and pale, icy blue eyes. They resulted in her striking, mature appeal. She was like a fully ripe peach. She drove the hearts of men racing. Such a stirring figure was paired with cold features devoid of emotion. Even the look in her eyes was frosty, cold like a glacier. The mix of fire and ice was what made this woman so deathly attractive. Wang Baoli had seen his fair share of beauties. Regardless, he was still momentarily stunned by this woman's beauty. Behind her was clearly her subordinate. Wang Baoli recognized him. It was a familiar face. The man was Zhuai Xian. The entire process took but the duration of a dozen breaths. As Wang Baoli's gaze landed on Zhuai Xian, the black uniformed men who had barged into the teacher's residence earlier dragged a middle-aged teacher out. They brought him before Zhuai Xian. Zhuai Xian sensed Wang Baoli's eyes on him, and he raised his head and flung a frosty glance at Wang Baoli. Then, he stared at the pale-faced middle-aged man who had been arrested and spoke. "Take him away." Wang Baoli watched as the other disregarded his presence and arrested one of his own without even a prior warning. The expression on his face darkened. Even though the other party was the colony disciplinary order, what they had done had completely disregarded his own presence and authority. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He smirked, then pushed his windows open, flying out in the next instant. Lin Qianhao had wanted to say something, but he had been too late. He hurriedly followed, but by then, Wang Baoli's voice had sounded throughout the entire campus. "Is there no one left alive in this Dao Mountain Mist Academy of mine? All my teachers, all my students, I want you to give a display of your cultivation. Let others know our academy isn't a place where anyone can simply trespass and intrude upon." Chapter 317, Domineering. Chapter 317, Domineering. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As Wang Baoli's words reverberated throughout the entire college, he managed to make the thousands of teachers standing around look furiously at the staff from the colony disciplinary order through his authoritative manner. Their cultivation was also instantly activated. The weakest of this group of more than 1,000 teachers were at least a pulse enrichment cultivator of ancient martial arts. Many of them were in the early stage of true breath, with tens of them in the mid-stage. There were at least 30 of them in Dao Mountain Mist Academy who were in the true breath late stage. Even though there were only 2 foundation establishment cultivators excluding Wang Baoli, with the cultivation of thousands of people being unleashed, it was frightening. It shocked the tens of people from the colony disciplinary order. That wasn't the end to everything. Under Wang Baoli's command, everyone, not just the teachers, but also the tens of thousands of students from Dao Mountain Mist Academy, with Jin Duoji and Zhu Mai leading the pack, all roared angrily. Instantly, a concentrated force of blood qi erupted astonishingly from their bodies. That was especially so as the heaven-devouring skill had become so widespread that most of the students of Dao Mountain Mist Academy, regardless of whether they were male or female, were seen as little fatties at one glance. They were fat, yet their blood qi also significantly exceeded that of others. One could feel that their physical strength was indeed impressive. As a result, the eruption of blood qi in all directions from the bodies of these tens of thousands of students and teachers, who were of a similar level as them, surrounded everyone from the colony disciplinary order from all corners. Such an imposing manner at such a scale immediately made the tens of men in black from the colony disciplinary order frightened, and they turned pale with shock. They were severely alarmed, and even though the woman with the fiery hot figure appeared calm throughout the period, Zhuai Xian, who was beside her, didn't have the same calmness. Looking at the thousands of teachers and the tens of thousands of students, and sensing the blood qi erupting from their bodies, his breathing uncontrollably quickened. If someone else, and not Wang Baoli, were the dean, he wouldn't have cared. However, knowing that Wang Baoli had a bad temper and would go into battle once something didn't go his way, he was worried that if Wang Baoli were angered, he would command everyone to attack. Death would then be a reality that could be imagined. Therefore, as he grew increasingly nervous and anxious, Zhuai Xian suddenly looked at Wang Baoli and exclaimed loudly. "Wang Baoli, are you trying to revolt? All of you, are you trying to revolt as well?" Zhuai Xian was a witty person. With his words, not only was he trying to land Wang Baoli in a sticky situation by poisoning the well, but he was also stressing the others around him. The meaning was clear: if anyone were to attack, it would be considered an attempt to revolt. Indeed, what he said had some effect. Some teachers were frightened, and their imposing manner was weakened. Wang Baoli, who was standing on the veranda, was initially very pleased with how domineering his college appeared, but when he noticed that some of them backed down after hearing Zhuai Xian's words, he sneered. He looked at those who had become cowardly, before looking back at Zhuai Xian, and was about to speak. Just at this moment, Jin Duoji, who was paying attention to Wang Baoli and had been instinctively judging the situation, felt his eyes light up. He seemed to have found an opportunity to suck up to Wang Baoli, and was filled with agitation and excitement instantly. He felt that the heavens were on his side, treating him extremely well by always granting him the opportunity to showcase his loyalty to the dean. He was delighted as he rushed out and roared loudly. The colony disciplinary order is a bully, oppressing the weak because they have greater power. Jindwaji was loud. As he roared loudly, he raised his hand and slammed his own chest forcefully. He punched hard, and large volumes of blood spewed from his mouth. He staggered backwards with blood in his mouth, his voice carrying a pitiful tone. "How dare you hit me? I will seek justice from my grandfather." Jumai's eyes lit up, and she immediately punched herself. Soon, all the students seemed to have realized what was going on and were instantly agitated. As if without any fear of the consequences, they all punched themselves several times, resulting in them either vomiting blood or simply bleeding from the corner of their mouths. With more than half of the tens of thousands of students acting this way, it was a bewildering scene, especially when they completed the act by staggering backwards, screaming and shouting painfully. "People from the colony disciplinary order have attacked me. I will look for my mother to seek revenge for this. How dare you attack me? My father is Ju Yundao. No one has dared to hit me since I was young. You people have the guts to hit me. My grandfather will not let this pass." As the screams reverberated, the surrounding teachers were dumbfounded. Lin Tianhao was flabbergasted, and even Wang Baoli was surprised. That was even more so for the people from the colony disciplinary order, who were entirely overcome with shock. As they listened to the angry screams from the students, they trembled and were on the brink of going crazy from all that was happening. It was obvious that none of them attacked the students. The threat from the students was a clear situation of them accusing the colony disciplinary order. They felt extremely helpless and upset. Zhuo Yixian felt suffocated with shock and grew increasingly anxious. It wouldn't have mattered much if it was just a handful of students acting that way, but with so many of them, their backing was just too strong, such that even the 5-generation Sky Clan would have to look at the situation seriously. What the heck is this college trying to do? Why do I feel like I've just entered an acting school? Zhuo Yixian was frightened and indignant. Those students were just too unprofessional in their acting. However, regardless of whether they were professional or not, the blood that they vomited was real. As a result, he felt extremely frustrated and troubled, as he was the one who had pushed for the visit to Dao Mountain Mist Academy. According to standard procedures, he should have met and greeted the school committee first. However, as he didn't have a good relationship with Wang Baoli, he didn't bother with the formalities. He had originally thought that Wang Baoli wouldn't do anything no matter how unhappy he was. However, he had never imagined that Wang Baoli could generate such a strong reaction in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy with just a simple sentence. While he grew increasingly troubled, Wang Baoli blinked his eyes, staring speechlessly at Jin Duiji and the others. He knew well that those rascals were physically impressive, and the act of vomiting blood was as easy to spitting saliva for them. They appeared to be injured, but in reality, they could all recover fully by meditating for 5 minutes. However, Wang Baoli was still satisfied with their performance. No matter the situation, he felt that his college shouldn't weaken on its imposing front. As for the teacher who was taken away, Wang Baoli wasn't particularly familiar with him as he had only recently been hired. Furthermore, that teacher was still under internal probation in the college and wasn't assigned to teach yet. Arrangements for him to teach would only occur after the probation and investigations had been completed. He wasn't overly concerned that the colony disciplinary order had sent people to apprehend the teachers. However, the colony disciplinary order had shown up forcefully, unannounced, throwing him into a situation that he didn't understand. He was definitely not agreeable to such a manner of handling things. After all, Wang Baoli could be considered a secondary rank for noble. Therefore, after looking at Zhuo Yixian and company, he raised his right hand. Silence! With that sentence, the teachers and students standing around instantly fell silent. Jin Duiji and company all stood at attention, looking at Wang Baoli. Such an imposing and authoritative manner immediately made the people from the colony disciplinary order look at Wang Baoli with respect and fear. Only Zhuo Yixian was indignant as he continued to stare at Wang Baoli angrily. Wang Baoli completely disregarded Zhuo Yixian, as he spoke calmly while looking at the lady with the hot figure beside Zhuo Yixian, who had remained calm since the start. Dear fellow Daoist, I need a way to explain everything if you are to bring people away from my territory. Wang Baoli, don't be overboard. The colony disciplinary order is carrying out its due diligence, and there is no need to give you an explanation. Zhuo Yixian heard Wang Baoli's words and immediately laughed condescendingly. However, even before he could complete his sentence, Wang Baoli suddenly turned his head around and roared with a deep voice. Shut up! I'm speaking to your superior. How dare you interject, you rude rascal? You're asking me about what basis I have. I, Wang Baoli, am worthy, based on my status the Dean of Dao Mountain Mist Academy, an educator of Mars, the founder of the Soaring Cloud student platoon personally chosen by the governor, a secondary rank for noble, and my contributions to the Federation all these years. Is that enough? And you, Zhuo Yixian, the revolt that you mentioned previously has been said too easily. Because of that, I will notify all the parents of my students that you, Zhuo Yixian of the Colony Disciplinary Order, is suspecting their children of carrying out a revolt, and more specifically, that the Soaring Cloud student platoon personally chosen by the governor is organizing a revolt. Zhuo Yixian felt as if he was being punched continuously by Wang Baoli's words. That last sentence especially frightened him. He was about to speak when the cold and distant lady with the provocative figure frowned and calmly spoke to Zhuo Yixian. Silence! She was initially very satisfied with this subordinate of hers, but now, there was some dissatisfaction. Zhuo Yixian trembled internally as he quickly obeyed and didn't dare to speak any further. He was extremely frustrated, but he understood very well that this woman was someone he couldn't afford to offend, whether it was based on her family background, her position, her cultivation, or simply the news that had been spreading about her. Having stopped Zhuo Yixian from saying anything further, the lady looked at Wang Baoli with a chill in her eyes that she didn't bother to hide. She waved her right hand and threw a jade slip directly at Wang Baoli. The Colony Disciplinary Order apprehends people based on the evidence they have collected. You can read about it yourself. When she was done speaking, she no longer bothered about Wang Baoli, and she sent out a command to her subordinates from the Colony Disciplinary Order. Bring this heretic cultivator away. Chapter 318, Dean Wang, please cooperate. Chapter 318, Dean Wang, please cooperate. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Just as Wang Baoli grabbed hold of the jade slip, the teacher who was apprehended suddenly began to struggle after the lady passed her command. He seemed to want to say something, but even before he could say something, the lady with the chilly look but provocative figure shot him a cold gaze. She walked towards him and slapped him hard with her right hand directly. When she raised her hand, a force belonging to someone who had perfected the foundation establishment stage, and was approaching breakthrough into core formation instantly erupted from her body. It sent shock waves in all directions, and when the slap landed on the chest of that Dao Mountain Mist Academy teacher, the teacher vomited blood immediately. His chest turned into a mesh of flesh and blood, and his ribs were exposed. However, he didn't die. An easy option like death won't be available to you. The lady carried her usual facial expression as she reached into the bloody mess created in the teacher's chest and broke 3 of his ribs. The pain caused the teacher to scream pitifully. The lady then wiped her bloody palm carelessly on the teacher's shirt before turning, and looking coldly at the teachers and students who were standing around. All the teachers held their breaths, and even the students grew nervous. Jinduoji looked closely at the lady and seemed to have realized who she was. He hurriedly stood at attention, trying to appear as if he was perfectly healthy and good, and that whatever that had happened previously was just a fluke. After frightening everyone, the lady didn't even bother to look at Wang Baoli. She directly entered the cruiser, and Zhuo Yixian, who stood behind her, heaved a visible sigh of relief. He made use of the authoritative manner of the lady to look at Wang Baoli viciously, as he apprehended the teacher from Dao Mountain Mist Academy who had lost consciousness and brought him into the cruiser, along with the other people from the Colony Disciplinary Order. Soon, all the cruisers from the Colony Disciplinary Order rose into the sky and disappeared into the distance. With their departure, all the equipment in the area that was powered by the spirit stones began operating again. Wang Baoli frowned. He couldn't stop what just happened as the incident recorded in the jade slip had shocked him. Using live people as an offering to practice a forbidden cultivation technique. Brutally killing 7 people at the ancient martial arts realm and 11 commoners. There were few words in the jade slip, but those few sentences had managed to outline the offenses committed by that teacher. After reading about the crimes listed on the jade slip, Wang Baoli then looked towards the cruisers from Colony Disciplinary Order in the distant sky. He remained silent, and Lin Qianhao, who was beside him, took a deep breath and began to speak in all seriousness. "Dean, don't provoke this female lunatic, she is simply crazy." "You know her? Who is she?" A glow flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. He had noticed that Lin Qianhao wanted to say something previously but had stopped himself. It was clear that it was because of the presence of the lady that Lin Qianhao didn't dare to say anything. In addition, he also noticed the swift transformation and adrift look in Jin Duiji's eyes after he noticed her. It was apparent that he recognized who the woman was and didn't want to provoke her. Lin Qianhao hurriedly replied after hearing Wang Baoli's question. He knew that he was slightly cowardly just now, but with the crazy woman standing there, even he didn't dare make a sound. Now, he began to speak softly, as if trying to rectify his blunder. "Dean, do you remember Li Xiao? He is the senator's son, and this female lunatic is his sister. His blood sister." Lin Qianhao's reply caused Wang Baoli to widen his eyes in disbelief. Li Xiao's sister? Wang Baoli's facial expressions changed instantly. He thought of the serious look Li Xiao had when he said he would introduce him to his sister when he was in the mystic lunar realm. Yes, her name is Li Wana. Though her name sounds dainty, she is actually this woman with a frozen face. Just by looking at what a disaster Li Xiao is, you will know what kind of person his sister is. Even though this Li Wana is an extremely gifted natural talent, having perfected foundation establishment and was nearing the core formation stage, despite being just a few years older than us, she has an icy nature and is extremely imposing. She is like an ice mountain that wouldn't melt even in 1,000,000 years. She is an infamous spinster, known for her ruthlessness and eccentric personality. She looks pretty, which was why many people tried to pursue her many years back. However, every single one of them was almost beaten to death by her. You know Jin Duoming, right? He also once tried to pursue her. He merely flirted with her with words, yet this Li Wana went after him so viciously that she almost had him castrated. Therefore, she is a female devil. It's been said that Li Xiao has been beaten by her since he was young. Every single time, he would swear to us that he would find his sister an ugly, perverted, shameless, and vicious person to marry in order to take revenge. As Lin Qianhao rattled on, he grew more excited, not noticing that Wang Baoli was beginning to look awkward. In the end, when Lin Qianhao noticed Wang Baoli's awkward facial expressions, he immediately stopped speaking. Even though he didn't know why Wang Baoli looked that way, he felt that it would be dangerous for him to continue staying where he was. Therefore, he found a reason and hurriedly left, even sending orders to disperse the crowd. When the people from Dao Mountain Mist Academy left, Wang Baoli then turned to leave for his office with a stiff facial expression while gritting his teeth. Li Xiao, make sure you don't appear in front of me again. Darn it. So, in your eyes, I'm someone who is perverted, ugly, shameless, and vicious. I'm so handsome, yet he can't see it. He must be blind. Wang Baoli was most offended at Li Xiao thinking that he was ugly. Therefore, he became determined to teach Li Xiao what beauty truly was if he ever had the chance to see him again. With that thought, he suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and took another look at the jade slip before setting it aside. This matter actually had nothing to do with him. He only felt uncomfortable with how the colony disciplinary order handled the matter. Now, he had calmed down, and continued to draw the blueprint for his stronghold and construction puppets. Just like that, a day passed. The next afternoon, Wang Baoli stepped out of his residence and into the dean's office, thinking that the incident with the colony disciplinary order had already concluded the day before. Even though he was unhappy with the way they handled it, he had managed to save his reputation somehow. However, he had never imagined that not long after arriving in the office, cruisers from the colony disciplinary order landed once again. This time, there was only one cruiser. Even though it did not barge into Dao Mountain Mist Academy and was instead parked outside, the person who emerged seemed like someone who was used to handling things head-on and boisterously. He was in Wang Baoli's office but was still stern and direct in his words. Dean Wang, our minister needs you to go over to assist in the investigation. Wang Baoli looked coldly at the expressionless middle-aged man dressed in a black robe standing before him, as he narrowed his eyes. What's the investigation? Dean Wang, this is something that I don't know. This is an order by the Colony Disciplinary Order, and is within the authority of the Colony Disciplinary Order bestowed by the Martian colony. Everyone below the rank secondary rank 3 has to cooperate. Dean Wang, after you, please. Wang Baoli frowned. He was unhappy, but as he didn't do anything wrong, and as the Colony Disciplinary Order had sought cooperation, people would speak behind his back if he didn't cooperate. Therefore, after thinking about it, he took out his jade slip and contacted the sect lord of Ethereal Dao College. After informing the sect lord about the matter, the sect lord assured Wang Baoli that he would keep tabs on it and that he should cooperate. With that, Wang Baoli stood up. He didn't enter the Colony Disciplinary Order's cruiser. Instead, he stepped into his own cruiser, expressionlessly following the middle-aged man to the Colony Disciplinary Order in the Zone 19. He soon arrived on the grounds of the Colony Disciplinary Order, which was filled with buildings that were painted black, giving off a suppressive force that felt extremely cold and distant. Everyone there was dressed in a black robe, looking extremely stern. The office of the Colony Disciplinary Order's minister was located on the top floor of a high-rise building in the middle of all the buildings. When Wang Baoli arrived and pushed open the door, he saw Li Wanna, Li Xiu's sister, sitting there, staring coldly at him. Her perfect level of foundation establishment cultivation was transformed into a suppressive force, enveloping Wang Baoli. It was worth mentioning that even though Li Wanna was expressionless and extremely cold, Wang Baoli felt her looks could be compared to Zhao Yameng. To a certain extent, her hot figure put her higher in the ranks in terms of looks. Dean Wang, there are a few matters that we need your cooperation with, which is why we invited you here. Please answer truthfully. Li Wanna didn't mince her words, instead, speaking her mind directly. The questions mostly revolved around the apprehended teacher, such as when he was employed and who he interacted with most on a day-to-day basis. Though Wang Baoli was unhappy, he had no need to withhold information regarding these questions. Therefore, he answered everything truthfully. In the end, Li Wanna judged the situation silently in her mind before lowering her head and checking the documents, not even looking at Wang Baoli, before speaking coldly again. You can leave now. According to regulations, whatever is mentioned here shouldn't be made known to anyone. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Wang Baoli looked at Li Wanna, who remained cold and distant. As he turned towards the door, he turned his head, looking coldly at Li Wanna, who was reading the documents, before speaking calmly. Minister Li, I am not a newbie to the Federation. When I first entered Ethereal Dao College, my job was in investigative matters. When I became Deputy Pavilion Head on the Upper Academy Island, investigative matters were also under my purview. I am clear about matters like these. Guilty or not, it's all based on your words. Are you sure that you have the right evidence, and didn't malign the teacher under my watch? Furthermore, don't try to suppress me with your perfect foundation establishment cultivation. Even though I have never killed a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, I have killed many who were in the early stage and mid-stage of foundation establishment when I was in foundation establishment myself. I can even kill those in the late-stage foundation establishment with a lift of my finger. You, a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, are no threat to me. Wang Baoli's words made Li Wanna frown, and she raised her head to look at Wang Baoli with even more chilliness in her eyes. Wang Baoli didn't seem to back down as he looked back at her, and this staring contest went on for a significant length of time. Chapter 319, Mars's Unusual Transformation. Chapter 319, Mars's Unusual Transformation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Since I began my cultivation, no one in the same realm as me has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Needless to say, it has never happened before with someone like you who is merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The chill in Li Wanna's eyes intensified, and a dangerous aura spread from her body, making all the items in the entire office vibrate ever so slightly. In the face of Li Wanna's suppressive force, Wang Baoli raised his brows and laughed. What a coincidence! Every single person who said such a thing to me has been killed by me. Shall we compare to see who has killed more foundation establishment cultivators? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly, and a frightening aura emerged from his body as well as he prepared to fight. If he were still in the early stage of Foundation establishment like previously, he would perhaps not have the guts to do what he was doing now. However, as he advanced to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, riding on the heavenly thunder, possessing the Dharmic armament, and coupled with his immense physical strength, Wang Baoli's unhappiness towards the colony disciplinary order that arose previously now showed signs of erupting. Seeing that they were clashing with each other and that their hostile auras were growing stronger, Li Wana suddenly stood up. She didn't make an attack and instead pushed open the windows with her hands and stepped out. Instantly, a cruiser appeared, landing at her feet. "Aren't you asking me if I made any judgment errors? Come on board, I'll show you what real proof and evidence is." Li Wana spoke indifferently. Wang Baoli took a look at Li Wana and weighed the consequences before stepping into Li Wana's cruiser. Immediately, the cruiser picked up speed and went into the distance, so fast that perhaps the other people from the colony disciplinary order might not have realized what had happened. The high traveling speed of the cruiser, coupled with the fact that it was made specifically for the colony disciplinary order, bestowed it with such authority that it was able to disregard the outermost layer of array formation protection surrounding the Mars colonial city, and before long, it had emerged out of the colonial city. It was now winter on Mars. The winds froze one to the bone, with temperatures at an extreme low. As the cruiser charged at high speed, its temperature increased, which led to the inevitable formation of frost layers. A glow flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. When he first emerged from Mars City, he contacted Ethereal Tao College's sect lord with his jade slip to inform him about what was going on. He then kept the jade slip, looking coldly at Li Wana as he tried to judge if she had connections to the giant tree. However, if they were indeed connected, the voice transmissions he sent out would definitely be blocked. Since he could still send out voice transmissions, as usual, it pointed towards Li Wana not sharing a relationship with the giant tree. Noticing that Wang Baoli was sending a voice transmission, a look of disdain appeared in Li Wana's eyes. She didn't say anything, simply continuing the journey in the cruiser as it traveled further away from Mars Colonial City until it reached a barren plain. The plain was all white, entirely covered with snow. There were some small, scattered areas which the snow didn't cover, revealing the deep red-colored ground. The cruiser slowly landed. Li Wana leaped and alighted from the cruiser, landing on the snow. Wang Baoli frowned, narrowing his eyes as he followed suit. It was then that Li Wana took out a jade slip, which she pressed while aiming it on the ground. When she pressed the jade slip, a purple glow emerged from it, which immediately spread in all directions, causing Wang Baoli's pupils to constrict. He saw that the entire area began to be warped, turning blurry. Soon, like a broken mirror, the hundreds of feet of snow surrounding them disappeared, and an underground cave appeared. It appeared as though the cave had been there since the beginning. The array formation left by people covered it, making it impossible for outsiders to explore it. Wang Baoli's breathing grew rapid when he saw the underground cave. When he looked towards Li Wana, she had already taken the lead and entered the cave. Soon, her voice emerged from underground. "What's the matter? You're afraid to come down here? Didn't you want real evidence?" Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and raised his hands. Instantly, the 7th grade Dharmic armament appeared in his hands. He turned and charged into the underground cave. The temperature inside the cave was significantly higher than that outside. Looking into the distance, there was a passageway. Wang Baoli walked along it to the end, where he saw Li Wana and a scene that made him extremely shocked. In the depths of the underground cave was a secret chamber weakly lit by spirit stones. However, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could see everything clearly despite the low visibility. Right now, the door to the secret chamber was already open, and he could see that there were receptacles placed everywhere inside it. Taking a closer look at the contents of these receptacles, he realized that human organs were being stored in them. Some of them even contained the corpses of babies. A significant number of them contained unrecognizable pieces of bloody flesh. Wang Baoli was unable to identify every single one of them, but it was clear to him that the existence of the secret chamber was sinister. That alone caused Wang Baoli to breathe heavily. There were limits to humanity that shouldn't be breached. What Wang Baoli saw before him severely violated the principles of being human. See all of this? Li Wana remained expressionless as she took out a jade slip with a wave of her right hand. After grabbing hold of it, a scene immediately played out through the glow that emerged from the jade slip. The scenario depicted the secret chamber. The only difference was that instead of Wang Baoli and Li Wana, there was a middle-aged man. With just a single glance, Wang Baoli immediately recognized that the man was the teacher that had been apprehended by the colony disciplinary order. In the image, the man was meditating with his legs crossed. His facial expressions were frightening, and he appeared to be going through cultivation. There were receptacles containing the human organs placed around him, and he seemed to be in the process of absorbing a mysterious force. This scene made Wang Baoli solemn as he took a deep breath. He knew deep in his heart that the colony disciplinary order was properly handling the matter. He wanted to say something, but Li Wana didn't give him a chance to, as she immediately kept the jade slip and began speaking coldly. The reason why this area is preserved is to lure his accomplice. Bringing you here can be considered an exception. You aren't to question future matters of the colony disciplinary order. With that, Li Wana turned and walked towards the passageway with a cold expression on her face. Wang Baoli was somewhat embarrassed. If it was in a different setting and someone were to speak to him this way, he would have flipped. However, he wasn't the least bit angry now. In his embarrassment, he quickly followed behind Li Wana. Looking at her shockingly attractive figure accentuated by her tight-fitting uniform, Wang Baoli uncontrollably thought of the incident where Li Xiao wanted him as a brother-in-law. However, just as the thought circled around Wang Baoli's mind, an unusual transformation suddenly occurred outside the cave. A loud boom emerged and spread from outside the underground cave. It sounded as if a large number of people were crying pitifully, their cries spreading in all directions. Li Wana and Wang Baoli grew solemn, as they noticed that blood-colored winds were blowing towards them from the wilderness a distance away from the plains. This blood-colored wind could perhaps be better described not as wind, but as fog. It was as if the tide swept towards them from all directions from a distance, covering a large area and at such a high speed that if one were to observe from above, one would see that it was boundless. It was like a red-colored sea, churning from a distance. They didn't have time to rush out. Almost immediately, the blood-colored wind enveloped Wang Baoli and Li Wana in the zone where the underground cave was. The cries grew even more pitiful as if innumerable wandering spirits were crying out all their sufferings within the blood-colored fog. Hearing it, one could feel chills down their spine as if they had come into contact with spirits. Instinctively, fear and shock arose in their hearts. At the same time, there were sounds of grinding teeth reverberating from within the fog. All of it was harrowing, and as Wang Baoli and Li Wana were frozen with surprise at the cave being enveloped, the cries reverberated. The entire area was covered with the blood-colored fog, which decreased the visibility. At the same time, the spirit chi within their bodies lost vitality right at that moment. As if being restricted, they could no longer feel their spirit chi, it was as if it had completely disappeared. Li Wana's breathing quickened as she shrieked. Spirit restriction? What's going on? A torrent of thoughts crashed in Wang Baoli's mind. Similarly, he couldn't feel the existence of his spirit chi. Even the green lotus seemed to have broken off all ties with him. Wang Baoli could only vaguely feel the devouring seed, even though it was also being affected. This weak sense required time before it could be completely detected. Within this time, his spirit chi disappeared, unable to be activated. In that moment, a cultivator was turned into a commoner. The voice transmission ring, the storage bracelet. They all lost their function. Everything that was related to spirit chi was being forbidden. Thankfully, the foundation of life formed through one's cultivation was unaffected. Therefore, one's breathing wasn't affected as quickly. However, there was no time to lose, as one would endanger their lives if they were out of the city for a prolonged period of time. Everything happened too quickly. The vanishing of one's cultivation and the spirit restriction, coupled with the extinguishing of the light from the spirit stones, rapidly decreased their visibility. At the same time, the pitch-black surroundings became even more prominent. Luckily, Wang Baoli still held a weak connection with the devouring seed, which allowed him to maintain his field of vision slightly. He vaguely saw that the red fog had already spread into the underground cave's passageway, and signs of the mud rotting appeared wherever the fog passed. At the same time, Wang Baoli instinctively sensed an extreme level of danger. If he were to come into contact with the red fog, there was no doubt that he would die. Therefore, he grabbed hold of Li Wan, who had lost all her spirit energy, and he charged towards the secret chamber. Li Wan wanted to struggle but also seemed to have felt the danger from the fast-approaching fog. Therefore, without needing Wang Baoli to pull her along, she quickly charged towards the secret chamber. However, it was still too late for both of them. The blood-colored fog churned, and it only spread through half the passageway without advancing further. However, when the duo entered the secret chamber and shut the secret chamber door behind them, a small portion of the fog seemed to have sensed Wang Baoli and chased after them like a living creature. It followed the door as it was closing, wriggling into Wang Baoli through his nose and mouth. Wang Baoli was shocked and instantly felt an indescribable pain in his body as if his life and spirit were dissolving. Thankfully, it was only a tiny portion of the red fog, and Wang Baoli's body could disintegrate it. Therefore, the pain was only temporary, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. However, he already burst out in a sweat, and a sense of weakness instantly appeared. In that pitch-black environment, the duo waited for a moment while still on high alert. Realizing that the red fog only seemed to have spread through half the length of the passageway without advancing further into the secret chamber, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. What they didn't know was that this red fog didn't only appear where they were, instead, it had emerged simultaneously in many locations on Mars. Chapter 320, Bizarre Village. Chapter 320, Bizarre Village. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At the same instant, blood-colored winds appeared on almost 30% of Mars. It was an extremely bizarre scene as the winds blew in all directions. A thing like this had never happened before, either after the establishment of the Martian colony city or ever before in history. If one were to look at Mars from outer space, they could see that the red-colored fog was like the tides, spreading at high speed and covering an increasingly large area. This event was instantly detected by the array formation on Mars, which led to a warning signal being sent out. This immediately caught the attention of the Martian colony city, and people like the governor and deputy governor personally made the trip down to the core of the array formation to find out what was going on. The core of the array formation was located in the military base of Mars. It was extremely large, covering over 60% of Mars. At the same time, even though it was meant for military use, the one with the most authority over it was the governor. Right now, on the enormous spirit screen located within the military base, an illusory model of Mars could be seen. 30% of the region of the model was covered with churning red fog. It was extremely harrowing to watch, and in the crowd which densely covered the area, the military elites, the governor, as well as other personnel looked solemn. There weren't any signs. Suddenly, this blood-colored fog appeared. Based on the investigations carried out by the sentry guards stationed outside, the blood fog was found to be corrosive and has the capability to restrict spirits. Furthermore, an unknown creature seems to exist within the fog. The person in command of the military was a burly middle-aged man. Right now, he was standing behind the governor as he spoke with all seriousness. Therefore, other than reporting the information to you, we sincerely request for the governor to use your authority to increase the power of the Mars array formation in order to better investigate the situation so that we can get a clear understanding of what is going on inside the fog. The governor, dressed in a bright red long robe, frowned as she stared at the spirit screen. After a brief moment of silence, she suddenly raised her right hand, activating her hand seals as she pressed the enormous spirit screen in front of her through the air. As the spirit screen was pressed, it instantly vibrated, and the image on it began to blur immediately. However, very quickly, the image reappeared much clearer than before, as if it could permeate the screen. The unclear figure formed by the blood-colored fog seemed to have been filtered, such that everyone could vaguely see what was within the blood-colored fog. What was bizarre was that within the blood-colored fog, the ground and the rocks appeared normal. However, both the common and unique vegetation that the Federation had been trying to cultivate following the appearance of spirit chi on Mars had withered and died. At the same time, there seemed to be several things flowing within the fog. The things that were flowing all looked different, seemingly translucent as they blended with the fog. They could be seen through the array formation but were completely invisible to the naked eye. This made everyone even more solemn. At the same time, the Martian colony governor suddenly looked towards a small area on the northwestern area of the Mars model. The pupils of the Mars governor constricted, and with her finger pointing at it, the area was instantly magnified. Immediately, the entire spirit screen turned blood red, and after layers of filtering, everyone finally managed to see the true appearance of the area beneath the blood-colored fog. They all gasped in disbelief. There it was, a village. Impossible! The burly middle-aged man from the military let out a voiceless scream. At the same time, gasps of shock and disbelief, as well as sounds of heavy breathing, emerged from the people around him. How could there be a village on Mars? I know that place. I'm very sure that it was just a basin in that location previously. There was no village. As the crowd was gripped in shock, the giant tree also took a few steps forward to take a closer look. He then waved his hand suddenly, minimizing the area on the screen before pointing at several other regions of Mars. Soon, images of the various areas appeared on the screen, each having identical, bizarre-looking villages within them. There were a total of 7 such areas. The atmosphere grew more solemn. As people grew more surprised, the detection by the array formation showed that there wasn't a high level of danger in those 7 villages. At the same time, it detected that within the 7 villages, there was the existence of broken array formations and damaged dharmic treasures. This made the 7 villages even more mysterious. Interesting, the Mars governor narrowed her eyes, revealing a glint of danger in them. After a brief moment of silence, she gave a command. According to the detection done by the array formation, the 7 areas aren't considered very dangerous. However, we shouldn't belittle them. This matter shall be placed under your charge, General Lee. Send out 7 troops to investigate each of these 7 areas at the same time. Furthermore, be alert and make sure that a core formation cultivator leads each team. At the same time, gather all the array runes cultivators as well as dharmic armament cultivators in the Martian city and bring them along. If the objects within the 7 areas can't be brought out, then they are to research them on the spot. General Lee from the military immediately obeyed the command. He then turned around, efficiently making plans to carry out the command. With that, the entire Mars military was activated, and as commands were passed down, the identities and residential addresses of array runes and dharmic armament cultivators within Martian Colony City were retrieved. Wang Baoli and Lin Tianhao's name were among the data reviewed. As the command was sent out, numerous cruisers rushed out from the military base. With the fastest speed, they ferried the array runes and dharmic armament cultivators to accompany the 7 branch teams. At the same time, in order to prevent widespread panic, the entire mission was conducted in secrecy. One of the cruisers headed directly to Dow Mountain Mist Academy at high speed. After it arrived in Dow Mountain Mist Academy, it immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Baoli. However, it was futile as there was no reply received. That made the military personnel who were looking for Wang Baoli troubled. Instead, they located Lin Tianhao. The arrival of the military surprised Lin Tianhao, and he immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Baoli. However, he was unable to contact him as well. In the end, with the military running out of time, they looked at Lin Tianhao and announced, "Lin Tianhao, you have been drafted." Lin Tianhao didn't know how to, nor was he able to reject being drafted by the military. After a few silent breaths, he immediately nodded his head and stepped into the military cruiser, leaving Dow Mountain Mist Academy. Before long, the 7 unique cruisers that could withstand a brief moment of spirit restriction emerged from Martian City, heading at high speed in 7 different directions. At the same time, outside the colonial city in the wilderness, on the plains within the blood-colored fog, it was completely dark in the underground cave where the evil cultivator previously resided. In the darkness, Wang Baoli sat down after guiding himself using the wall. He gasped as he thought about the sudden appearance and disappeared of extreme pain, despite his body disintegrating the blood-colored fog that entered him. "Quiet!" Li Wanna ordered softly the moment Wang Baoli gasped. Wang Baoli stared at her. However, when he thought about the misunderstanding he had towards her previously, he sneered under his breath and unwillingly followed suit without paying further attention. He shut his eyes and tried to connect with the devouring seed, so as to regain his cultivation as soon as possible. At the same time, he was also feeling troubled. Being trapped where he was without doing anything felt too passive. However, he understood clearly that the blood-colored fog outside would probably not last long. Furthermore, the longer he and Li Wanna remained uncontactable, the more likely the Martian colonial city would realize. Then, following the clues, they should be able to locate them. Thankfully, I contacted the sect lord previously. If I don't reply to his messages for an extended period of time, he will probably know that trouble occurred. With that thought, Wang Baoli heaved a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he continued to strengthen his connection with the devouring seed. Li Wanna also tried all ways to regain her cultivation. The problem was that the spirit restriction happened so suddenly and was on a large scale. It appeared that neither of their cultivations couldn't be regained within a short time. As for the underground cave, it wouldn't have mattered if it was merely shrouded in darkness. What made it worse was that it was now winter on Mars, and temperatures were already low. On normal days, the array formation provided some form of protection in the colonial city. Even if they were to go outdoors, their cultivation could protect them, allowing them to withstand Mars temperatures. However, right now, due to the spirit restriction, Wang Baoli and Li Wanna seemed to have immediately become commoners. Not only was their cultivation restricted, they gradually grew incapable of withstanding the cold. After half an hour, the duo, who had kept silent since the start, began to feel an increasingly stronger sense of cold in the underground cave. Wang Baoli, despite being fat and thick-skinned, began to feel weaker and colder as his body was somewhat exhausted when it tried to disintegrate the red fog. As for Li Wanna, even though her cultivation exceeded that of Wang Baoli's, she wasn't as strong physically. Therefore, very quickly, Wang Baoli heard Li Wanna's teeth chattering as she shivered, as well as her gradually weakening breathing. It could be that the dip in temperature was very significant, or that it was low, to begin with, but the emergence of the red fog affected and weakened the duo, causing Li Wanna to lose heat extremely quickly. She couldn't withstand it any longer. If this were to carry on, even if the duo's bodies evolved by virtue of the spirit chi, which could allow them to maintain the demands for breathing, they would still die eventually. Seeing that that was the case, Wang Baoli hesitated. Even though Li Wanna was trembling, she still remained calm as she spoke, her voice emerging in the darkness. Wang Baoli, take off your clothes. Chapter 321, I'll never speak even if you beat me to death. Chapter 321, I'll never speak even if you beat me to death. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. When he suddenly heard Li Wanna's words in the darkness, Wang Baoli was taken aback. He became alert and said probingly. Li Wanna, someone should be coming to save us. You don't think about silly things. We haven't reached the moment for one last hurrah before our deaths. Enough with your nonsense. Take off your clothes quickly. Li Wanna was slightly annoyed, her voice turning stern. Her strong-headed nature, under the pressure and annoyance she was experiencing, could no longer be suppressed as it burst right out of her now. Why should I? You're cold, but so am I. Hearing Li Wanna's words, Wang Baoli was unhappy. Even though he was rugged and big-sized, he felt the same kind of chills. Even though he wasn't as cold as Li Wanna was, but if he really were to strip, he would definitely be frozen stiff in a short period of time. Seeing how uncooperative Wang Baoli was, Li Wanna frowned. Her eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness, and even though she couldn't make out the details, she could sense where Wang Baoli was, and she stared at him coldly. After a moment, she took a deep breath, forcing down her anger as she spoke calmly. Wang Baoli, if this were to go on, we would freeze to death before anyone came to save us. Therefore, we need to keep our bodies warm. And clothing shouldn't be used for keeping warm. Li Wanna spoke word by word, taking the initiative to take off her clothes first. What followed was a sound similar to paper being shredded. Li Wanna was resolutely taking off her clothing even though she was shaking from the cold. However, she was unaware that, even though Wang Baoli's vision became slightly less clear than before due to the loss of spirit chi, he could still vaguely make out the big picture, just not in detail. Instantly, a crystal-like figure appeared in his eyes. Similar to her back view, which he had seen previously, Li Wanna had such a sexy figure. Even though she still had her bra on, Wang Baoli felt that her bra was undersized. Her breasts were plump and shaped provocatively, and the sight made his temperature rise and breath quicken. So this can generate warmth. Wang Baoli cleared his throat, thinking about what to do in his mind. He sighed, as if still hesitating, before finally gritting his teeth. Fine. I'm saving a life here. With such a noble revelation, Wang Baoli stood up immediately, stripping all his clothes off at a speed much faster than Li Wanna. Of course, he kept his undergarments on. What's next? Do you come, or do I go? My cultivation isn't as high as yours, so I can't see anything clearly. I cannot find your location. Where are you? Wang Baoli blinked. His only thought was that his time in the underground cave was growing too exciting. Li Wanna believed Wang Baoli's declaration that he couldn't see clearly. That was because she felt that her level of cultivation was indeed higher than Wang Baoli's. Since she could only vaguely see the outlines and images, which appeared dull in her eyes, it would be worse for Wang Baoli. In reality, that was also the reason that made her determined to warm each other up. After seeing the naked Wang Baoli, who sat down with his legs crossed after stripping his clothes, Li Wanna gritted her teeth and rose, still shivering, and approached him. The nearer she was to him, the more she felt the warmth from his body. Like a fire source, it made Li Wanna pick up her pace at an increasing speed. As for Wang Baoli, his heart was palpitating furiously, and his throat turned dry. He was hyperventilating, as what appeared before his eyes was too much of a shock. Li Wanna's figure was the sexiest one out of all that Wang Baoli had seen in his life, whether they were covered with clothing or not. She had long slender legs, beady white skin, and a voluptuous hourglass figure. She neared him, slowly at first before speedily approaching him, and sat directly in his arms, her body freezing cold. Her cold body contrasted very clearly with his heated body, a contrast that made Wang Baoli tremble and Li Wanna instinctively hug him close. In Wang Baoli's life, this was one of the few times where he was thrown into confusion. He raised his hands, unsure of where to place them. His breathing also quickened as he opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Now, you can cover our bodies with the clothes, Li Wanna took a deep breath and said coldly. Wang Baoli coughed and slowly responded. He thought of how self-sacrificial he was, just like the Buddha. With that thought, he instantly felt that he was doing a noble deed. He quickly covered himself and Li Wanna with the clothing that was strewn around them. After that, he rested his hands, instinctively placing them where Li Wanna was most voluptuous. Li Wanna frowned, an icy look appearing in her eyes. She was about to rage, but she felt that Wang Baoli's large hands were extremely warm, therefore, she remained silent, turning her head and ignoring him. Just like that, both Li Wanna and Wang Baoli stayed silent as time gradually went by. Eventually, as they generated warmth for each other, their temperatures increased. That allowed them to resist the coldness of the surroundings, and their scents began to spread towards each other as they hugged tightly. A pleasant scent wafted continuously into Wang Baoli's nose. He had willed himself to keep his heart rate from skyrocketing, but as he smelled the scent, his heart palpitated furiously again. Therefore, his hands instantly squeezed, and he immediately snapped out of his daze. He wanted to stop when he realized that Li Wanna's breathing also quickened. He lowered his head to take an inconspicuous look and realized that Li Wanna's face had turned redder than usual. This scene, coupled with Li Wanna's reaction, was like a devil that instantly emerged from Wang Baoli's body. He blinked his eyes and thought about whether it was an encouragement from Li Wanna. Forget it. I'm doing all this to save her. It's no big deal sacrificing myself. After all, I, Wang Baoli, am not a selfish person. With those thoughts, Wang Baoli planned to continue but soon realized that Li Wanna's reddened face seemed to be showing signs of returning to normal. Therefore, he subconsciously squeezed his hands again, and instantly, Li Wanna's body trembled as her face reddened again. What's going on? Wang Baoli noticed Li Wanna, with her face reddened and her eyes shut, remaining silent. His heart beat faster, and though he hadn't planned to, his large hands began exploring. Li Wanna's body froze instantly, but she remained silent and didn't reject him. That made Wang Baoli begin to breathe heavily, and before long, Li Wanna's usual cold voice reverberated in the underground cave. If you don't wish to see a part of yourself missing after we are rescued, then you can continue. That voice was so chilling that Wang Baoli froze instantly when he heard it. He cleared his throat and didn't dare to continue after thinking it through carefully. Just like that, the duo fell silent in the noiseless underground cave. What was left was the continuously reverberating sounds of their breathing and the howling outside, which made them hug each other even tighter. The passing of time also seemed to slow down. After a brief moment, Li Wanna suddenly spoke. "Talk about yourself. I heard that you almost killed Li Xiu on the moon." "Me killing him? That fella thinks that I am a pushover and wanted to kill me. I was magnanimous to set him free." Wang Baoli was unhappy hearing Li Wanna's question. After thinking about it, he told Li Wanna about what he had experienced on the moon, save for some crucial information about himself. In this way, the duo conversed while seeking warmth from each other in the underground cave. Wang Baoli shared first, followed by Li Wanna. Eventually, a night passed. On the morning of the second day, as the blood-colored fog dissipated gradually, Wang Baoli and Li Wanna immediately felt that the spirit qi within their bodies recovering at a fast pace. At the same time, with the recovery of the spirit qi, their vision slowly returned to clarity from a blur, and from a dull view to a bright one. The recovery of spirit qi made it unnecessary for both of them to seek warmth from each other. Therefore, Li Wanna left the embrace of Wang Baoli without any qualms. She stood up, not care whether Wang Baoli was looking at her, and, with her back facing him, put on her clothes. Looking at Li Wanna's back view, Wang Baoli's heart, which had already returned to a state of calmness, began to beat furiously again. He hurriedly put on his clothes. After the two of them were fully and neatly clothed, Li Wanna turned around, appearing just like she did before with her sexy figure, cold attitude, and a distant gaze which seems to push everyone away. She returned to the arrogant ice mountain that wouldn't melt, just as she was before. "Wang Baoli, if you were ever to leak out a single bit of what happened here," Li Wanna paused as a chill flashed across her eyes. She raised her right hand and smashed the wall loudly, and immediately, the rocks of the wall turned into ash. Her cultivation, which was on the level of perfected foundation establishment, rose to that of pre-core formation and instantly erupted. Wang Baoli frowned as he sneered in his heart. He felt that he should be saying that instead, but Li Wanna had stolen his words. He wanted to speak, but at that moment, a gigantic battle axe appeared in Li Wanna's hands. The battle axe was a 7th-grade Dharmic armament. Looking at the Dharmic armament, Wang Baoli took a deep breath and blinked. He didn't think that it would be embarrassing to obey right now, so he slapped his chest. "Rest assured. I will never tell anyone about this even if they were to beat me to death." Chapter 322, Holy Condor? Chapter 322, Holy Condor? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Li Wanna gave Wang Baoli a deep, meaningful look when she heard what he said. Then, she turned and left the cave. The back of her figure was well curved and beautiful, and the aura exuding from her person was frosty like a glacier. Her eyes spoke a warning for others to stay far, far away from her. Wang Baoli turned sullen. "I did save her life, after all. In any case, both of us took advantage of each other last night. I was taken advantage of too. How dare she threaten me?" Wang Baoli simmered with rage and injustice. After some thought, he decided there was no need for him to reveal his honest thoughts. This was a strategic move, a pretense of weakness, a ploy to trick the enemy. It wasn't actual weakness or cowardice on his part. The thought bolstered his confidence, and he walked out of the cave with his hands behind his back. He emerged to a sunlit, clear-skied world surrounded by ice and snow. It was nothing like last night. There were no signs of decomposition, making the blood-colored fog and winds of last night seem like a dream. It was as if they had never appeared. But the fact was, they had. Wang Baoli and Li Wanna were very certain of that. As they stood in silence, they keenly felt the bizarreness that had descended upon Mars. They couldn't shake off the feeling that every moment they spent standing there was dangerous. Li Wanna retrieved her cruiser hastily, and Wang Baoli leaped on board hurriedly. Under Li Wanna's steering, the cruiser dashed at a startling speed towards the Martian city. Their voice transmission rings had come online again. During their return journey, both Wang Baoli and Li Wanna received a flood of messages. Wang Baoli had received news from Lin Qianhao and other teachers from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, as well as transmissions from Jin Duoming and a few anonymous senders. The ethereal Dao College's sect lord had also sent him multiple transmissions. When Wang Baoli saw them, he hurriedly read all of them and replied to them immediately. Then, he saw Jin Duoming's transmission. An alarm flashed across his face instantly. Last night, a third of Mars was covered in blood-colored fog and winds. Wang Baoli raised his head in alarm and shock. He looked at Li Wanna and found the expression on her face equally somber. Clearly, she had received more details on what had happened due to her status and office. Wang Baoli had guessed right. Li Wanna was one of the main people in charge of the colony disciplinary order, so she had received a comprehensive update on the situation. She knew that while the fog had dispersed at their location, more than half of the regions that had been besieged by this phenomena were still currently covered in fog. Li Wanna thought about how bizarre the entire situation was and the terrifying effects of the blood-colored fog, and she realized the gravity of the situation. If they didn't get to the bottom of this, it would remain a potential disaster waiting to blow up again. It had appeared outside the colony city this time. If it appeared inside the city the next time? The look on Li Wanna's face grew solemn as she imagined the scene. She increased the cruiser speed and forced it to go faster. It roared as it dashed ahead. She knew that there was going to be a mountain of work related to the mysterious fog waiting for her and her team to investigate and handle. Wang Baoli tried to get his thoughts to settle. He frowned as he stared at his voice transmission ring. One of the messages that he had received was from the Academy's teacher, informing him that the military had come looking for him last night. In his absence, they had taken Lin Tianhao instead. The Academy was unsure of the exact reason. Wang Baoli immediately pulled out his voice transmission ring and sent a message to Lin Tianhao, but he received radio silence. It was clear that Lin Tianhao's communication with the outside world had been cut off. After a moment of silence, Wang Baoli turned towards Li Wanna. Last night, the military came looking for me at the Academy. They took my vice dean in the end. You have a clearer picture of what's going on. Do you know why they did that? Li Wanna frowned. She threw a glance towards Wang Baoli. Normally, she would have ignored him, but at present, after a few moments of silence, she pulled out her voice transmission ring and asked a few questions. After a while, without even turning her head, she spoke coolly. Yesterday night, when the blood-colored fog and winds appeared, 7 strange villages also appeared. Based on the assessment conducted via our array formation, the level of danger was deemed to be relatively low. The governor ordered the military to send out 7 teams to survey and investigate the areas. That was because the initial scan had shown the remnants of array formations and dharmic treasures in the villages. Every team was to be accompanied by an array formation cultivator as well as a dharmic armament cultivator. Wang Baoli realized what had transpired when he heard that. He couldn't help but worry since Lin Tianhao had taken his place for the mission. He recalled how terrifying the blood-colored fog and winds had been, and anxiety and worry rose in his heart. He thought again about how the military had stepped in this time. Even the governor was aware of the matter. Perhaps he was overthinking things. The military would have made sure they were fully prepared and equipped for the mission. They would have been sure of their mission's success. Li Wanna seemed to notice Wang Baoli's worry. After a moment of silence, she spoke casually. Every team was allocated a core formation realm cultivator to hold the fort. Of course, when the military carries out any missions, all news and communications will be sealed. Participants in the mission aren't allowed to contact anyone else in the outside world. What I'm telling you now is highly confidential. If you leak it. I know. That stone wall in the cave, right? That'll be what will happen to me. I understand. Wang Baoli let loose a breath of relief when he heard what Li Wanna had said. He stared at her. All of a sudden, he realized she wasn't that bad after all. Li Wanna snorted. She didn't say anything else. Instead, she pressed her cruiser to fly more quickly. Within a short span of time, they reached the edge of the Martian colony city. Before they entered the city though, Li Wanna fiddled with the cruiser's configurations. A black glow suddenly appeared and enveloped the cruise as it shot through the city's array formation. It entered the city's peripheral city zone, Zone 36, and abruptly stopped in a small secluded alley. Let's go! Wang Baoli knew that she didn't wish for others to see them together. He didn't waste time on words and leaped off the cruiser. Before he even landed on his feet, the cruiser roared and sped away into the distance. As Wang Baoli watched the cruiser speed off into the distance, a realization dawned on him. No one would find out what had happened between the two of them last night, it had become their secret. Fine, I won't beat Li Xiu up when I see him the next time. Wang Baoli shook his head. He retrieved his own cruiser and headed for the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, arriving quickly. He didn't sense anything amiss or different. The teachers were teaching, as usual, and the students were cultivation or attending classes, as usual. It was clear that news about the blood-colored fog and winds had been sealed. Excluding a few select people, no one else knew anything about it. Wang Baoli had only known about the situation because of what Jin Duoming had shared with him. I hope everything's going well for Tianhao. Wang Baoli sighed after he returned to the academy. He knew that it was no use worrying, so he set aside his worries, focusing instead on handling school matters as well as his cultivation. He continued to keep an eye on any changes on Mars. In order to ensure he received the latest news, he contacted many of his students' parents. A few of them were from the military. When they realized that he was in the know, they hinted that they would immediately inform him when they received news of the 7 teams. After waiting a few days, Wang Baoli received news. Out of the 7 teams, 1 had returned. They carried information that Wang Baoli was not privy to. There were also frequent updates from the other teams. They seemed to be safe, but due to certain complications, they required more time to complete the mission before they could return. This was the same for Team 6, which Lin Qianhao was a part of. At that juncture, Wang Baoli could finally release a sigh of relief. He calmed himself down and continued his practice of the Lightning Dao, first volume. He wanted to reach the peak of mid-stage foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. After that, he would be able to break through and advance to the late-stage foundation establishment realm. He was almost done with the main outline for his stronghold blueprints. What was missing were the finer details. The general framework and design approach had been set. Besides fine-tuning the design, he also needed to get enough construction puppets. He redirected his focus towards the construction puppets. Days passed as he immersed in his research, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The intermittent news from his students' parents mentioned that the 7 teams were doing well. In those 2 weeks, 2 teams had returned. 7 days passed. Wang Baoli was deep in meditation when the 4th team returned. Suddenly, from within his storage bracelet, a chirping sound rang out. What is that noise? Wang Baoli froze. He opened his eyes suddenly and stared at his storage bracelet with shock. With a flip of his palm, he opened it and began digging through its contents. With an odd expression on his face, he pulled out an egg. It was the size of his palm. It was the monster egg that he had received from the instructor during his 100 seedlings cultivation camp. He still remembered that the instructor had told him that the egg had been found in the Sea of Beasts, and that they had no idea what it would hatch into. Besides Wang Baoli, Kong Dao had received an egg as well. Wang Baoli had brought the egg back to the Ethereal Dao College and arranged for someone to incubate it. The incubation period had been quite long, and the egg had finally shown signs of hatching just before his journey to Mars. He had simply thrown it into his storage bracelet. However, because of the series of events that had followed after his arrival on Mars, and the fact that the egg had not actually hatched, he had almost forgotten about its existence. Now that he had taken it out from his storage bracelet, he could see the cracks on its shell. Waves of spirit energy at the true breath realm emanated from the egg. It seemed like it was about to hatch at any time. At the true breath realm already when it's barely hatched. Wang Baoli was shocked and became excited. I wonder what it'll look like. It must be a bird. This looks just like a bird's egg. Maybe it's a legendary holy condor that's super amazing and looks as handsome as I am. Chapter 323, Sun. Chapter 323, Sun. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli got excited at the possibility of hatching a wonderful holy condor from his egg. He couldn't help but remember when he had still been at the ancient martial realm, he had seen a majestic winged monster on his way back home. The winged monster had been killed by someone in the end, but that didn't stop Wang Baoli from letting his imagination run wild. In his mind, he saw his future self standing on the wide back of a huge holy condor. The condor's sharp eyes gazed down on the world beneath it. He stood, with his hands behind his back, and stared down at the earth beneath his feet. It would make such an impressive sight. It's already at the true breath realm at birth. That's amazing. Its potential is almost as great as mine. Wang Baoli was overcome with excitement. He waited happily beside the egg. Watching his own holy condor hatch and arrive into this world was so much more interesting than cultivation or completing his stronghold blueprints. Wang Baoli watched with great anticipation as the eggshell cracked. His excitement grew as the chirping grew louder. I've to give it a name. What would sound good? Wang Baoli brainstormed furiously. He thought very hard about the name to give the soon-to-be-born holy condor, a name that was both unique and pleasing to the ear. Little Red? Little Black? Iron Egg? Wang Baoli scratched his head. He thought all those names too common. They didn't fit the impressive image of his holy condor. Wang Baoli spent a great deal of effort trying to come up with a name. He thought for very long but still could not decide on one that he felt was best. As he was immersed in thought, the cracks lining the monster egg generally spread out across the entire shell. Then, there was a sudden crackle, and a piece of eggshell the size of a fingernail fell off. Thoughts about names immediately fled Wang Baoli's mind, and his breath stilled for a moment. He looked over immediately, and a furry leg stretched out from the hole in the egg. That's the condor's leg. Wang Baoli's eyes brightened. He rose to his feet excitedly, but he soon started feeling doubtful. The leg seemed a lot bigger than what he would expect on a condor. Something doesn't seem right. As Wang Baoli grew more doubtful, another part of the egg cracked open. Another leg pushed out. Wang Baoli was stunned. He stared in shock at the two furry, outstretched legs kicking about as they dangled from the egg. Why do I have a feeling that these aren't claws, but hooves? Wang Baoli sucked in a breath of cold air. He had a bad feeling about this and shivered suddenly. There was a cracking sound again. The eggshell started cracking in other places. The third, then fourth leg stuck themselves out from the egg. Wang Baoli was in a complete daze as he stared at the 4 legs dangling out from the egg. How can a holy condor have 4 legs? This must be some kind of a joke. Wang Baoli was slightly confused at this point. His thoughts were in a jumble. More parts of the eggshell started cracking and falling off. They crackled loudly. Finally, a wet, furry head that was only slightly larger than its legs popped out from the egg and some sort of fluid started dripping from its head. The newly born animal was struggling to open its eyes and take a clear look at this new world. Wang Baoli stood before it, his breath quickening and his eyes wide, as he stared at the tiny monster's head. Black all over, with 2 long ears, a long face, a long mouth. I can't believe this is actually a Sun One. Amidst Wang Baoli's shock, the small beast finally opened its eyes. It took a close look around it, and when it saw Wang Baoli, it seemed to take a liking towards him. It let out its first sound. It might have been small, only the size of a palm, but it was still at the true breath realm. Despite being newly hatched, its voice was bright and piercing, and it rang loudly in the chambers. Wang Baoli smacked his forehead. The difference between reality and ideal was simply too great. The monster egg actually hatched into a donkey. And not just a donkey, but a male donkey. An ass. Wang Baoli was about to go mad. He couldn't believe it. Most eggs would hatch into winged monsters, and he would have been fine with a snake, but it was a donkey. Wang Baoli had always thought that donkeys were born and not hatched. The little donkey didn't seem to sense Wang Baoli's frustration and annoyance. After struggling out of its shell, it failed to stand firmly on its feet. Its feet crossed, and it fell to the floor. It slid around on the floor and tried its best to climb to its feet. After a long while, it finally managed to get its 2 front legs up. Every time it tried to put weight on its hind legs, it would fall with a thud to the floor. After a few attempts, the donkey finally stopped. Its ears drooped, and it stared at Wang Baoli with a lost look. Then, it looked at the eggshell next to it. With a sudden bite, it munched down a part of the eggshell. The eggshell seemed to taste not bad. The donkey's eyes brightened. It sprawled on the floor and started munching. As Wang Baoli stared sullenly at it, it finished eating the entire eggshell. Even the fluids on the floor had been licked clean. After it was done with those, it still seemed hungry. It stared at Wang Baoli with its big eyes, blinked and bleated. "Son." Wang Baoli's face darkened. He knew that that was how donkeys sounded. Regardless, he still felt there was something weird about that cry. The little donkey saw Wang Baoli's lack of reaction and seemed to panic. It cried out even more loudly. "Son." Wang Baoli's head swelled as he stared at the donkey sprawled on the floor, kicking its legs and shouting at him. He grabbed hold of the donkey and pulled it in front of him. He stared at the donkey furiously. "Stop saying that. Son. Son." The donkey didn't stop. Its cries got even louder. Wang Baoli sunk into a bad mood as he witnessed the scene before him. It was beyond what words could describe. He sighed. He had nothing suitable for the donkey to munch on, but its cries were simply too grating on the ears. Wang Baoli pulled out the snacks that Li Yi had bought him, grabbed a handful of them and threw them out. As soon as he let go of the snacks, the little donkey fell with a thud to the floor again. It saw the snacks and stopped braying, crawling towards the snacks with great difficulty. It soon got into close proximity. Without even tearing open the packaging, it swallowed the snacks whole, packaging and all. It soon finished all the snacks that Wang Baoli had flung at it. That was when it went back sprawling on the floor, satisfied, shut its eyes, and went to sleep. Wang Baoli stared at the snoring donkey and suddenly felt exhausted. After a long moment, he sighed. He ignored the donkey and sat down cross-legged, intending to use cultivation as a means of releasing his inner frustrations. It didn't take long, a day had barely passed before the meditating Wang Baoli heard the cries of the donkey sounding next to his ear again. "Son." Wang Baoli twitched. He opened his eyes with resignation. When he looked at the donkey though, he let out a sound of surprise. "It's actually growing so fast?" Wang Baoli was slightly shocked. The donkey had grown a few sizes larger than it had been a day ago. It had been the size of a mouse and could be held in his palm. Now, he would have to hold it with 2 palms instead, as it was about the same size as a rabbit. After some thought, Wang Baoli threw a few more bags of snacks at it. The little donkey perked up, braying as it munched happily. Wang Baoli sighed when he heard its braying. He hadn't hatched a war beast at all. He had hatched a beast that was going to climb all over his head. 2 weeks passed. During those 2 weeks, the donkey would bray whenever it got hungry, and after eating, it would sleep. It grew at a rate that even Wang Baoli found incredulous. The donkey was no longer the size of a rabbit but had grown to become as large as a small pony. It was black all over, and its large eyes and long ears gave it an adorable appearance, as long as it wasn't braying. Its growth spurt also led to an increase in its strength. It could finally stand on all 4 legs, and it raced about in Wang Baoli's residence all day long. Wang Baoli could accept all of that. What he found unacceptable was the donkey's enormous appetite. It had strong teeth, and its stomach was like a black hole. It could bite through anything and digest anything. In those 2 weeks, it depleted all the snacks Li Yi had bought for Wang Baoli. It even started munching on his furniture. Within that period, whenever Wang Baoli ended his meditation and opened his eyes, he would see his furniture missing a leg or his room missing a door. Finally, his residence was emptied of all furniture. Wang Baoli was about to go mad. He realized he might not be able to afford the black donkey for long. He stared at the donkey as it swallowed his wardrobe door whole and shouted angrily. "Fine, keep on eating. When the day comes when you grow larger, and I finally can't afford to feed you anymore, I'll grill you and turn you into a meal." The little donkey was munching on the wardrobe door. It seemed to sense something and raised its head in doubt, staring at Wang Baoli innocently. It seemed to believe that Wang Baoli was trying to fight him for his food, so it panicked and ate more quickly. With a few crunchy bites, it swallowed the entire wardrobe door. It seemed to have eaten too quickly though and almost choked. "This donkey seems a bit stupid." Wang Baoli smiled wryly. He stared at his spacious residence and let out a long sigh. Chapter 324, What Can't You Eat? Chapter 324, What Can't You Eat? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. There were no more snacks and no more furniture left to munch on, but the donkey's appetite continued to grow with its size. It became more and more alarming. It would continue to bray until it was satisfied. Wang Baoli's frustrations grew as he listened to its endless braying. Finally, he stared at the pony-sized, braying little black donkey and realized that even if he slaughtered the animal, it would barely last him a few meals. He might as well continue rearing it. Wang Baoli snorted at that thought. He surveyed his empty residence and decided to take his little donkey out for a walk. They would go and buy some snacks. When he left this pavilion, he watched as the donkey stared at the door of the residence and licked its own lips. He could sense a headache coming. He could tell that the creature was wondering if the door could be eaten. Wang Baoli flew into a rage. He grabbed hold of the donkey, leaped, and landed directly on its back. Wang Baoli's slim, slender body drifted down, and the little donkey fell flat to the ground with a thud. It kept kicking its legs, scratching the floor furiously as it cried. "Son! Son! You only have that bit of strength in you. In the past 2 weeks, you've almost eaten me out of house and home. You finished all my snacks. I've raised you for nothing." Wang Baoli grew displeased at how useless the donkey was. Many students saw the sight as well. They all felt that the donkey was indeed too weak. Jin Duiji, especially. His most important mission every day wasn't studying or cultivation, it was stalking Wang Baoli and taking note of his every move, and through that, finding out ways in which he could strengthen his relationship with Wang Baoli. Upon seeing the scene before him, Jin Duiji immediately raced over. "Godfather, this donkey won't do. You're already so thin, but it can't even carry your weight. That's just too much." Jin Duiji had an incredulous look on his face as he stared at the donkey. He didn't question where the beast had come from. In his eyes, any opportunity to shower Wang Baoli with praises and compliments was a good one. As Jin Duiji continued his bootlicking, and the others around them started muttering and exchanging whispered words, the donkey started to glare. No one knew if the donkey understood what they were saying, but it started to bray and, bit by bit, struggled to its feet. Wang Baoli eyed Jin Duiji. Wang Baoli and Jin Duoming were of the same age and generation, and he found it rather nice that Jin Duiji was calling him his godfather. He nodded, pleased. A high-spirited Jin Duiji escorted Wang Baoli as the latter rode his donkey out of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. They left the school, and the donkey continued the journey, panting as its limbs trembled under Wang Baoli's weight. They drew looks of shock from the surrounding pedestrians. They stared at the tiny donkey, then stared at Wang Baoli. They all had odd expressions on their faces. "You see that? Everyone's looking down on you. They're all thinking, this donkey is so weak. It looks like it can't even carry the weight of a thin person." Wang Baoli smacked the donkey's head, the look on his face that of angry disappointment. The donkey seemed to understand what Wang Baoli had said. It seemed to stutter, then with a loud bray, charged forward in a burst of speed, Wang Baoli still on his back. Wang Baoli's eyes brightened. "That's it. You can do it. Come on." Wang Baoli was overjoyed. He didn't expect the donkey to have such pride. He started praising the donkey happily. However, the donkey could only keep the increased pace for half an hour and was soon exhausted. They hadn't even traveled that far before it cried ceaselessly and appeared to be starving. When it passed a flower bed, it leaned forward and, with a sudden bite, ate part of the flower bed, gobbling up flowers and grass alike. "You mean this works too?" Wang Baoli was shocked. The donkey seemed to regain a bit of its strength. It carried Wang Baoli along, walking and eating as it walked. It would get a bite of a tree when it saw a tree, get another bite of a parked cruiser when it saw that. When there was nothing left for it to nibble on, it sank its teeth into the curb by the road and ate a huge chunk of it. Wang Baoli fell into a complete daze when he saw that. He grew alarmed, even. He turned his head and looked at the road they had traveled. The donkey had left its bite marks in everything that they had passed by. The disciplinary department soon arrived amidst the sounding of alarm bells. An exasperated Wang Baoli grimaced and paid the fines. He even flashed his identity slip, and they finally released him after a great deal of persuasion on his part. He hurriedly led the donkey back to the academy. After they returned to the academy, the donkey continued its habit of eating the first thing it set its eyes on. The teachers and students grew increasingly curious. Everyone gasped in shock when they saw it take a bite out of the statue standing in the school's public square. My God, what are his teeth made of? It actually managed to bite into that. Wang Baoli's head swelled even bigger amid the commotion. He grabbed hold of the donkey and dragged it back to his residence hastily. He finally realized how unfussy an eater the donkey was. It didn't matter if it was something that could be eaten or couldn't be eaten. As long as it was hungry, anything was food to it. What in the world is this creature? After they returned to his residence, Wang Baoli stared as the donkey raced towards the doors of his residence. He didn't even have the chance to stop the creature before it sank its teeth in and bit off a big chunk of the door. Wang Baoli's head started throbbing again. The door was made of metal, not wood or stone, but the donkey chewed a few times before swallowing. It seemed to find the taste of metal quite delicious, and it opened its mouth wide, intending to take a second bite. Wang Baoli panicked. He twisted the donkey's ear and pulled it aside and started shouting angrily. You've gone too far. This is my home. Are you trying to start a revolt? Wang Baoli roared. That seemed to frighten the donkey. It immediately clamped its mouth shut. A small fragment of the chunk of the door it had bitten off earlier fell from its mouth and landed on the floor with a loud clang. It stared at Wang Baoli with an innocent look in its eyes. Wang Baoli saw the donkey's reaction and approved of its behavior. He scolded it for a while more before sending it to one corner. He snorted. While deliberating about what to do with the donkey, Wang Baoli pulled out a bag of snacks from his storage bracelet. They were snacks he had set aside specially. He was just about to eat it. At that very moment, the donkey's eyes widened. Its four hooves stomped the floor, and with a sudden burst of startling speed that surpassed even the speed of lightning, it appeared before Wang Baoli. Before Wang Baoli could even react, it opened its mouth and snapped it shut the next moment. It swallowed Wang Baoli's snacks whole. Wang Baoli was stunned. He stared at his empty hands, dazed. Then, he looked up and saw his donkey. It was munching and staring back at him with the same innocent look in its eyes. He went mad that instant. Stupid ass, you're really planning to climb all over me. Wang Baoli flew into a rage. He had to punish the donkey so that it would learn to behave after that. He summoned his mosquitoes out. 9 ordinary mosquitoes instantly flew out and charged towards the donkey. They shot out like arrows, approaching the donkey in an instant. Their buzzing resounded in the room, but as they were about to sting the donkey, the latter's eyes brightened. It opened its mouth swiftly and, in a few mere mouthfuls, swallowed all 9 mosquitoes. It turned and gave Wang Baoli a pleased look. Wang Baoli's eyes widened, and he gasped. The donkey had been quick when it had snatched the snacks out of Wang Baoli's hands, but Wang Baoli's attention had been on his snacks. He had noticed the donkey's speed, but he hadn't truly realized how fast it was. He did now. This surprised him. Then, he recalled that the donkey had been immensely fast when he had ridden it earlier outside the academy. Looks like this donkey isn't completely useless. Wang Baoli mused. He thought this might be a natural talent the donkey possessed. He wasn't comfortable with how pleased the donkey seemed with itself though. There was still a need for a lesson, else the donkey would run wild. He snorted and suddenly walked over quickly. The donkey wasn't given any time to react before Wang Baoli stood before it and held it down firmly. As the donkey's eyes widened, its 4 hooves kicked, and it brayed ceaselessly. Wang Baoli summoned the 9 mosquitoes again. They started stinging the donkey. After a dozen swollen bite marks, Wang Baoli finally released his hold on the donkey. He watched as it tried desperately and failed to scratch at its itches, then spoke coolly. This is just a lesson to. Before he could finish what he intended to say, the donkey brayed loudly and dashed towards the doors. Wang Baoli stared with wide eyes and open mouth as it munched rapidly and ate the entire door. It seemed dissatisfied after finishing with the door and turned towards the door frame. It took a few bites out of that as well. As it ate, the dozen swollen bite marks on its body started to disappear. Wang Baoli stared in disbelief as the donkey stood beside the ruined frame of the non-existent door and stared at Wang Baoli smugly. It started braying. Son. Son. Chapter 325, I can't afford to feed you anymore. Chapter 325, I can't afford to feed you anymore. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's face darkened when he heard the donkey's braying. The expression it bore made Wang Baoli want to punch it in the face. His look grew unfriendly as he started considering whether he should use his most powerful moves to scare the donkey into knowing who's boss. The donkey could feel a murderous intent exuding from the considering Wang Baoli. It stopped braying momentarily and stared at Wang Baoli with its innocent eyes. As if sensing that wasn't enough, it turned abruptly and kicked its feet, sprinting into a run and escaped. Still trying to run? Wang Baoli got even more furious. He went into pursuit immediately, but the donkey was very quick on its feet. As it ran about, it continued biting into whatever it came across. A tree appeared in front of it, and as the donkey raced past, it bit into the trunk and tore a huge chunk out of it. Its speed increased as it swallowed the chunk of tree it had bitten off. The sight was soon seen by many teachers and students, and they were all shocked. They watched with wide eyes and gaping mouths as the donkey sprinted throughout the school. Whatever it came across, statues or road curbs, flower beds or buildings, it would sink its teeth into. It even took a few bites of the school's extremely costly gates. A student had taken out a spirit stone from his storage bracelet and was about to buy something in school, but as soon as he had pulled out the spirit stone, it vanished. The student was dazed. He saw a shadow dash off into the distance. Chaos spread throughout the school. Wang Baoli could no longer control his rage, and his cultivation erupted. His physical strength spiked exponentially as well, his speed surging. The donkey was fast, but its cultivation was still leagues behind Wang Baoli's. The furious Wang Baoli soon caught up to the donkey and grabbed its long ear. The donkey had come from the sea of beasts, though. It might look adorable, but deep in its bones hid a wild, ferocious nature. It was driven to a corner now. Its eyes reddened as its ear was caught, and it turned its head suddenly and tried to sink its teeth into Wang Baoli's wrist. You dare to bite me? Wang Baoli had been angry earlier, but he had been more frustrated than angry. An icy glint flashed across his eyes as he watched the donkey try to bite him. He kicked suddenly, his foot landing directly on the donkey's crotch. The donkey let loose a loud, pained scream. It collapsed to the ground, crying. Wang Baoli had attacked in fury, but he had still shown restraint. He snorted, grabbed the donkey's ear, and dragged it back to his residence. The donkey was no longer in pain when they reached Wang Baoli's residence. It became meek and laid obediently on the ground. When it looked at Wang Baoli, it was with an intent to please. Wang Baoli ceased his punishment when he saw the donkey's obedience. He didn't realize that the donkey would only keep up its good behavior for 3 days. 3 days later, it cheered up and swallowed Wang Baoli's newly replaced gates. Then, it charged into the school. It brayed and sank its teeth excitedly into everything it saw. Despite being caught by Wang Baoli and given a beating, the cycle would repeat. After another 3 to 5 days, it would perk up and do the same thing again. This drove Wang Baoli crazy and terrified the teachers and students of the entire academy. The teachers and students even predicted with confidence. The Dean's War Beast, give it a month, no, 2 weeks. It'll eat up everything and anything that can be found in the school within that time. Wang Baoli's forehead started pulsating. He genuinely felt that he wasn't raising a war beast, but trouble. He was genuinely considering whether he should get a monster bracelet. A monster bracelet was different from a storage bracelet, though, it was a luxury item with a costly price tag. Even Wang Baoli ate thinking about the cost of it. Even the students from the ethereal Dao College's beast-taming pavilion reared their war beasts in the backyard and let them roam free, as few could afford monster bracelets. With the trouble that this donkey was giving him, Wang Baoli felt that he shouldn't be spending more money on it. It had barely been hatched for a month. The amount of food it had inhaled, combined with the various fines and monetary compensation that Wang Baoli had to pay, would have been able to pay for the crafting of a 5th-grade numinous treasure. I can't afford it. Wang Baoli simmered in his frustrations. He considered slaughtering it, but the donkey was truly a rare beast. He was torn. He sighed and stared at his residence's door, and the donkey that kept gnawing on the frame persistently like it had some sort of grudge against the inanimate object. Wang Baoli felt a sense of helplessness come over him for the first time in his life. The truth was, the donkey had the memory of a goldfish. No matter how hard a beating you gave it, it would revert to its original nature a few days later. As Wang Baoli felt trapped in a helpless situation, Jin Duoming's transmission arrived like a gift from heaven. His voice rang out from Wang Baoli's voice transmission ring. "Baoli, I heard you got your hands on a rare beast. I heard it's really fast and has quite the character. Why not bring it out and let me take a look? If both of us are okay with it, you just say the price, and I'll buy it." Wang Baoli wasn't surprised at all that Jin Duoming knew about the donkey. News of the donkey had spread throughout the school, what with its frolicking and monkeying around recently. It was to be expected that Jin Duoming had found out about it. As soon as Jin Duoming raised the idea of buying the donkey, Wang Baoli's eyes brightened. He turned and eyed the donkey that was still gnawing on the door frame, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. "I can't believe Jin Duoming is expressing interest in the donkey. Great, I'll exchange the donkey for a 7th grade dharmic armament. No, an 8th grade dharmic armament." Wang Baoli got excited at the thought. When he looked at the donkey, his eyes were no longer as stern as before. Instead, a gentle look had replaced the stern stare. His sudden stare seemed to scare the donkey. It froze and momentarily stopped its enthusiastic chewing of the gate. The wooden chunk in its mouth fell out, and it immediately sprawled on the floor and stared at Wang Baoli with innocent eyes. "Don't be afraid, kid." Wang Baoli's voice was soft and gentle. He walked over eagerly. His tone of voice only sent the donkey's breathing quickening. It suddenly kicked its 4 legs and made to escape, but Wang Baoli had long grown accustomed to its immense speed. He moved more quickly than the donkey and caught it. "What are you running for? Come, let's go give you a shower. If we're going to sell you off, we have to make sure you look good for your new owner," Wang Baoli said excitedly. He ignored the donkey's persistent kicks and led it to the showers while humming a cheerful tune under his breath. He didn't find it troublesome at all as he scrubbed the trembling donkey's fur. He even cast a spell and blow-dried the donkey. That wasn't the end of it. After some thought, Wang Baoli got his 3 office assistants to bring some perfume over. Amidst the strange gazes of his female assistants and the horrified look in the donkey's eyes, Wang Baoli sprayed the donkey with a mist of perfume. He pulled out a length of rope with great satisfaction and tied it around the donkey's neck. Then, he led it outside. "Son." The donkey kept crying on the way, the fear in its eyes intensifying. "Don't worry. We aren't sending you off to the butcher." Wang Baoli turned back and smiled widely at the donkey. He patted the donkey on its head. The gentle look in his eyes terrified the donkey, causing it to bray even more loudly. "Son. Son. Son." It kept crying. Its bum fell onto the ground firmly, and it refused to move a single inch. It even bared its teeth, as if weighing the consequences of biting clean through the rope and eating it. "If you dare to break the rope and run off, I'm going to turn you into the first eunuch donkey," Wang Baoli said coolly. His casually said words sent a shiver through the donkey's body. It climbed to its feet hurriedly, then stared at Wang Baoli with sorrow and protest in its eyes. Wang Baoli had long realized that the donkey understood what he was saying, but it was too unruly and forgetful. He thought an 8th grade dharmic armament a fair exchange for the beast. His anticipation intensified at that thought. He led the donkey and raced towards Jin Duoming's residence. They had agreed to meet at Jin Duoming's Martian residence instead of the Fire Spirit Academy, though it was also located in Zone 12. Wang Baoli soon arrived with his donkey. As soon as he reached the place, he saw a single 3-story pavilion before him. He knew he had reached prime Martian estate. The land area the 3-story pavilion took was so vast it could be used to build a hotel instead. Rich folks! Excitement roared inside Wang Baoli. When he reached the gates, he immediately sent a transmission to Jin Duoming. The doors soon opened, and 3 beautiful female servants with rather shapely figures welcomed Wang Baoli. They escorted him personally into a room, then left. Wang Baoli grabbed onto the rope collaring the donkey and stood in the first-floor living area of the residence. Both his and the donkey's breathing sped up. They stared in shock at their surrounding. The extravagance and lavishness of the living room had reached unimaginable heights. Long, circular shelves crafted out of spirit wood surround them. On the shelves were numerous pills, and any one of them would cost a fortune. They were protected in clear pill bottles, and a spotlight shone on each bottle, which exuded a fragrant herbal scent. Countless numinous treasures even hung on the walls as decorative items. The sofa, tables, and chairs, as well as other furniture, were all built out of spirit stones. Even the few items crafted out of wood seemed like rare treasures that surely cost a fortune. The curtains were spun from spirit thread and the lights made from polished spirit stones, and they gave off a soothing, soft light. To top it off, strong spirit chi permeated the room. Wang Baoli was stunned, as was the donkey. Wang Baoli stared unblinkingly at the numinous treasures and pills while the donkey stared at the sofa and furniture. It lowered its head and sniffed discreetly at them without Wang Baoli's notice. Its eyes started shining brightly, and it couldn't help licking its lips. Then, it considered Wang Baoli's strange behavior today and decided not to risk it. It controlled its urges to nibble at the furniture. Before long, just as the donkey could no longer keep its urges under control, laughter drifted from the second floor. Jin Duoming appeared at the top of the stairs and started walking down the steps. "Brother Baoli, welcome to my humble abode. It's a little Spartan. I've only arrived on Mars, after all. I hope you won't find it too much of an embarrassment."